video of me doing the dance, like a GIF, and it would be exclusive for that, and it would exist nowhere else.
Oh, there it goes. That's the face only a mother.
Okay, I definitely increased the price because you're really, this is a statue game. Yeah. So I significantly increased the price because that's kind of annoying, and that completely stalls the stream. You were in the news. You transcended. You are my new god now. Shit, I hate waiting 40 days for anything but BTS. You pissed and shit yourself. Is that successful? Of course, yeah, this is back in the day. Like, if you look at the comparison between the old stories and the new stories, the old stories were like between like 500 and 1,000 words. The new stories are between 3,000 and 10,000. That's like the scale that I've improved with the comfortability of my writing. You in the past with Katarina. Shit, my mommy Dommy's out of style. What about Leona, man? So she'd LeBlanc mid, and then I would bottom Tristana, and we would just fucking destroy. I don't do that. If you don't make it publicly available to me, it's not part of my prerogative. And they've tried to get me in trouble with it before, and I'm like, hey man, if it's not printed out, it's not my prerogative. You can't... You didn't fucking tell me? That's not my fucking problem. Sorry, bro. I will send you my script. Let me translate it into English first. I hope the translator does his job correctly. That's okay, Shayra. That's exactly what Raymond Dow does, and it seems to work pretty fine. And we can pretty much infer sometimes between it, so it should be good. Last night I hit my daily 1K words as usual. I'm happy with this pace. Hell yeah, 13. We haven't been quite hitting 1K words. We haven't been writing as much, but we've been, you know, doing other things, and we're kind of building up to this point. So, I love you guys. You're fucking amazing. Remember, you are Atlas holding up the world, and the stream is the world. I am only here to facilitate the bringing together of a community of writers that have no holds barred. We are all about twisting fate to our means through storytelling, and we're not shy about it. And that is what I love about creativity, imagination, and ideas, and sharing shit with people. But hey, at the end of the day, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! We've wasted some time, so I'm gonna take that second toke that we were supposed to do with wellness check there, and then we can get into it. That's not it. Aw, oh, damn, that's the wrong one? Shit. I can't even tell because I have my... I mean, I didn't actually join it, but anyways. I need to join some more Discord communities so I can do more promotion, right? Like, King, can I get... Because I'm guessing you're good at promoting, right? You got plus 1K followers.
Oh, there it goes. That's the face only a mother
can
love.
But if you do it on here, then it does it on screen. There you go, book. That's what it's all about. I'm like, what do you guys think about those? Ooh, is this another revision? Is this another revision book? Yeah, and by the way, King, if you have anything that you write, if you are a writer and you want to drop anything in the Discord, I love reading other people's work. There you go. See, it's all about how you present it, right? Now, I'm super confused because I don't know where that announcement came from. But whoever did that announcement, congratulations. I don't even know what the fuck it was. So, in this case, the plan is they have to draw out the Monarch and the Viceroy. But, of course, the Monarch has technology, and the weapon is made of technology. He made the weapon, so he knows how to counter it. And the only thing they could use is its destructive force to try to break through the shield. Unveiling the fact that this 5-step... So this is usually how the reacts go when we're doing a either world building or on writing, which in this case is a on writing for how to write climaxes. I usually treat these as a test to see how well my ideas are structured. And do I hit these points on my own without being told that I... Yo, what's good, everyone? We back at her again. How's it going, everyone? It's another day. How's your day going today? Damn, man. Okay, well, I mean, I think it's the highest it's ever been, 106, right? I mean, I guess I am excited as shit, because, so, this is another thing that makes me feel like I'm a fucking main character. So, like, over the last couple days, my fucking throat's been, like, fucked, because I just didn't drink any water, and, like, yeah, I should have drank water, being fucking hungover, so I just, like, fucked my throat. But anyways, so, I was, like, just, you know, going through Twitter and just, like, watching videos, mainly watching Kyle Hill, catching up on, like, basically everything from Kyle Hill for, like, the last forever. And I just kept saying this because I follow this Flat Earth account that I think is fucking hilarious to like basically rant back and forth over, right? And we were like talking about like the height of satellites and the ability to see like from the ISS, right? And it's always because like I just do it as like a troll. I'm like at Grok, and then I'll just like do something, right? And then it's like the guy's like, well, why can't you see the moon during the eclipse? Well, because the eclipse happens during a new moon when you can't see the moon because of where the moon is placed, because this guy's just obviously a troller or a retard, but either way, it's fucking funny to interact with the account. So it's like going back and forth about it, right? And then he informs me, where's the original post? Can I find the original? I'm like, where are my likes, right? Like, last time we tried to do this, like, for some reason, it was like, oh, your likes are gone, and I couldn't remember where to find them. And this was so, like, okay, well, we're just gonna ask Grok. Hey, Grok, I can't find, where my likes are on my profile on X. Last option used to be likes, now it's just media. How do I see all the posts I like? This shit's been pissing me off for like a week now. I'm like, did they fucking change where they put the you can find your likes? Your likes are still there, they just moved in the May, there's no fucking way, from the profile tabs, post, replies, media, likes, into a new history section, which holds bookmarks, videos, articles. Tap your profile, go to the left options menu, tap history. History? Ah, you caught me. It's been so long. Fuck. Yo, what's up, 90s Noir Detective? How you doing? What you got? What you got? Yeah. Here, I'll just repost that for you. Just, you know, just
Fart sound BP.
So, anyways, Noir, I'm talking about me being a main character, because anytime this shit happens, it makes me feel like I'm a main character. So I'm trying to find my likes to talk about this fucking post that I was engaging with. I don't know if I can find the original one from, like, where this was. Okay, so it's like, this is what a solid object looks like when blocking sunlight, proving that whatever blocks the light of the sun during an eclipse is not a solid object, because if it was, we should see this instead of this. Because he doesn't understand how shadows fade through distance. Because, you know, shadows fade through distance because of how light interacts through other mediums. But anyway, so he's just, like, posting all this bullshit, right? So I was just going back and forth. And then before the stream, I'm like, hey, you know what? Let's watch some YouTube videos. So I was watching Oompaville, which is the big news that I want to do later about Oompaville. I'll just kind of say something about it, I guess, now. Is I've heard multiple people say that, like, they bought his candy. And, like, I've always wanted to buy Sour Boys and test it out. I'm not really a candy eater, but, like, I fucking love Oompa. And now apparently he's doing a, it's called the Squires program, and it's like because he's paying too much money for ads, so he wants, content creators to, like, basically do advertisements for him. So I'm like, ooh, that's a really interesting thing, you know? So I was like, would you guys be interested in something like that? And then for instance, if you bought the candy and then you bought the candy through me, I'd basically get, like, a royalty for it. Right? So it's like, if there's people here that already buy the candy and you guys like me, well, why not do both, right? And there's, like, apparently you get, like, a free bag of candy a month or so, so I'd, like, give that away as, like, a giveaway, like, every month. So it's like the free bag I would get, I would basically give away for free, covering, like, whatever shipping and handling costs would be for, like, mailing. I've never really mailed anything, but, like, I can talk to my parents about it, you know, have them do all the details, and then I can just pay them. Because it's much easier for, like, financial things, like, to go through my parents. Are you sure it's... Well, this is the thing, Noir. Even if it is a pyramid scheme, all it does at the end of the day is, like, because it's like, I'm not doing it to get money. I'm doing it because, like, then that would put Oompa's eyes on my channel. You see, this is actually me being selfish and being like, yo, can I get an in? Right? Because I love Oompa. We watch him on the channel. I love conspiracy theories. I'm a writer. I think I have shown dedication to the channel and everything, right? So I'm like, hey, you know what? I think we're at a point in time where, you know, let's see if we can get a big eye on us and see if we're worthy of anything. Because I can be as like, oh, I'm the greatest ever, right? But it's not, I'm not the judge. You guys are. I just, you know, I can only do so much on my own because, like, I'm just going in my own direction without any feedback, right? And as far as I'm concerned, all the feedback I've gotten from you guys is, yep, keep going. So, you know, at this point, it's like, I feel like, and if you think about, like, the idea of, like, retention rate per audience, right? So it's like, for a small channel, I'd say there's probably roughly around 80 people in the last 2 years that have interacted with the channel, right? And I'd say, like, 50 of them to 60 of them were around for at least a month. And then there's people that seem to just continuously, like, they're working on their work. Like, I'm sure there'll be 5 or 6 people that come back when their books are done to sell their books to me because they know I'm a guaranteed buy. Right? Like, Shadow is one of these, for instance, right? Miss Shadow. And it's also because, like, I'm doing beta reading on the side for her for an entirely different project reason and stuff. But I think the retention rate for, like, people that are actually writers that resonate with my kind of, like, humor and the style that I want to run the stream seem to, like, stick around for a significant amount of time, or at least put me on a list of rotations of things that, like, they go through. Which, in my opinion, is the best feedback I can look at. I could go, like, why are you here? Why do you want to be here? And what is the value you get out of it, right? And how do I present that? And the graph of that says, even from a very small size pool, right? It still seems to be significantly positive. So that just makes me think the simple thing is that Twitch is just, like, Twitch is basically a dead platform that no one cares about, like, smaller creators on. I stopped doing YouTube because I was doing too many things and, like, literally had a fucking seizure. So, I've, like, pulled back the scale of what I'm doing to just writing and just the stream until I get the first book out, which is Stoner Girl Evolution. But in that meantime, having some sort of, like, you always want to keep an eye out for opportunities that will bump you up, right? So, like, for instance, I think it's fucking cringe, for instance, if I just take, like, a segment of the stream that I think, let's say, someone like Asmongold's community would resonate with, like, is my opinion on politics, and then, like, make a clip, or just keep making clips and keep posting them on Asmon's Reddit until, like, Asmon notices me. I think that's fucking cringe. I'm like, if you've actually got what it takes, and you actually have all around with everything, all it should take is for someone to simply consume that 1 minute and say, okay, I gotta look into this. Right? But, like, it has to be from a third-party person who is like, oh, you know, I saw this random thing and I thought you might be interested in it. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, in my opinion, that's just, like, that's a waiting to happen thing, right? I think I used to do all the shorts and everything. Again, it's just not part of the content I can currently do because of the scope at which I do things. Yeah. So it's like, if I can get to that point, right, with like any kind of big creator that I think, like for instance, like the biggest thing would be to be like a like thinking realistically, right, down the road of the opportunities that would exist of this. The most realistic is like something like, for instance, I'll give you like an example of like 3 channels, right? Have you thought about using paid for viewers? Don't want to type the word in case it gets flagged. Well, Noir, I have discussed many fucking times and made so many jokes about, guys, one day I'm just gonna come online with 3,000 viewers. Don't ask questions. One day it'll happen. It's fun. I know, it's like fucking super expensive for like viewbotting. And the other thing you have to think about, Noir, is the writing and reading section on Twitch. The writing and reading section on Twitch. This is what your end priority goal is? I think you need to go back to the drawing board, bro. Like, I love the community and this is awesome and amazing, right? But you're not gonna like break away and have 10,000 fucking viewers and make millions of dollars from the writing community. There's one guy I know of. And I think he's a professor and he's German. His name's like Gurabeshlont or something like that. And he gets an average of 600 to 700 viewers. And he's the only person I've ever seen in the entire writing category to get above 100 viewers. And I think it's because he does like online classes and stuff like that of like German folklore and stuff like that because he's a teacher. I don't know German, but I've watched the stream. It seems fucking awesome. But I'm like, if you want to do a breakaway, right? You can't do a breakaway in the writing and reading section on Twitch. You want to do... Or it's even here. Going to move. No. It's not about Twitch. Actually, about YouTube. Twitch is just an avenue to build a resume, right? Like, if you look at my channel, right? 1.6K videos. Every single stream I have ever done. And it's like, to me, it's the very important thing of knowing 1 view, no views, 2 views, 1 view, no views, 3, 4, 7, 6. Like, you can see my view count in it. And that has absolutely nothing to do with me wanting to create the content. And if you go back far enough, I used to do individual small YouTube videos where I would take parts of the stream and I would break them down. Like, this is me responding to Asmon's video about the assassination of Charlie Kirk, right? And it's like, it was just the scope of what I could do over amount of time because of what I'm now doing on stream versus what I was then doing on stream. Just caused me to be doing too much. Like, I was literally going 19-hour days, sleeping for like 3 hours, putting out like 40 videos across like 5 different channels on Twitch, on Kick, on YouTube, on Twitter, and it was like I was doing like the It Talks channel stuff where I'm just doing like my own stories and the short stories and stuff, and then I'm doing then I was doing like random playthrough stories and stuff, and then it's like there's the Blue Horror Stories channel where we do like Reddit stories and stuff like that, right? We do like compilations and stuff, but again, it's like this is something that I haven't done in a long time. So it's like the amount of like catalog of content that I have, to me, is the value. Because it shows specifically, right? Like, for one, I'm set. I don't need money. It's not, money isn't the thing, right? That's been made clear and like basically true, right? I'm not gonna stop the content because to me it's free. I'm just, oh, this is what I literally spent the entire 2 days that I was off doing this, but just talking to the fucking TV and not talking to anyone else. Well, trying not to. More thinking in my mind this time because I was like, and I couldn't caught myself like talking out loud, and I'm like, oh my god, stop hurting your throat. Fuck. But yeah. But anyways, the whole idea is that, like, if someone sees my channel, like, let's say Oompaville, right, who, in my opinion, is one of the few, like, I think there's, like, in my opinion, like, of the people I watch, right, there's, like, the mainstream 3, I think, authentic people, right, Asmon, Charlie, and Oompaville, as far as, like, outside of the science community, right, because, like, my main focus for everything on YouTube is basically science. So, like, Charlie and, like, Asmon are kind of the only two, like Charlie does, like, kind of wide-range stuff for, like, drama and stuff, and Asmon is just, like, I just like the way Asmon talks and the way he's blunt about things. And then Oompaville, I love conspiracies, right? So it's, like, having someone who I think is an authentic creator who would look at the space as a dying space of authenticity, see my content and say, holy shit, is this a diamond in the rough? And again, I can't be the judge of that because I'm the fucking creator. But I think I am. Yeah, it feels like you're leveling up again. Yeah, and it's like, that's how it, like, the concept of leveling up is such a cool thing, Noir, because, like, it's like an arc change. In my opinion, this is how I view an arc change for, let's say, a character in a story. There is an event, a singular event, and there's an entire build-up around this event, right? But it's a definitive event in the character's life that before that event, they would have made a completely different decision than after that event. Such as, let's say, very extreme, I watched Die Hard yesterday, right? Someone is holding a gun to your wife. You know if you put the gun down, you're both gonna die, so you take the chance of shooting the guy, and you accidentally shoot your wife instead. For a character like Bruce Willis's character, right? That is I'm still gonna shoot the guy. Okay, I fucked up, but, like, I took the chance failed, but at least I've shot my wife, so now I can just kill the guy. Right? And that's kind of the way I would think, and then after that moment, right, it's like, I would say before that moment, he would have a point of hesitation. But after that moment, even if it was, like, his second wife with it happening, right, there wouldn't be that hesitation. And most likely, the hesitation is what caused him to, like, lose focus and shoot his wife in the first place. Right? And again, this is completely hypothetical. It doesn't fucking happen. Fucking black guy shoots him, right? Which is, like, the whole point of he never wanted to pull a gun on another one because he killed a kid. Which is, like, another entire side point of, like, an arc. You're a police officer, you shoot a kid, now you never want to hold a gun in your hand anymore. Right? So it's like that, and it can be like something that has like build up to it, or it's something that can just happen. Right? And that's like the same thing with like leveling up. You make like, for instance, I'll give you something that like I leveled up over the weekend about my ideas of how to organize events. I always go into way too much detail and analysis on things, and I have this like inability to just look at the forest for the trees. Right? Because I'm always just looking at the pine needles on the fucking forest. And I'm from DC, so I just see pine needles. Pine needle forests, or like fucking rows of oaks with no leaves on them. Or maples with no leaves on them because it's fucking winter or some shit. That's just how my mind works. When I think of forests, I think of fucking massive mountains with pine trees on them, right? That's just my imagination of it. So that's how I view, like, my... And I like the breaking down of it, right? Like, looking at that image of a forest and saying, this is my story, how do I break down the pieces? And I can never get to a point of just seeing individual trees. Because the trees are like the events that carry through the story. What's on the tree is the bark, the way that it's scarred. Each tree could be a character. It could be the way an event unfolds. But just simply being able to see the tree and say, okay, that is the event that happened. That is the event that happened, right? And I was watching, funnily enough, Edward Scissorhands. And I was just thinking about the subtlety of the way that the events are unfolded. And it's very formulaic to the way that I do my stories. Because I was like breaking it down and analyzing it, and I'm like, yeah, you know what? I've never thought about it before, but this is like the, culmination of the AI, like, machine man, like, what is having a heart, what are emotions, right? And it's like, the fuck are you live for? What's up, man? Like, what you got, what you doing, what you got, my man? Live for you, creature. I'm here to explain some very, very interesting new things. But yeah, so I was watching Edward Scissorhands, and I was, like, putting it together, and I was just, like, unraveling the plot, and just move, because it's a romance, right? And it's like, I'm not that interested in that kind of thing. So it allowed me to step away from the emotional aspect of the storytelling to just simply look at the events of the storytelling. Because if it's a movie you would always look at with, like, a very emotional and, like, spiritual, almost, approach. But I was just looking at it as a more mathematical storytelling approach, and it just kind of broke my mind in the separation of, you don't have to go into the depths of how the story is unfolding if it's just an explanation of the event, right? I deleted Chapter 10 and Chapter 10 outline, the one you read on stream. I didn't like it. I'm making it better, stronger, more better. Fuck yeah, Relic. I love to hear it, man. That's what it's all about. I hope in some way, whether it was me or someone else, whatever it was, good enough is not good enough, right? But anyways, so this is kind of just a side rant for what I was going to say, because, like, the whole point was, so, Relic, you know how I say I'm the main character? So I was, like, arguing with this, not arguing, but, like, trolling with this Flat Earth account, because it's always talking of, like, it literally is, like, I'm pretty sure this account is satire, because of the way that it does it, but there are some things, oh yeah, and I don't know if you guys heard about this. This is the other fucked up thing. Hayden died. The cheerleader died. Guys, we don't have immortal. The immortal died. You're not the main character. You're not even the support character. You're actually the extra that paid $5 a day. Wait, Ralph, I get paid? I'm not an intern? Dude, I thought I was an intern. I get paid? Holy shit. I didn't know that. Damn. Damn, that's fucking... Dude, that's like $2,000 a year. That's like almost 50% more than my investment. Holy shit, dude, that's like $6,500 a year. That's insane. Fuck, I gave him a... Oh. You're just underestimating how far down the dirt I am. So anytime you try to, like, insult me, I'm just like, wow, he really thinks I'm that good? And you're like, he's such a piece of shit retard that even calling him shit, he's like, wow, you didn't even call me, like, hippopotamus shit? You just called me, like, dog shit? Do you know how much higher grade dog shit is than hippopotamus shit? Anyways, if you know, so this chick who's, like, multiple times said that she was, like, trafficked by her mom, like, was part of the Hollywood Epstein class, kind of, like, all this fucked up shit, she died yesterday. Or the day before yesterday? Or was it yesterday she died? Pretty sure she died yesterday. Super fucked up, at the age 36. Guessing drug overdose because of her situation. But yeah, there's a bunch of conspiracies about it. But anyways, so this channel, right, is talking about eclipses. Specifically about eclipses, right? And guess who released an entire video today literally explaining everything I was trying to explain to this guy in full science. And I watched it before the stream because it was so fucking good. Can you see a total solar eclipse from space? And I just want to bring up one specific part of the video, because it's just, this is how science works. And I feel like no one really understands how science works. So I'm going to ask you a few questions first, right? How many eclipses do you think it's possible for the Earth to experience in 1 year? Across the entirety of the globe, right? If you just took a map of the globe and said how many eclipses could possibly happen in a year, in any given place. I would have said like somewhere around 8. But let's look at the math. Because this shit was actually crazy to me. And this is why I love about science and like our ability to visualize through like changing mathematics visually.
I crunched some numbers, like 5,000 years of eclipses.
Okay, let's turn up the sound here. Fucking ads. Of course, ads. Okay, let's just take a toke break. But yeah, I love visualizations like this because it breaks down the math and it shows you actually how retarded some people are and like how there's even some questions we don't know. And it solves another thing if you know about crescents. There's this effect that happens during an eclipse where any kind of pinhole effect of a shadow turns into a crescent. So, for instance, if you look at blowing leaves in the wind during an eclipse, it'll show, like, all of the shadows on the ground for the leaves will have, like, spinning crescents and bands around them. And they've never really, truly, like, understood, like, why this effect happens and why it only happens in certain places. And they thought it was, like, an atmospheric effect. Kind of like twinkling stars. 3, 2, 1, toke! Hey, check this shit out.
And if you look at how many happen per year, there's never a year without some sort of solar eclipse, which kind of feels mind-boggling. You at least have to get 2, and sometimes you can get 5.
How would you get 5?
Yeah, I know. Check this out. So, the moon's orbit is tilted about 5 degrees out of the Earth-Sun plane. So, most times the moon passes in front of the sun, it's at the wrong height to cast a shadow on Earth, and that's why we don't get a solar eclipse every month. But there are these 2 nodes along the moon's orbit where it does actually cross the Earth-Sun plane. And throughout the year, both of these nodes are going to land nicely in between the Earth and the sun. This happens about 6 months apart, and it opens a window of around 34 days where solar eclipses become possible. And these are called...
And this is how my
eclipse
mind
seasons.
works, guys.
This
is how I think about ideas.
So
like
as long as you
structured
get
like this. Like
a new
one, then
moon
another, and then this
somewhere
happens, and
inside
that
of
happens,
this
because this
eclipse
is set
window,
up like
you get an
that.
eclipse.
This is
But it
literally
turns
how I
out
build
you have
my
to get at
ideas.
least one. The
Visually
reason
in my
that the
head.
eclipse season is 34 days, but a new moon happens every 29.5 days.
Of course, yeah.
So you can't go through an eclipse season without the new moon happening at least once. Where, however you roll the dice, it always has to land inside the eclipse season at least once.
So you always get 2 a year.
2 a year.
Great.
Yeah, right? Now, if the new moon falls towards the middle of an eclipse season, it usually produces a total or an annular eclipse. And you can only
Scotty,
fit
try to
one
build
of
something
those
in his
types of
head.
eclipses into a
It's like a
season,
retard
so you
holding
can
on
get about
peanut
2 per
butter
year.
jar to fuck it. It's
Yeah,
just
that
weird.
doesn't seem rare. Definitely not once in a lifetime.
Yeah, but it gets worse. Because if you also count partial eclipses, those happen more towards the edges. And because they happen towards the
You're
edges,
so
you can get
retarded, you
2
take the
in a
peanut
single
butter
eclipse
out
season,
of the
or
peanut butter
you get
jar
4
before
a
you
year.
fuck it.
But wait, then how do you get 5?
Yeah, the thing is, the eclipse seasons themselves also drift around the Earth's orbit. So if you start on January 1st and you get an eclipse really, really soon into the year, you can hit like a partial and then another partial. And
This
then as
is
you're
my
moving,
favorite
these
part.
eclipse seasons are shifting.
Rotationary things
So
that you
get
wouldn't
another
believe
one,
are
and another
possible,
one,
but
and
the
you keep
mechanics
going.
add it up.
But the eclipse season
This
has actually
right
already
here,
shifted into
the
December,
idea
and then you get a
of
final one.
this image right here is literally how my ideas work. Okay, well there's this and then this, but then these can add up that makes that. And then if this adds up with that, causes this to do that, and the next thing you know, that happens, and it's like, oh, right? It's like, that is literally how my mind works with ideas. Yo, what's up? What you at? What you doing? What you at? What you got, my man? Going today. Scotty, I have a video for you. Oh, fuck yeah, Relic, let's go. But yeah, so it's just funny that I've been, like, over the last 2 days with this Flat Earth account, which I'm pretty sure is a parody account, right? We've just been, like, trolling each other back and forth using Grok. Because like, the posts are just fucking retarded, right? So it's like, learn some science. And then, literally 10 hours ago, Veritasium does this entire video about solar eclipses, explaining absolutely everything to do with it. So it's like, now I just want to take this video, right? I just want to take this video, and I want to go to this Flat Earth guy, and, like, I just want to, like, see if I can DM him, and I'm just gonna be like, you're welcome. Does this work?
Yeah, the thing is...
Yes, and it takes it to the exact same spot! Oh, man. Okay, no, I had to do that. That is too fucking funny. Because it has to... I just can't believe it's a real... It has to be a parody account, right? It's too stupid to not be. Flat Earthers are just too stupid. But I just thought it was fucking funny. The timing of that, right? Can I message him and say I'm sorry for Scotty reaching? Yes. Do it. Do it. Here's the wait, let me go back. Here's the account. See if you can look at it. Oh wait, no, sorry, not that one. Wait, this is the DMs. Where's the actual no wait, where's the actual account? Okay, no, this one. This one. Sorry, not that one. That's the chat. I don't even know if you can access that, but there you go. It's just fucking funny. Is this it? Wait, hold on. Oh my god, I hate this. It just pause. Okay, hold on. The instant change, that's confidence, bro. Dude, that's confidence. Like, can it just pause? Cause like the demeanor and everything is just like, yes, I'm badass. Oh, I'm not logged. Fucking not logged. Of course I'm not logged in. Probably why I'm not following, because I'm not logged in. But yeah, no, that's badass. Cat. Is that an act? Like, I didn't notice that till the end. Is that an actual cat, or is that a cat statue? It's like perfectly cinematography. Over here, Scotty isn't logged in, fucking loser. Well, I don't know why, because if I just go like TikTok, I should be logged in. Nope, apparently it just kicked me out. So I guess after a certain amount of time, I have to just log back in. Cam Seketbo's evil twin. Who's Cam Seketbo? Oh my god. Seriously? Seriously?
Does my dog know?
Okay, now I'm logged in. Okay.
Excuse his face.
Okay, another one. Yeah, sorry for guys not being on the last couple days, you know, but we're back, we're full, we're good, we got it, we're at it, we do.
You weren't offended earlier about it.
Okay. You lost me with all the transphobic shit.
Oh, funny.
Back kicking out the MAGA people.
Okay.
We're kind of balanced.
Yes, kind of like, you know, you wasn't with it, but then you was with it. It's like you was a girl and now you're a man.
Yeah. Yeah.
It played itself out.
That's great.
I met you right in the motherfucking middle.
The Royce fucking, I don't even know the guy's fucking name, but the NBA shit is so fucking funny for these people because they've been saying all this shit about transphobia and now they're just being actually transphobic.
When you come to a comedy show, there are no rules.
Yeah.
It ain't black, it ain't white, it
Yeah.
ain't male, it ain't female.
It's just you go into a comedy show, expect to be
true equality.
yeah, yeah, exactly, right? You want equality where you're gonna get punched in the face just like everyone else. Okay, deal with it. You going to get slapped in the face, and you don't want to be. You think slapping me slapping you in the face is because you're trans? No, it's because I slap everyone in the face, bitch. You don't get out of it.
It's getting awkward.
I love comedy, dude. I fucking love
You know
comedy.
who I miss right now? Them three Mexicans. How you doing, Mr. Fabulous? I believe in love after love. Uncross your goddamn legs, nigga. That nigga sweetening them up. On them goddamn legs, nigga.
You gotta tuck your balls for
You
that
can't even
shit.
laugh
No, you just gotta have your balls hanging low, and
Laugh to
your
being
legs come
filtered, huh?
over, and then just pinch off your balls. It's like a scissor effect.
Cross your goddamn legs, nigga. I believe in love after love. I'm gonna leave you alone, but I'm gonna you periodically.
Oh man. I mean, if you're standing out like that, you have to expect it, right? Like for me, like I do that on purpose, right? Like I'm the one I'm out there to be like, what the fuck is that? As Relic says, the creature.
Elaine, is it, sweetie? Okay, so that's your son, huh? Does he live at home? Yeah, makes sense. Elaine, are you married, sweetie? You are. Where's the father? He's home.
Oh, he's at home.
See that? You go to see. You're not with his dad. Oh, son. I'm gonna be f***ing your mama. So I just got back from Saudi Arabia. I was doing
Hey man, you gave me the video. You can't expect me to just skip it. I'm waiting.
Dave Chappelle, Kevin Hart,
Kevin Hart, Dave
comedians was
Chappelle,
upset.
doing tons of
Blood money.
yeah.
That them niggas pay. But them motherfucking Middle Eastern dudes, they like Africans. They don't fuck around with their women. Like, you are not coming to the comedy show tonight. You are going to stay home. I will text you the jokes.
Oh, very true. I can tell right now that is exactly how it is. Or is she in control? You tell me right now. I do not know what you say, but it do what I go. Okay? That is not good with me, but I know. Why do you do what you do and you know I don't like it, okay? Stop. Just stop. Go into your own
The person
stuff.
who has sent you this video has one question for you. No bitches? The person who has sent
I
you this
am
video.
the bitch, motherfucker. What you mean? I am the bitch. You see my titties hanging out? Oh fuck. Okay, guys, but no, there is like an actual like interesting thing. So I was watching an Oompa video, and this shit came up, and I've had multiple people like, because we've watched lots of Oompa videos, right? And multiple people, yo, what's up, Tyler? What you got? What you got? What you doing, my man? Welcome. Oh, welcome. How's it going today, good sir? Perfect timing for the big news. So I was wondering, like, is this something I went mad overkill with new PC? Oh shit, Tyler, what are the specs? Dude, what are the specs? Are you running a 2 PC setup now? Like one a streaming PC and like one specifically for streaming and then one for like, you know, the actual stream. But it's like it's not the one that's like running OBS. You're not the computer you're using is not the one that's running the stream. It is just I don't know how to explain. I don't know how to do 2 PC setup. All I know is you need like a capture card or some shit like that. Trade between the 2 PCs. I'm pretty sure like all you need is a capture card, and so you have one PC running OBS with the capture card, and OBS picks up the monitor of the second PC. That would be like I don't know how that, like, because that's what the capture card does, right? Is it's a transference of data. So you connect like an HDMI into one and then into the other, and it can transfer basically between the 2 PCs instead of like, and so like whatever's on the second PC goes to the first PC and basically combines them for like media wise. So one will process it and transfer it. So you could have OBS with the monitors that were connected to the second screen. Pretty sure that's how it works. AMD Ryzen 98X3D. I have a 77 as far as I know. Or a 78 depending on if it's because there's the 77 and 78. One is graphics card, one is CPU. I don't remember. The higher number one is the CPU, the lower number one is the GPU, as far as I know, for me. Cooled by the MSI Mag Core Liquid A13 360mm AIO PC CPU cooler. I don't know if mine has a cooling pack in it. I'm not sure. I think it does. Fuck if I know. My old PC did, but I traded my old PC for that PC down there for my brother-in-law, because that one's more of a convenience than the one that I had, and I didn't need it for much, and it was a higher grade computer mine, so it was... Don't you hate it when you see a plot hole in something you love? Absolutely, Sean. Abso-fucking-lutely. You know what movie I was watching yesterday? Or rewatching, I guess? Gangs of New York? And I was like, isn't it kind of a plot hole that the only reason that Jenny is a like thief at the high end is to introduce like the nobles so they can have like the nobles at the end? But it's like, other than that, there's like no transition in the story between why like you show the nobles. It's like, why would you even have her be a thief like that? Because as soon as that part of the story and her in Amsterdam connect, it's like they just delete that aspect of her character as if it never happened. And I feel like it was almost like worse for the plot to include that. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, and I fucking love Gangs of New York because I fucking love like historical dark reenactments that could be or could not be historically accurate, right? It's historically like accurate within a range for entertainment purposes. It is a movie, but it contains elements of history, right? Like Kingdom of Heaven would be probably another good example of that, right? Or a very good example like Passion of Christ, right? By the grace of gods, until you collect slimes, no big deal, right? Thing is, they evolve based on what they eat. What makes a healing slime? I have no idea, Sean. It sounds interesting. Okay, I got one more video. And then, guys, we have this announcement to make, so I need you guys' like... Because I want to know if you guys are interested in this. Like, I'm still going to do it, but I want to know... Like, I want your feedback on... Uh-oh. He's going to take everyone out, isn't he? Oh, I was hoping it... Oh, wait. You only read 2 things in my PC. Well, yeah, sorry. I'll get back to it, Tyler. Oh, I was hoping everyone was going to go down. That was actually boring, Rug. I was hoping he would hit this guy, then bounce into this guy and tip it a bit. And then, like, he falls off and it tips the weight and the whole thing flips over. Right? MSI B8... Because it's like, Tyler, I don't have any idea what any of this means. Right? I have no fucking idea. So I'm just literally giving you word salad. MSI B850 gaming plus Wi-Fi, DDR5 motherboard, MSI GeForce RTX 5080 Shadow 3X OC, GDDR7 16 gig graphics, 32 gig class V, RGB 60,000 megahertz, DDR5 memory, 2 terabyte. Teams, like, I just literally, I'm like, okay, I need the CPU, GPU, and motherboard. Like, those are the only things that I, like, can actually evaluate. Well, a Ryzen 7 is the best CPU, basically. It is very high-end. Okay. GPU is 5 because that's NVIDIA 5080, right? Because I have a AMD, and AMD is 7700, which is like a 4060, I think is a... I think it's a 4060. Or equivalent to, like, around a 4060. Anyways, I'm going to take a toke, and I want your guys' opinion on this, because I've heard people before say, you know, we've watched Oompaville videos, I love Oompaville, I love conspiracies, I love, you know, authentic creators, I think he's an amazing authentic creator, and, I mean, I've never bought his candy, but, like, I'm not a candy person. But other people have said, oh man, I love Oompa, I buy his candy. So, that will lead directly into this. So while I take this toke, let's just hear what Oompa has to say. Because, like, I'm definitely signing up for this, but it's like, are you guys, like, how interested would you guys actually be in something like this? That's the plot hole. Everything else makes sense. Eat poison plants, you become a poison slime. Eat excrement and trash, you become a scavenger slime. eat blood, become a bloody slime, etc. But healing slime doesn't instantly make sense. Well, why not a healing potion? Did you have them overclock your AMD? It can boost your processor by more than 10%. Can't use that on Intel processors, but AMD is fair game. I don't like the idea of overclocking because I already just like don't treat my stuff well. So I'd rather it have on its lowest possible. You know what I mean? And the fact that like I don't fucking do anything on this PC. Like, I stream on this PC. I sometimes play low graphics games on this PC. Like really and truly, I'm not playing like something like Kingdom Come Deliverance or what's another really big one that I'm remembering of? The fucking medieval one. Why can't I remember it? No, sorry, not medieval one. The Red Dead Redemption. Sorry, I said the medieval one, which is Kingdom Come Deliverance. Red Dead Redemption, or like something like that. Like I'm playing like Path of Exile. I'm playing like, you know, maybe some Rivals. I'm playing StarCraft. Right? Like I play Power World. We're not playing truly intense game, but you know, I'll be playing GTA 6 when it comes out on like lowest settings, basically, right? And I don't care about fucking settings and shit like that. I just want to play the fucking game. I don't even care that much about GTA because I never like. My problem is I never play the game in GTA. I just do my own shit, so I never get past like the 9th mission. So I just run around until I hit like the walls I can't get through. And I'm like, fuck, I have to do this bank robbery heist mission. Well, I guess I'm just quitting the game. Could play Red Dead Redemption 2 on max settings. Nice. Okay, here we go, guys. So what would you guys think about this?
We want to throw the ball in your guys' court with the Squires program. That is essentially an affiliate/ambassador program where you will be able to make content, and if your content sells candy, you will get paid instead of us paying Meta or TikTok or whatever. So if you're a short filmmaker, you do animations, you make cool art, you do stop motion and stuff, if you want to waste your talent on us, maybe for $1 or $2 or more,
stories,
if it does really well, then this is your place. We'll also give you free candy,
which I would give away.
What's there to lose? You get a box of free awesome candy, you make some content,
giveaway,
and you join the Squires program. Once again, for that, go to squires.gg. When you first go there will be 2 buttons, one to get the subscription box and one to make content. The content one will take you to an application. You sign up for the application, you give us your information, and we will review the applicants, and if you've got what it takes, then we'll accept your application. You get a free box of candy.
I mean, I don't get to sell like maybe
with,
2 boxes,
and then you
like
join
2
the
pieces
Squires
of candy.
program. And that
but just
is
like,
a little more
that's not the
complicated,
point,
but also
right?
really awesome. Because if you make content that sells candy, we're gonna have a tournament every single month on the website. The Squires.
It's about being like noticed.
That can sell the most
right?
candy will be at the
so it's
top
about creating
of
a bridge,
and
especially because like
and my
talking
wife,
about this
call me
earlier.
Chris, will review the top 10 Squires for the month in a.
Why is it so damned hard to find sweet candy anymore? Everything is sour. Why? I don't know, Sean. I'm not really a fan of candy either way, so I can't really say. But I am a massive Warheads fan of sour to sweet. But it does destroy your tongue, right? Like I pretty much don't eat candy because I ate so much candy, my tongue would get like raw all the fucking time. Like, I would just, it's literally like just like dumping fucking sour pixie sticks into your mouth. Like, I'd suck a candy dick. Yeah, I'd go for a candy dick. But anyways, what do you guys think? Like, I mean, what would you, like, the main thing is, what would you think of, like, the free candy giveaway? Right? Because I'm not expecting any of you guys to buy any, or it's like, if you did, because I know some people have, and the reason is some people have said that they buy candy from Oompa. So I'm like, if you could buy candy from me, right, and get your candy, why not? That's like a double win, right? And then it's like it puts me on their radar of something, because like I was saying earlier, it's not about anything else other than being noticed, right? I think I'm an authentic creator. I try my best, I do what I can, and I think I have a value to provide in a very specific niche. And I think that niche, no, I'm not afraid of spiders at all, Relic. I would eat a spider. In fact, one of the best delicacies in the Final Fantasy book is Diorite legs. So this is because I love Final Fantasy 11, right? So there's like FFXI Diorite. So yeah, imagine something like this, right? And this thing's like, so like as a human, right? You would go up to like this would go up to like just above your like stomach, maybe. So this thing's maybe like 3 to 4 feet, 3 to 4 feet ish tall, right? Each leg is like, you know, like this long on a joint. So it's like the entire leg is like that long, and they're like freaking like this thick. So imagine like crab legs, but they're diorite legs. And they're like the biggest like delicacy, like basically in the entire world. They are the best food. Because I fucking love spiders. Just saying, but candy dicks is a thing you can buy. Oh, I know, Sean. I've seen like videos of like you can buy like the boobs, the dicks, like the nipples. Like you can buy all kinds of like sexualized types like printout candies, right? Like I know I know some stuff, okay? But anyways, so yeah, I just had a question the other day: are spiders just land crabs, or are crabs spiders that went back into the ocean? That's a very interesting question, Sean. Right? Because it's like, well, we know life originated in the ocean. And this is an actual theory. This is like an actual theory. So like, look at this. Look at this, right? Theory that crab-like things become crabs as a final state. There's a theory of dolphins or wolves that went back into the ocean. That's interesting. That's really interesting, Sean. Carcinization or carcinization. It's the evolutionary process in which non-crab crustaceans independently evolve a crab-like body from broad, flattened carapace, reduced and tucked under abdomen, pelon, often more compact shape suited for walking. It's like the ultimate form is like a crab. It's like evolution is like pushing you towards that because it's like the ultimate thing that's just like it's come to the conclusion that it is in that type of environment. So I'm a huge proponent of things evolving in the ocean and then coming to land. So although I like that idea, Sean, I would highly believe more that like wolves or dolphins that came to land. Like there was some kind of divergence in the species over like, because this is how I assume it happened, right? A place that was abundant in water became scarce in water, and like deep oceans turned into shallow lakes. And then through that slow process, you know, animals started developing things that allowed them to, let's say, walk on the bottom of the water where they couldn't reach the bottom of the ocean. And then eventually they got to the point where the water was so scarce, right? And it's like, that's my idea of how evolution actually happened. I'm going to ask Grok that. Would you say this is among the top likeliest ways that an animal evolved from a sea animal into a land? Yeah, you know, I'm it's gonna say crabization, and I know it's gonna do its whole thing, so I'm just gonna do an entirely new thing. I'm just gonna drop this. Here is the theory. Over millennia, deep oceans become shallower, and let's say something like a dolphin now can touch the bottom, and over time learns to use that a bit, over time evolves from being able to touch around into a new species. Then water gets more of like a lake, and then eventually it's all gone, creating an environment almost amphibian, then fully planned. Let's see what it says about this. Because I'm like, to me, this is basically like, how does everyone not think that that's like the most plausible? Now, it may not be how it happened, but it's just, to me, it's just the most plausible. Like, if you just think about it, yeah, no, that makes sense, right? Versus like an animal, just, no, this is not among, oh, I didn't ask if it was like among what people believe. I was asking what it thought actually happened historically. It's just gonna go into like stuff that's like I'm just thinking like outside of like, because it's basically, yeah, gonna go through like the actual history of it and stuff, but I'm like, that's not what I'm talking about. This is for like creative purposes. I'm not talking about like history. This is for creative purposes for developing life on a planet. So, could this contend as theory in theory, for fuck's sake, in that state? Google says arthropods split before crabs or spiders existed, and each form came from a different tree. Yeah, I definitely believe that, Sean. Yes, for creative world building, it can contend as a workable speculative pathway. You're not bound by Earth's specific history, so a progressive shallowing drawing sequence acting on an aquatic lineage is a legitimate fictional mechanism, provided you treat evolution as gradual selection on variation rather than a scripted transformation. Or speculative biology, start with some pre-adaptation. So yeah, so it's like, so it is valid. Okay. Because it's like one of the hardest things, because it always goes into like when you're trying to do a creative process thing, it's like I just assume that it knows that I'm going through a creative process thing, right? So it's like the reality doesn't matter. It's, can you imagine it? Can you make the reader's suspension of disbelief, right? Like, can you get them to set that aside? That is all you need to be able to do. They know that they're reading fiction. They know that they're being duped. They just have to logically believe that that dupe works in the framework that you're setting up. That is literally your job as a writer, at least in my opinion. Oh wait, I forgot your video there. I'm Patrick in this video, Relic. So yeah, so if you guys are interested, I guess we'll see what happens with the Oompa thing, but I'm definitely gonna sign up for it. And yeah, so if you guys are interested, if that does actually and somehow happen, and I get sent a box of candy, I will be giving out candy as a thing. Just the beginning of that video, not the whole thing. All right, as like a giveaway thing, if you guys are interested in that, right? Oh my god, so quiet. Uh-oh.
Neptune Preserver! How long can she stay like that?
I don't know.
Sandy's a girl?
Wow, Sandy, you sure proved...
Okay, what? Welcome back. Okay, you just missed the most fucking epic moment, and I'm gonna play it again. Okay, I am Patrick in this scenario.
And I don't need this helmet neither.
Neptune Preserver! How long can she stay like that?
I don't know.
Sandy's a girl?
Wow.
I don't even understand. The context is so, like, I know Patrick's stupid, but, like, how would her taking her helmet off and throwing it on the ground make him realize that she was a girl? Is it like, because she's, like, angry or something? Is it, like, something, like, some sort of, like, bullshit to do with, like, how women act or women are bitches? Like, I have no idea what the context is of Patrick, like, making that connection, other than he's just retarded. And, like, I feel like I'm thinking about it too much, and it's just like, no, it's just a funny pun. Don't think about Patrick's character. He's literally retarded. Google debunks the wolf to dolphin theory. No, the species that all dolphins and whales are related to was a hoofed animal. What hooved animal eats meat? Because there's a lot of meat-eating dolphins and whales. True. Because I know, but I'm just saying, like, I'm just wondering what the writers thought in that moment, or wanted the reader to, like, think in that moment, right? Because I'm always trying to do, like, the back and forth thing of, like, what does the creator versus the consumer, like, what is, like, their relationship, right? But yeah, anyway, so if everything goes well and it's we get accepted into the program, we'll have free giveaways for Sour Boy candy. So yeah, I've never had it, but I've wanted to try it, and I've heard people say that it's good. I'm just not a candy person, and I don't spend money, so it's kind of one of those things. But this to me is like a huge kind of opportunity, right, to kind of show myself off in a way that I think is like acceptable, instead of just spamming someone's channel and saying, look how good I am, which is fucking bullshit. It's just like, hey, they have a program you can sign up to. It's like guys, like, for instance, I have considered this over and 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 over again, and there's definitely a possibility. What do you guys think about, like, for instance, me signing up and doing something like applying for something like Streamer University, if they ever do it again or something like that? Because all this bullshit about all these retard fucking people that never stream and stuff like that, I'm like, if this is supposed to get eyes on, like, smaller creators and stuff, I feel I'm at the point now where it's like I have the catalog to be like, yeah. To, like, at least, like, try it. I'm not expecting anything out of it. I'm just like, huh, you know what? It might be an interesting experiment to try to see, like, how far you can get. Because I'm like, you always should be pushing yourself on your boundaries of stuff, right? If you don't do anything, you're never going to get anything. You have the hopes and the expectations. Birchie, in gaming damaged your creativity and productivity, would you give it up? If gaming? No, Birchie. Simply because it is, like, an intrinsic part of, like, my entertainment consumption. Right? It's my interactive entertainment. There's, like, passive interactive or entertainment, like movies, right? Like books, you could say, right? Podcasts, and there's, like, interactive, which would be, like, in this case, like a live stream, or, going outside, interacting with people and stuff, right? Or, like, playing video games, going on, like, Twitter and, like, talking to people and stuff, right? So there's, like, interactive and passive entertainment. And video games are a heavy part of my interactive entertainment. So even if it damaged my brain to play them, I would still play them, right? And I think that's, like, the fun of it, right? Because nobody's perfect, nothing's perfect, and some things are just gonna hurt you more than other things, right? Like, for instance, I would say one of the biggest things you can do for creativity is interact with kids. Yeah. You see how that works? But it's like my niece and my nephew, like, I can, like, tell a random story to my nephew and then have him be like, can you continue the story and tell me on? And he'll just fucking explode with ideas and shit like that. Right? He's stuck on T-Rexes with excavator buckets for arms. That's what he's stuck on right now. It's been like a month. He's still stuck on that. Yeah, I get you. I think it consumes me so much that it ruins my writing. See, Birchie, it depends on how you look at it. So let's break it down then. Why do you think that it ruins your writing? Because in my opinion, it would ruin your writing because you're not looking at things from a all-around 360 research level at all points in times as, like, a direct mindset, right? So you think that playing video games is taking time away from you writing and being creative. Is that, like, the direction of your thoughts? Interacting with kids is so inspiring because their minds are so random instead of an adult's mind that is too ground in the mundane everyday life. Exactly, Sean. They can come up with the craziest shit that you just is unbelievable because they don't understand what they're talking about, and it's just, like, outside of your spectrum, and you're like, I'm gonna steal that and use that. Half of my ideas credited to Zoe and Quinn. Because that's how I used to look at it. Yeah, I play zombies over going to the gym or writing a page. So this is how I thought about it originally with StarCraft. Where I said, I play way too much StarCraft just because I want to get Platinum and I'm only stuck in Diamond 2. StarCraft 2 at this time, right? This is like 2014. And it was a matter of motivation and inspiration. So the way I look at it, Birchie, is I looked at the StarCraft games in the entirely wrong perspective. I looked at them in only the perspective of how can I make myself a better player? What can I do to make myself a better player? What can I learn to make myself a better player? What can I understand that will make me a better player? Not realizing that what is one of the biggest and most important parts of writing is strategy. How do your characters weave into the plot something that is interesting and that causes conflicts? How do you cause random things that don't appear or appear to be random but aren't? How do you connect all of these dots? And to me, that's, okay, well, if I open with a, like, basically super greedy 2-hatch 14 pool, I am gambling losing against, like, these kinds of builds, but because the builds that are being played, I'm normally seeing CC first and Nexus first, and I can't keep up with it if I even go 12 pool and attack because they have a wall. So I'm like, I'm just going to always go double expand, and if I lose to a rush, I lose to a rush. I try to hold, and I just know that they're not in a good economic space either, and I just continue on. So now I look at that and I say, all right, well, how would I look at, let's say, because StarCraft is very unique in this way, right? So this is kind of an odd example, because it includes warfare, it includes economy, it includes environment, it includes units, it includes counters, right? It includes mass, scale, and time. And then there's multiple games that you can play. So, whatever you're doing, there are always elements to it that you are just not looking at. So look at let's take something like zombies, right? I have never really played COD, but if you have watched someone in, let's say, like Modern Warfare 2 get to like zombie level like 105, you know the insane strategies, techniques, knowledge, everything that comes around getting to that fucking maximum point. And if you play like zombies, you probably understand that. So like, what kind of strategies, what gun do you use when, what environment do you want to be on, what, you know, and how do you rotate through that as you move up? Because you're going to do different things to like, and the more that you know, the more you're going to, like if you're a noob, you're not going to save your ammo on level 5 because you're going to need it. But if you're a pro, you can, like, knife to, like, level 25 before you even need to fire your first fucking bullet. Right? So, nothing Scotty talks about is interesting. Don't feed his ego. True. It's absolutely true, Relic. But that's the part of learning, is sometimes the process of learning isn't interesting. I try to make it interesting, but that doesn't mean it is interesting. And it's also like on a one-to-one basis, right? Like I'm talking about my experience with StarCraft, and I'm talking about Birchie's experience with zombies. If Relic doesn't play StarCraft or zombies, how is he going to relate to it? So it's more of a one-on-one discussion than it is anything else. So it's understandable why... I don't know why I didn't have the music on. It's understandable why, outside of that, right, other people are not going to have a good time. You didn't play my video. You're right, Relic, I didn't. But, like, so to me, Birchie, it's a mindset. And... it's in everything that you do. Appreciate your advice, man. No worries, man. And it's like, what I like to do is I like to give universal advice in a scenario, right? Like you said zombies, so I compared that to my experience with StarCraft. And I always try to use like a personal anecdote and an example. Like I was going to say I saw this quote the other day, I don't remember who it is, but it was like the idea of, how do you say this? Like, if I could find my likes, if I could find my damn likes, it's like one of my last couple of likes, but for some reason my likes just disappeared because they don't want me to They don't want me to know what my fucking likes are. I have no fucking idea. I hate Twitter. So fucking stupid. But yeah, I always try to, like, find things that, like, resonate with a personal experience that can give me an example for an anecdote that I could apply to you, so you could see the full scope of it. And it was details. The person let's find out who it is. Hey, who said something along the lines of the one who stops observing fails as a writer. Something like that. Because it's something about the small details. It's all about the small details. If you don't... if a writer stops observing, he is finished. Experience is communicated by small details, intimately observed. Ernest Hemingway. And I always talk about the small details because they are the most important. Because you want to stack small details as a foundation. And then larger details stack upon those smaller details, and eventually you have this massive fucking thing, right? But if you can't get across those smaller ideas to people, they'll get lost in the bigger ideas. And that's like the faraway vista, or the far-off land, or the lores and rumors that make your world feel alive, because it makes you feel like there's more out there. Just like the reason why the world feels so alive is because there's so many stories across all of time, right? I've never traveled, so I couldn't tell the scope of anything, right? I can't comprehend the scope of the planet. So, but I have a friend that's like a crew, he works with cruise lines and stuff. And he's like, his whole family has always gone on cruises. He's traveled the world his entire life, right? So it's like me and him's perspective of the world is completely different on a scale, because he's seen it. He's been to like 42 different countries. I've never left Canada. Alberta is the farthest I've gone. I've never even gone north in BC, right? It's like women who are smart say to their men, you can look, because if you ever stop looking, I can't trust you. Trust what you say about me. Just don't touch. Well, it's the same thing, Sean. It's like, in my opinion, in a society, I think the idea that, like, for instance, like you just said, if you don't trust your spouse enough to be able to appreciate someone else, because you're going to appreciate it's the same thing, like, asking your girlfriend, is Ryan Reynolds hot? Asking your boyfriend, is Margot Robbie hot? Asking your friend, is fucking, you know, Matthew McConaughey hot? Is Leonardo DiCaprio hot? You know, is fucking Sydney Sweeney hot? She's an odd one out because she's like that in between, like, you know what I mean. But, you know, whatever, right? And it's like, well, yeah, you can say that because you can admit that, like, beauty is still exists despite the fact that you love your partner more than anyone. You don't just say, oh no, everyone else is ugly and you're the most attractive person. That's a ridiculous way to look at it. You say, I'm attracted and love you, but yes, I can respect and understand that, like, beauty still exists in other people, and I can say, oh my god, you know, look at that girl, or look at that guy, right? Like a beauty pageant, or just, like, standing somewhere, right? And I think it's like these, like, have you seen these, like, videos of, like, women who see good-looking women reactions? See if we can get some of these videos. Have you seen this shit? Telling your girlfriend that a certain celeb is a sexy woman is just as I was once asking if they think a celeb man is hot. Well, I'm saying, Sean, if you have, and it's the way that you say it, right? Like, I wouldn't, like, for instance, if, like, it's the way that you say it. You can say attractive, but I think the word sexy is, like, reserved for, like, a more intimate level of assessment. Do you know what I mean? But this is just, like, me with the word, just not liking the idea of it as, like, a general expression towards people, of being like, hey, you know, that attractive girl on the beach is sexy. as just a generic thing. I think sexy should be like a higher tier thing that's left for like private intimacy and just like isn't something that's like said in public. I think the word itself has been like dropped to a meaning that it shouldn't be. I think it's a derogatory, like, you know, pejorative in a way. And I don't like the idea that our society uses it. I use it, of course, to societies. I'm just saying, I wish there was, like attractive, beautiful, and, like, something, because sexy is literal sexually. Sexy means I want to fuck you. It has sex in the word, whereas attractive, good-looking, beautiful, don't contain that level of, like, intimacy. Does that make sense? So, like, I'm just against using the word in any non-intimate play in, like, a cultural way. We've been desensitized to the word sexy, and it doesn't have the correct importance. Exactly, Sean. Exactly. So I'm saying I'll use it, and it is what it is because it's part of the culture. But I just think that, like, yeah, we need something else, right? We need to, like, re-examine the language we use in a way, right? I don't know if I can find any of these videos, but it's like, no. But it's like, you know, it's like a woman standing there, and she's, like, super pretty, and she's just like, and then you see in the background, there's, like, some fat bitch who's just like, and just, like, looks, and it's like every girl that goes past is like, ew, look at her. She thinks she's so good looking. Ew. Ew. So, guys, there are kind of two serious notes that I want to talk about today. Fuck, I cannot remember her name. See if there's a post about it. This shit is fucked up, dude. Those titties? Nice. I guess we're just gonna go explore. Is this her? This shit, dude, was fucking crazy. She dead now. Guys, she dead. She fucking died. She died yesterday. Claire Bennett. I literally wrote a story because of Heroes. I wonder if I have it on here. Because of her scene. If you've never seen this, let's see if I can find the scene from Heroes. Damn. Wonder if I can find it on Google. Scene Hero Claire Bennett jumps off water tower and what's it? Is it? I wonder if there's Is this it? Loser didn't play my video. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh no, this is just like a music video. But anyway, she's basically invulnerable. One of the things, she gets her friend to record her jumping off of, like, water tower and basically dying over and over and over again, right? As to, like, see what the limits of her power were. So I wrote a story called Plot Armor. About characters mathematically figuring out what their, like, plot armor was in the story and how far they could push their plot armor to keep them from, like, getting killed in the story. I don't think I have it on here. I probably have it in my, I wonder if it's on here. Plot armor? No, I don't have one. Maybe it's on my phone or on my other PC. But anyways, I wrote a short story about it because of that. It's just so sad to you know. And all the controversy and everything over her being, like, trafficked and, like, all the drugs, everything to do with, like, celebrities, her coming out against Hollywood and, like, the music industry and stuff like that. It's another point on a graph, guys. Died at 36, probably from a drug overdose. That would be my guess. It was just completely natural, and it was just her life is so fucked up that she, you know, she overdosed on drugs. right? I don't think there's anything actually, like, for it. Meat Canyon! Oh my god, I love fucking Meat Canyon. I fucking love Meat Canyon, dude.
Hi, Kitty. Wanted to start this session off by saying thank you for being my top contributor to my OnlyFans. You really are my favorite kitty.
Hello, princess. Is Daddy's angel being a good girl tonight?
Sorry, I just keep hearing things.
God, you make me so hot. Make me act up like an old thirsty hound dog.
Something's definitely in my room.
Don't pay attention to the closet. There's nothing in there.
How did you know that I was looking at my closet?
Scream for me! I pay good money, so scream for me. Like Pocahontas screaming for her white god, John Smith. Pure ecstasy.
I think someone...
I said scream your beautiful song! Just around the riverbed!
Oh my god, there is someone in my closet.
There's no one in here. In there. There's no one in there. It's probably just a ghost.
Are you saying my house is haunted?
Fart in your panties and throw them by your closet.
I don't think I have to fart.
Shit your pants and throw them by your closet. It'll scare away any spooky ghosts.
I don't have to shit.
Just toss the panties.
Fine.
Oh my god. Oh god.
Kitty? Are you in my closet?
No way, baby.
So fucked
too
up.
far away right now.
I know you're in there. Get out of my closet. Oh my god. Kitty?
Hello? Boo.
Get the fuck out of here!
Okay. Are we still on
Why,
for our call
bro?
next week, or?
Why?
Out of here!
Okay, all right. To the spoils go the victor.
I mean, I love Meat Canyon, and this is so fucking good, but like, why?
Hello?
Why?
I want you to fart in your hand and eat it like a sandwich.
Jesus fucking Christ! Jesus fucking Christ! See, this is what I mean by authentic, right? Like, this is exactly what you expect out of fucking Meat Canyon, right? Like, what's so fucked up about it to me, and it's probably because it's like, I don't even know, like, why isn't Kitty and why isn't Mike more, like, fucked up? Right? Why aren't they, like, more... No, but I mean the way that they look, right? Because you know Meat Canyon, like, his thing is, like, fucking them up, right? I feel like he absolutely could have done more, but I feel like he was trying to preserve the original image. And I don't ever feel like I've had that feeling from him before. Do you know what I mean? I mean, it's probably just a creative decision or something, but I'm like, I feel like that was like... He's like, oh man, I can't fuck them up that much. Right? And honestly, I think he's right about that. Because I'm thinking about it and I'm like, it makes it so much, it actually makes it so much creepier and so much weirder that they're like closer to like what they're actually looking like versus what if you had said, you know, what would Meat Canyon's Mike Wazowski look like? And I'm like more Eye of the Beholder. Do you know what I mean? So, like, I feel the creative decision, if this was a creative decision, to maintain a closer preview to the normal Monsters, Inc. look than for the normal Meat Canyon look, because of how the script in and of itself is so fucked up, it represents, like, the internal view of that external expression that you would normally connect from being like, oh, that's obviously that character. I like the theory that Boo is also the witch from Brave, and she ended up in the past looking for Sully, who she never forgot. That's actually crazy. I've never heard of that one, Sean. But you know, like, the whole thing of, like, all, like, the Pixar, Disney, like, they're all technically, if you look into the lore, they're all supposed to be inside of their own worlds. Like, their own, as in, like, the Disney world is one world, like fucking Warner Brothers is one world, right? So it's like, that's why all the characters from those worlds interact with each other, because they're all from the same world, right? Pixar theory is all connected. They're all the Pixar's movies are connected in the same universe. All the Disney stuff is in its own universe, right? They're separate universes, but in and of themselves, they all coexist, and all the ideas warp back around to how it is. So it's like, if that was a creative decision, that's a super intelligent creative decision that actually goes against Meat Canyon's brand, which is why I think it's a very, like, bold decision to make, if it was a creative decision. To say, this script is creepy in and of itself, that I think the normal visualization would almost ruin it, and keeping closer to the original with more of the pervert look than the scary look is definitely, like, the best way to go, right? That is such a intelligent, creative decision, in my opinion, right? I mean, I'm retarded and stuff, but I'm just thinking about it, like, what would it look like if it was like that, and if it wasn't like that? And I'm thinking of, like, what would the impact of it? And I can only imagine it, because that wasn't what it was, so I can't truly experience it. And I can't imagine what he would actually make them look like, but I love Meat Canyon. I've seen tons of shit like it, so I understand the dysmorphic way that he would dramatize the features of the characters, right? Okay. Are we caught up on all the videos and everything? Because there was one second important thing that I wanted to talk about besides that chick dying. Now I can't remember what it was. I'm like, damn it, it was serious. It's like a real thing. I guess we can just move it to the side. I don't fucking know. Maybe it'll come back to me after I talk. We'll find out. 3, 2, 1, talk. Yeah, I cannot remember for the life of me what it had to do with, what we were talking about. Wait, did I miss something here? Hold on. Like, hearing sirens and gunshots all the time, but don't pay attention to them anymore. You're not gonna massive ticket for being got pulled over, else you get caught nearby gunshots. Don't call the correct alarm anymore. Oh. Something about, yeah. That makes sense. I mean, maybe it'll come back to me, but as far as, okay. I mean, does anyone have any beta reading to do? Or, I guess, anything? Because we kind of finalized and rewrote the entire backstory and everything that has to do with the original civilization on the planet that fucked the entire planet up. Because I spent, like, my 2 days off, like, watching Kyle Hill. I do, but I'm trying to get a little bit further. No worries, what? Take your time. You know, we're gonna have a long stream tonight, so whenever you're ready, just say the word. Other than that, you know, we're just gonna do what we normally do until I remember what that serious thing that I was gonna talk about, aside from the fucking chick dying. This is more like, you know, people are throwing it into conspiracy theories and stuff. I don't think it's quite that. It could be, but I think most likely she just probably overdosed from drugs, but... The conspiracy person in me, of course, says, oh no, she was framed, they killed her, all of this. They didn't want her saying shit, they didn't want anything, and all of this. It's like, at this point, just everyone knows, right? Like, in my mind, it's just so disgusting that, like, everyone knows but no one does anything, and that's literally how much of a hold they have on us. And then not realizing that that's what the hold that makes us not do it should make us immediately do it, because that hold is what we should be afraid of, not anything else, right? If they have such a hold on you that you don't want to act, that is when you have to act, because if you don't, then you will never get a chance. Yeah. And this is aside from anything, but it was because I was watching the China show, and there's like all this new kind of thing where it's like now you have to like use an app to like pay or like to get into an apartment complex, right? Instead of like having a card or like having a passcode that like you can tell like your friend, you need to like log into an app, and it's like every single one of them has their own apps, and it's just like the amount of the non-existence of government regulation around this kind of shit is like to the point of, we don't take credit cards anymore, you have to go through our app, and then you have to sign up for the app, and then you have to put money into the app, which, well, it charges you when you put money into the app. It also charges you when you use the money in the app, but unfortunately you can't buy anything from Walmart anymore unless you have this app. And it only lets you put in a certain amount at a certain time, so you have to do multiple transactions, and it's like $4.50 per transaction, and the maximum money you can do per transaction is $25. Like, if Walmart could do that, they would do that. They just don't think that they can yet. And in my opinion, if they did it tomorrow, people would just accept it. Like, there'd be huge uproar for like 3 months, 4 months. It wouldn't change anything, though. There'd be no legislation, no changes. Because it'd be like, well, if you don't want to buy from Walmart, well, you don't have to. And then people will say, oh, well, we're not going to buy from Walmart. And then after like a month, people are just going to get so annoyed at the inconvenience that they're just going to do it. And, like, other than, like, is there any argument, like, against it that is, like, provable by any action that's been taken, right? That's, like, my question. And the closest one is, like, oh, well, BMW tried the heated seats things. Well, it's like, yeah, but what if every single car company did it? And you didn't have a choice in what you bought? The problem is they haven't coordinated together yet to just have it. And then everyone's like, well, I won't buy it. And it's like, well, now you just can't buy a car. And then everyone will just accept it. And in 10 years, it'll be like, yeah, okay, well, so you got into a crash because you didn't pay for your brakes this month? So that's your fault for actually not having the brake payment, so the brake function in your car didn't work. It's your responsibility to make sure that you have all of your payments covered when it comes to the functionality of your car. It is not the responsibility of the manufacturer or the producer of the car for them to have any agency or there's a word for it. There's a law word for it. For, like, attribution of, like, guilt in a case. Fuck. It's not liable. It's something else. Liable is just the percentage of the overall outcome, not the presentation of the evidence to create that outcome. It's not aggregate. I think it starts with an A. But basically, in 50 years, I don't imagine, like, that's the way I imagine the world. Because I think people are just being slowly boiled alive, and they think they're fighting back, and they think they're standing up for stuff. But they're not. And especially when it's like the people that are standing up for it, let's say in 40 years, like us, 40, 50 years, when we're like 80 or 90 and we're dying off. Right? All of these people, the only world they will have ever known is a world where they have to pay for every breath they take, literally. And it's gonna be like In Time or some shit like that, right? And it's like, the unfortunate reality is, like, I rack my mind for a way that won't happen, and I can't find a way, because I'm like, at what point in time will people stand up? Well, if they're not standing up now, then they're never gonna stand up. The only way they're gonna stand up is, like, when it's literally, like, I don't know, 90% of the population is homeless? Because, like, we just didn't have any way to, like, make the economy for when AI comes in 50 years, and there's literally nothing for anyone to do, but there's, like, no social, like, benefits. Right? And it's like, oh. And again, that is the verge of the end of the civilization, right? And it's like, that's where it's like, it's a in a way a breakaway civilization, because you're just slowly killing off the lower ends of society. Like, look at for instance the way that the world is now. You have us communicating across the globe on the internet in first world countries, and there are places in the world where they don't know what the wheel is, and they just eat people because they don't know it's bad. Like, now extrapolate that gap to, like, the poor in the first world country and, like, the new age of technology people that are literally, like, the Epstein class, or whatever you want to say. The Illuminati, right? Whatever you want to call it. 3, 2, 1, toke. So at some point, and here's the relevance with it, at some point it comes to a crossroads, in my opinion. And in Stoner Girl Evolution, that crossroad is basically a eugenic genius, like, them cleansing the rest of the world. So, like, all the most intelligent, wealthy, you know, educated, important people, kind of just wipe out all, or like, they set them aside to a point where they eventually wipe themselves out, right? Like, we just have this, like, it's kind of like an interesting thing. So, I don't like making this comparison, because it's fucked up. But guys, Australia was where we sent our worst prisoners. And Australia is a thriving country. So even the worst of our criminals, their progeny can create a society that's like a first world country. You can make arguments for second world, first world country. But these countries in Africa that are like up to like hundreds, if not thousands of years old, can't. So, again, this is completely fictional because I'm not advocating for this, but I'm saying, you know, I'm a scientific person, the real world is scientific, and everyone knows life is a spectrum. So, the breakaway civilization just goes, okay, well, all we gotta do is keep the brightest and the most intelligent and the most up-to-date and the most accurate at the top of society, and we just make this kind of like cut-off, split away, where we just say, okay, you guys can go over there and do your own thing, right? They'll never be able to build boats, right? Dude, they're never gonna have the wheel, okay? And this isn't like a... Because in my opinion, most people would look at this and say, oh, this is a race thing. No. You can take the dumbest, most retarded trailer trash white people, and they're the exact same. They're the exact fucking same. It is an intelligence cue, not a racial thing. It's like the female thing, where on a scale on average, women are, like, technically more intelligent than men, but only because women have a higher potential to be more intelligent. But they also have an ability to be more stupid. So, like, the lowest recorded, okay, so, like, what is the difference between the lowest recorded male and female IQ versus the highest recorded male and female IQ? Scotty, are you done with Pal World? No, Relic, I was just wondering if you want to play it, you can just ask me. I just, like, didn't have the PC on, I was kind of in my own world and stuff, but yeah, if you want me to turn it back on, I can turn it back on. I'm just kind of, like, doing other stuff. I haven't really played it. No reliable, official, recognizable pair of lowest male, females, lowest recorded. Okay, so it's like, no, I'm rather bored with it. Okay. So yeah, if you ever do want me to just boot it up, just let me know and we can hop back on. But other than that, yeah, I'm just, you know, we're waiting for an update, right? I mean, I'll just hop on sometimes and just, like, do some breeding, but that's basically what I'm at. Sexes are very close, differentiated by only a few points and less than the representative males. Yeah, okay, so that kind of doesn't really work because it's not working within the framework of, like, the context I'm trying to present. Because it's, like, obviously recorded using, like, records of people that have mental issues and stuff, not, like, averages, right? Until another content drop comes out. I don't think I'm gonna be playing. Grinding gets old. Yeah, and, I mean, that's the nature of the game, Relic. Right? You play it, you finish it, you move on. And, like, I hate this idea that that's a bad thing. No, you had fun, it was amazing, and you're gonna go back when there's new stuff. I mean, I left it on, but I basically played it for, like, 200 to 300 hours of, like, actual gameplay, despite having, like, 800 hours on it now because I left it on. Well, I fucking did play 200 to 300 hours. The only reason I'm not as OP is because I'm like SSF, I don't look anything up, I don't really care about progression. I just want to have fun. So I'm just playing the game out, right? So it's like, I'll just go around and just fucking shoot stuff for no reason. And just, like, pull around, like, take 6 fucking lift monks with me and just keep using their specials in rotation. So I always have fucking something on my head. And to conserve ammo, I'll use the charge thing. So I do charges, but I never actually fire. And it's only ever the lift monk. So I can have 1 ammo on the charge rifle, and I can just have the lift monk kill everything for me, and I just have them in rotation. It's fucking fun, but, like, there's no other purpose into it in, like, GTA, going around stealing a car and shooting a bunch of people, right? Like, other than, like, oh, I'm, like, slowly getting to level 80. Which, I mean, it's fun, but yeah, no, we've had our fun and we're gonna move on. It's fucking great. But anyway, so the female, male IQ and stuff like that, right? How you have the differentials of it doesn't really matter, but it is like a thing. If you take like these kinds of people and separate and segregate them, right? Some will be successful and some won't. So this comes to like the breakaway society of like slowly over time, right? Those retarded people just kind of kill themselves, and the people that are like super smart that have segregated themselves, they actually like prosper, right? And then they evolve like technology, and then it's like eventually throughout this like period of time, right, those other people get incorporated back into society because like society is at a point where it can just fully help them. Like each one of those people can have their own personal assistant, like bio nanotech AI bot that, like, you know, they try to do something they're not supposed to do. It just literally like encases them so they can't move. Right? And it's like, it tries to explain them why they can't do what they do. And it's literally just every person has one of these. So, you know, if you get some retard who's trying to do something stupid, it's just like, nah! Okay, sir. I understand that you might be angry at what you think that person did. But I can tell from your heart rate and the fact that you're fighting right now that you're not calm. So we're just gonna wait however long it takes for you to calm down. Maybe I can sing you a lullaby or something like that. And we'll just kind of sit here and, you know, maybe somebody can come by and help out if you want some help or something. But, that's not how we act in our society. So, you know, here, let's go through some etiquette and some response factors, right? So it's like, these people are allowed back into society because there's basically no way for them to, like, affect society. And this comes into the idea of the neurochip, because inside of techno, you have to have the neurochip or you cannot be a part of the, you can't even be allowed inside of the city because you won't be connected to the AI that, like, controls the city, and that'll cause, like, human outside factors that it can't predict that, basically it doesn't want to have to deal with. But because, like, they're not at the level of technology in the current story in techno where it is, that they, once they remove it, they can't, like, take it out, they can't, like, turn it off, like, if you get it removed, you can't have it back in, right? And having people outside of the city causes, like, disruptions, and the technology at that point is just, like, it's not meant for that, right? And it's, like, spies and stuff, so they're like, if you leave the city, you have to take it out. So it's like, you can come in, but once you come in and you leave, you can't come back. And if you're here, once you leave, you can't come back. So it's kind of an incentive, and in reality, like, this is, like, an actual thing. It's not like some plot hole in the story where it's like, oh, they're just saying that so they can't have people back. No, it's like an invasive, like, brain surgery that is, like, actually super dangerous, because, like, 0.0001% of people, so every 100,000 people that do it die. So at least I think that's right. It's supposed to be 100,000, which is super low, but that's still a scary number. If you actually look at medical statistics, that's like a pretty, like a 1 in 100K chance of dying during a medical procedure would be considered dangerous, correct? Like, you want like 1 in 4 million, right? I don't know what the actual number is, so let's find out. What is the actual statistical number for an actual, like, qualification of a, like, non-dangerous qualification? No, a 1 in 100,000 chance of dying during a medical procedure is generally not considered dangerous. It falls into the very low or really? Okay. Standard medical risk communication scales and is typical of highly safe in interventions like modern general aesthetics. So high, more than 100, moderate, 1,000 to low, 10,000, very low, 10,000, minimal, million, negligible, or this is 1 million, and then this is 1 million above. Okay. So maybe to have this procedure extremely dangerous, 1 in 10 people have to die. But that makes it kind of more of a relevant plot thing if it's that many. But you know what they say, don't add in the details and no one can scrutinize you, right? Don't put in hard numbers, just give the idea of an impression of, you know, what it is. So it's considered an extremely high risk procedure to remove it. Not to put it in, but to remove it. No, see, that doesn't work either. It has to be able to be put in easily and removed easily. How would it possibly be that it can't be put back in again? Maybe because it does some sort of invasive thing that if you do it again, it fucks your brain up. Okay, so let's go through this. Because again, it's just like we're just idea crafting here and trying to figure out what would be a logical thing of suspension of disbelief for this, right? So is it logical... So, like, because I don't know anything about, like, the brain or anything, but I would assume. Okay, so, the idea is that having a brain chip put in, mandatory to be part of techno, even entering city requires possibly a less invasive one. I'm not even gonna, you know what, I'm not even gonna mention that because I'm just, that's gonna cause even more problems with it. Let's just keep it super simple. Entering the city requires the chip. If you leave, it has to be taken out. But where I am stumped is I don't know enough about brain anatomy to properly create a case of suspension of disbelief for the readers in this scenario. So I was thinking, because you cannot have it put back in a second time, it is super dangerous. My thought is, the first time it is put in, it does minor damage that is not noticeable, but it's on the verge, so a second one implant could cause damages due to scar tissue from the original. Doesn't need to be detailed, but enough that it encompasses logic and basic brain understanding and brain repair and scar tissue, as scar tissue on the brain is, as far as I know, very different than normal scarring because of how it can affect brain function. This viable like, I don't know how brain scarring works, but I'm pretty sure brain scarring would be like your basic premise that would catch people being like, oh yeah, that makes sense. If like you go in the first time and the first time's fine because your brain heals, but then you go in a second time and now you're fucking with like the tissue, it's like your brain responds differently because of it. Yes, this is valid, improves solid suspension of disbelief. It aligns with real basic brain biology without needing deep technical detail. You can keep explanations high level while grounding them in how the brain actually responds to injury and implants. Solid. Okay, so we solved the issue. Totally makes sense. The adult brain does not heal like skin, muscle, or most, and we're learning, right? Other tissues. Neurons have extremely limited regenerative capacity. Once damaged or lost in significant numbers, they are not readily replaced. Instead, supporting cells called glia, mainly astrocytes, astrocytes, I don't know, and microglia react strongly, form a glial scar. And it's like, I like having like the smallest, tiniest bit of vocabulary data, because if you can present to someone that you can use the vocabulary inside of that space, it gives them the hint that you understand of what you're talking about. And the example I like to give is like when a mechanic talks to a mechanic, he's going to use completely different language than a writer does talking to a writer. A writer talked to a mechanic and a mechanic talked to a writer, the way a writer talked to a writer and a mechanic talked to a mechanic, they wouldn't understand each other, because like one would be talking about like parts of the car as analogies, and the other one would be talking about like idea construction and like formulaic creativity and like storytelling like structures, right? As like analogies for like everyday life and interaction, right? So it's just like the way that you use words has a commonality and a specificity, right? And having that like as a back and forth between your characters, and having each character have their own specific set of knowledge that they know like a lot about, a little about, and like a medium a bit about, and none about, is like really important for like those things that are super small, the small details, that make it seem like your character has more to them. Right? Because then, like, well, if they do this, and then the reader starts going, and as long as you can continue the continuity of passing that along, then I think it comes to a point where it's like, oh man, you have, like, completely gone past whatever the boundaries of the box were in your mind, right? And it's like an entirely new spectrum of now the things that like a myth or a legend, right? When you hear one myth or one legend from one area, you go, well, there has to be more myths and more legends, and then you're in your own head creating and filling in those gaps. And the greatest world builders, including, like, as far as I'm concerned, Lord of the Rings, right, is because, like, yes, there's, like, a lot of nuance, just like me, where it's like you can go down to the grit and the bones, but you don't need to know that to enjoy the story. Whereas, like, I feel, and I think this is more, like, I don't know, because I'm not in the space, but I feel this is more of a gatekeeping thing. Anyone who's into Warhammer 40k, can you just, like, jump into a story in a section of Warhammer 40k and just enjoy it? The way that, like, you could just jump into the Lord of the Rings without having any foreknowledge of, like, Tolkien's world or Middle-earth or any backstory or anything. Just jump into it, enjoy it, and just walk away. Right? Because it has enough of it that it picks it up on the surface, and enough depth for anyone who wants to search. But the search isn't required to enjoy the entirety of the content, right? So at this point, you've got an ocean that someone, like, is able to swim in as if it's a swimming pool. Because there's, like, a significant difference between that, right? And the way that you can make someone imagine things is reason why I hate the idea of, like, there's canon. I don't like the idea of canon. Right? I want to rephrase that. Okay, there is the what the author intended. Okay? Right? But in my opinion, let's call what the author intended canon. Right? But just because that's what the author intended doesn't mean someone can't get something else out of the story. Maybe even an entire side of the story that the author didn't even realize they put in. And to call that, like, not viable because of this obsession with canon and, like, some sort of attack on fan fiction, I think is just the wrong way to approach the writer-reader, like, entertainment consumer, like, ecosystem. It is a constant back and forth, cat and mouse game, right? And I think, you know, like, at some point, either the mouse got too fast or the cat, you know, got too fast. It's like, it ain't a cat and mouse game anymore. Mouse got too fat, couldn't get away. Cat got too fat, can't chase the mice no more, right? And it's kind of just scaled out of control to a point now where literally it's like a war against fanfic in some ways. And it's like some creators are just like, I don't care what you do with my work. And some creators are like, how dare you interpret it in the wrong way? And I mean, what's the big news, big boy? The Resident Badass. Yo, what's up? So, the big news. Would you be interested in this? I'm gonna do it either way, but I just want to get people's ideas for it. Sorry, I haven't been around much. I still have legal trouble because my stupid family. So, shaking my head. It's okay, man. Never feel, you know, you have to do you first, right? You have to take care of yourself. If you don't take care of yourself, you're not going to be able to, you know, have the opportunity to just waste your time here, right? So make sure you take care of yourself. And that's me being selfish, because I'm like, if you don't take care of yourself, then I'm not going to have you as a viewer. But anyways, yeah, sorry about that. It's unfortunate, you know, world sucks, but I'm glad you're pulling through, and, you know, hopefully everything gets resolved, but here we go.
Your content sells candy, you will get
Okay,
paid. That is essentially an affiliate slash ambassador program where you will be able to make content, and if your content sells candy, you will get paid instead of us paying Meta or TikTok or...
And it's like, I don't care about the money, I don't care about the getting paid, right? Like, if they accepted me, I would even say, like, don't pay me. Like, I don't need the money. I just, like, I want... For me, this is like I think I've built up enough content. I think Oopaville is an authentic creator. I think the space is losing authentic creators. And I can't be the one to say this because it's my content, but I can still think it. I think I'm a diamond in the rough. And I think all I need is for the right person to get their eye on me for my niche, right? And it's like, the writing niche is definitely something that's, like, very small, but it's an up-and-coming thing. If you know how Audible is doing and everything about, like, Audible content, and, like, I've been talking about this with people that can't, like, if you drive Uber 16 hours a day, you're listening to podcasts, and you're listening to YouTube, and, like, now it's like audiobooks and stuff, right? So it's like you're running out of podcasts. You've watched every episode of Joe Rogan, now you're doing audiobooks, right? So it's like, I think in 5 years, because of the way the economy's going, people won't be able to consume as much visual medium, so it'll be more audio medium. So I actually think, like, storytelling and stuff like that is coming back in a big way, right? So I'm preparing for that. So I think, in a way of having an authentic creator look at my content and say, despite the fact, for instance, I barely have any viewers. I love you guys. We have an amazing fucking community. But, you know, looking from someone who has millions of viewers, we don't exist, right? And Twitch is just a terrible platform for us growing. I haven't really done anything with YouTube since March, right? And I mean, I think we were gaining momentum with the Diablo videos. I got 900 views on one video. I was getting like 2K on shorts, right? It just, unfortunately, life circumstances, I had to pull back the amount of content that I was doing. and I'm still streaming like 9 hours every day as much as I fucking can, right? So I think like looking at that backlog of stuff and saying like we need more authentic creators, putting a like having the evaluation of someone as a third party being like, hey, I think this is a diamond in the rough, right?
Whatever. So if you're a short filmmaker, you do animations, you make cool art, you do stop motion and stuff, if you want to waste your talent on us, maybe for $1 or $2, or
Ooh,
more,
I gotta do
if
a
it
good
does
stopping
really well,
point.
then
Fuck
this
yeah, what?
is your place. We'll also give you free candy. So
Which is like, again, I don't care about the candy, I don't eat candy, but if I did get the free candy, I would do like a candy giveaway as like a promotional thing for the free candy like every month. So would you guys be like interested in something like that? I mean, I'm gonna sign up and do it regardless, but I know people have said we've watched a lot of Oompa videos. I fucking love Oompa. And, you know, people have said they've bought his candy. I've always wanted to try it. I'm just not really a candy person, right? So, no, he has a candy company called Sour Boys that, like, sells candy. And this is, like, a promotion because this whole video is about he spent a bunch of money on ad services for Google Ads. And apparently there was an AI ad that replaced his ads because basically he has like 5 different ad videos that he created, gave to Google and said, here, take my money and distribute these to people. But then Google was like, took some sort of AI weird mistake thing. I don't know. But it turned into him wanting to like show this thing where instead of relying on these ad revenues through Twitter and like YouTube and other stuff, he wants to do a more community-based, if you're a creator out there, you know, you can make ads for me. And I'm like, well, that's just for me, for instance, right? That's getting a huge view on me from a big creator, where I consider my content's at a level where all I need is for the niche that I'm in, someone to realize that it's an up-and-coming thing, and to, like, you know, I feel like at this point I've pretty much proven that it's like I'm serious about what I'm doing, right? I just want to write and have fun and create content, and I think that can create an audience. The problem is Twitch is just not a place to grow, right? And I'm just not putting the effort into that because my main effort is writing a book. All of the internet stuff is just like extra aside from that as like motivation to like put everything in order. But at the end of the day, it's all about the book, right? But just having something like this, I think, is really cool, right? Because I'm always looking for, like, you know, breakaway avenues and stuff like that, right? I've actually contacted a lot of different YouTubers and Twitch streamers and stuff like that, right? But it's like, we're talking people that are, like, very, very small, right? And I've, like, collaborated with a couple of people on, like, the horrors channels when I was doing, like, Blue Horror Stories, right? Where we'd like exchange stories and stuff like that. So they put up one of my videos, I put up one of their videos, right? Kind of stuff like that. Or doing like interviews and stuff like that. So it's like, I love the idea of like the community interactive stuff. And having someone I consider like, you know, an authentic creator in a space that's not exactly authentic and fucking retarded. I think this is a huge opportunity specifically for me. And again, you have to be selfish and know when to, like, exert your stuff, right? This is I'm only I only take action when it benefits everyone, but I'm always, I will take the selfish action, right? Like, I'm doing this for me, do not mistake it, right? This is a ploy for me to be like, hey, big creator guy with 5 million, look at me, I big creator on small space, I make good stuff, you see? Yes, me good, give me, like, audience. Right? Right? It's like, that's the... I sent it to the Discord. Alright, sounds good, what? That's like the, you know, thing about it. And writing is a huge thing, because think about this. Writing translates directly to this kind of medium. You need writers, right? Like, I think I'm a pretty loose, funny, like, open person that can make, like, really good, like, offshoot jokes, right? Like, for instance... if given the opportunity, let's say if Simon Whistler had like a thing where he's like, send me your script and I'll turn it into a video if you win this competition, right? I think I could make a script that Simon would be like, damn, is this like actually one of my writers that got mixed in here? Because I've basically watched every single one of his videos across like every single one of his channels. I know exactly how he does stuff, what kind of topics, the type of research that goes into it. Same thing with like Mr. Ballin or something like that, right? So it's like, you just have to know when to find those opportunities, and watching this video, I was like, this is the opportunity. Let's go for it. Let's see what the community thinks about it. Just for like a feedback thing, not a, I'm not gonna do it if you guys don't like it. It's just, what would you think about, you know, getting a free bag of candy? This would, if this would happen, this would essentially be the idea of my first partner, right? This is the chapter you were looking for when you first read the story. All right, sounds good. What? Fuck yeah, let's do it.
Start or lose, you get a box of free awesome candy, and you make some content, and you join the Squires program. Once again, for that, go to squires.gg. When you first go there, there will be 2 buttons, one to get the subscription box and one to make content. The content one will take you to an application. You sign up for the application, you give us your information, and we will review the applicants, and if you've got what it takes, then we'll accept your application. You get a free box of candy to make content with, and then you join the Squires program. And that is a little more complicated, but also really awesome. Because if you
they're gonna have like a ton of stuff to do with it, but just the idea of like having the ability to have an outreach, to have a partnership with someone, even on the grounds of something so small. Because I'm like, I would assume that over my lifetime, I would sell 4 bags of candy. But here's also an interesting take. What? I don't know if my brother knows about Oompaville, and I don't know if my brother knows about this. My brother has an extreme sweet tooth. You know? Yeah. You could start there, right? We have options, right? So I'm like, that was my first thought was, dude, I could just sell them to Rob. He'll find, he bought a slushy machine, right? He's been making like monster, like, I don't even know what it is, what the other thing is. It's like monster flavored like milkshakes, but it's not vanilla flavored. It's like a flavorless mix that you can like put in that basically makes like the consistency of whatever flavor you put in it into like slushy or like milkshake like consistency, right? So he basically has like a monster slushy milkshake thing. It's fucking delicious. Hardly eat candy anymore. Most of my sugar intake comes from sodas. See, I barely drink soda. My mom's like, I'm gonna buy more soda, and now I've been drinking soda, and over the last like 2 weeks, I've accumulated yeah, an entire, like, there has to be at least 20 cans in there. So I drank the entire bottle of Coke Zero, or the entire 12-pack of Coke Zero, because no one else would drink it, because my only Coke Zero was the only thing left, because it's summer, and everything's gone during the summer, and it was a specific, like, event going on with a rodeo, so it was, like, expected that they were kind of out. And it was, like, a shipping period thing. You know how it is. I worked at Walmart. I know how that stuff adds up. But anyways, it's just, like, I haven't drank soda in forever, and then it's like, I'm gonna rot my teeth out, because it's just downstairs, so I just drink it. So I've limited myself to 1 a day instead of 4 a day. No more 4 or 5 a day. Be like, oh, well, I only had 4 Cokes, so I'll drink a ginger ale. And I'm like, why is my stomach hurt? Why is my throat hurt? Well, it's because you're drinking all this fucking sugar that you don't normally drink, because you normally just drink water, you fucking idiot. God damn, what a retard. Oh, shit, I need a toke after that. By the way, what? I actually need to turn this into something. I'm gonna go back here and I'm gonna look at this, and I need to like bookmark this. I need to download this, and I need this to be turned into some sort of thing. Now that I'm thinking about it, Relic, because actually this is so retardedly good that I actually can't get away from it. I don't know why I didn't, but we have to do this. So Relic sent me this. And we're gonna turn this tiny little piece here into a fucking okay, what's the okay, let's just turn it up a bit more just so we have it. It's 2:19:45, so 2:20 in the thing, and this is gonna be like, we're gonna turn this into like a sound bite for like subscribing or gifting or something. Are you guys ready for this shit?
Helmet neither.
Okay, I need to go back to the beginning though, because we need to get like the full audio of it. Okay.
And I don't need this helmet neither.
Neptune Preserver! How long can she stay like that?
I don't know.
Sandy's a girl?
Wow.
I'm Patrick, by the way. I'm just like, yeah, no, 100%. Someone just like something completely unrelated, and I'm just like, wait, you're the. It's like, first of all, how did you not know that? Second of all, how does me taking my helmet off? I'm like, is this like a throw at like women being bitches or something? I thought it was just so funny. I'm like, I have to take that and put that into like a fucking thing. So I'm just literally opening Notepad, and I have this like, oh, it's not open. Let me see if I can open it. Open a recent stream topic. Is it on here? Yes, like this is like ideas and stuff like that. So Patrick response TikTok clip. What's the date? 17th, so 2026, so 8/17 stream at 2 hours and 20. There. Now I have it saved, so I know to go back and look at that whenever. Yeah. But yeah, no, that'd be so fun. I think it needs to replace the no touch football one, because I'm like, that one's a little weak. The whole point of that one was because no one ever. I never expected in my entire career ever to have anyone gift me anything, because why would you do that? But people just like troll do it, and I think it's fucking hilarious. So I want to have like an actual good, because I've been thinking like, what can I have as like an actual good thing that responds to other people that's not just Venture Brothers, that's like me? What can I do something that's like more, like I feel like the Venture Brothers is like an inside joke community thing, so that's more like subbing, right? Because like that's you joining it, and we have like the wings, and there's a whole lore behind it. But like for donating and like gifting and stuff like that, you know, and for the follow, for instance, we had Smokey, like with the, 700 septillion. So, having something like that for like the donations would just, I don't know. I think it'd be fucking funny and more relatable in like a standard to everyone. So it's like when Smokey donates 1 bit, everyone can have a great laugh at it. And Smokey donating 1 bit doesn't have like a connotation that's only inside of the community, where it's like, if you understand Venture Brothers, you'll understand that clip. But now it's like more of a universal thing, and SpongeBob is such a massively universal thing. And like changing the clip to having like my name above like Patrick to like indicate like that's me, because that's how retarded I am, because I'm fucking Patrick, just to me is like, that is the perfect like donation clip. Especially because like the whole point of like donating 1 bit is just to be retarded and to troll, right? So it's like, I think that clip fits it fucking perfectly, the same way Smokey's clip fits the follow like in atmosphere in a way, right? It's really quick. It's nothing you really have to like pay attention to, and it's nothing really specific, so you're just like, oh, well, what's that? It's interesting, right? And it's fucking funny. And you're just like, oh, what happened there? How does that have to do with the stream, right? And it's like, you tell Smokey and AI and the lore about Smokey being a homeless person, Smokey's story. It's like, it's a way to get someone into the lore of the stream. Whereas like the subscription, having your wings, is like, well, you already know the lore of the stream because you're generally a part of the community before you subscribe. At least, like, I would assume you would want to get to know the stream before you spent the money on it, but I mean, that's just me, right? And then for like gifting and donating, you would have a widespread one that people inside of the community could spread to people outside of the community to show what the community like represents and what it's like. And I think that clip is like the most universal representation of what this stream is and what I am. 100%. So I'm almost like, should I just do it now? But I don't know if I like, can I do it live? I don't know. Fuck it, right? Who knows? I'm like, I want to do it live because I want to have Smokey come in and just do one bit and then have this be like, wait, what the fuck? That's a new thing. But I'm like, can you do it live? Like, will it update live? Or do you have to be like offline to like do all the widget stuff? Do I have to like go in and get like a thing? Or is it like automatically attached to my alerts? I fucking have no idea how this shit works. 3, 2, 1, talk! Alright, well, I guess you're up. What? Are you ready? Because I don't think we got anything else. I can't remember. There was another important thing I was going to talk about, but I don't remember what it was. It was, like, kind of serious in a way. Because, like, we were talking about the death of Hayden. I can't pronounce her last name, P. The chick who just died, who played in Heroes. Which got me, like, kind of all fucked up, because I've actually, like, heard her story, like, way back in the day. Like, before she even, like, I think even before she was in Heroes, she had, like, a bunch of stuff about, like, her mom. Her mom was basically tier. Yeah. Her mom apparently was, like, basically, like, a Ghislaine Maxwell. Like, her mom, like, apparently trafficked her, and, like, got her into drugs, like... it was it her or someone else? I don't know if it was her or someone else, but I saw a quote from someone that said, the reason I didn't get this role when I was 16 was because the director said that I was unfuckable. I don't know, her brother died 3 years ago. I don't know what. I would just assume that she's had a rough life from Hollywood, and she probably just overdosed on drugs. Like, that would be, like, my, like, most reasonable. But then you put on the tinfoil hat, right? And you have some fun with it. Not demeaning her death in any way. I'm just saying, like, I don't want to say the possibility that she was assassinated, quote unquote, or was stopped from saying something by the cabal. Because we know that's, like, stuff that actually happens if you have actually looked into the background of anything, right? You kind of know anything, and it's like, well, I mean, 27 points on a graph, dude. Her parents have now lost both their children. And that's really unfortunate, and I don't know anything about her dad, but all I've heard is that she hates her mom, and her mom was, like, a piece of shit. And she has, like, a terrible relationship with her family. But I have no idea, and I don't want to put that on if that's not true. Right? I don't keep up with celebrity gossip. So I wouldn't state any stake on anything I say. It's just like videos that I believe, and this is like fucking... Heroes was what, 2000? Dude, Heroes was from when I was in high school. Heroes was like 2008 to like 2011. It's like, I don't ever think I watched the last season, but like, it did start to fall apart at the end, right? The whole Adam thing, the whole like connection between Hero, like him being Carp, and like Adam's immortality and like the past and everything. The actual nuke that Hero sees, right? His ability to control time and everything like that. Like, I think the show was more successful than the writers expected. And like when they were like, and it's kind of a this is what I hate about the idea. It's like a greedy thing. It's like, okay, we have a series. We have the ending to it. It's 3 seasons. Yeah, but let's make it 8. Yeah, but like we only have like a story that like makes sense if we have 3 seasons. Yeah, but we're gonna make it 8 seasons. Well, what if the story doesn't make sense? Oh, it doesn't matter. We're going to make a ton of money off of it. Just do the 3 seasons of the story and then be like, you guys came up with an awesome story. Let's do a new thing. Makes it weird when you see that her last interview was her time about Hollywood and how she's been sober and the trouble was for her to overcome addiction, and out of the blue, she's supposedly OD. Yeah, that's why I brought this up on Twitter, right? Like, if you put her name in here, right? Like, we just put it in. Every single thing that comes up is this interview. It's not a meme. Well, last time we looked it up, it was literally 5 of the interviews. Oh, there's another one, right? And it's just like different people posting this interview. This exact same clip in like differing ways, right? Of her talking about it. It's really fucking weird. Yup. So, when, let's say, in 15 years from now, guys, when Tyler Oliveira, Nick Shirley, Reckless Ben, I guess we go say as far as, say, like, Asmund, Charlie, maybe Hassan, and, like, all these people are just dead. It's like, how much is, like, not a coincidence? Right? Like, how much events within a certain time is, like, scientifically, like, not a coincidence? Kurt Cobain, I mean, Elvis, Tupac. Like, the fucked up thing, what is every famous name? Not just, and I don't, like, okay, like, is there any famous name that was extremely outspoken about the industry they were in and spent their lives trying to expose things about it? Have there ever been one of those people to live to a natural death? This is an interesting thing. And specifically, people that spent their lives fighting against the system. So has anyone who has fought against the system died of natural causes at like a ripe old age of spending their entire lives? Several well-known whistleblowers and industry critics lived long lives and died of natural causes or are still alive at old age. Daniel Ellsberg, Ralph Nader. I mean, you could say Bob Lazar, right? Jeffrey Wigand. Okay. Okay, now let's shift specifically to Hollywood and the music and film industry. Has there been anyone who is trying to expose a conspiracy conspiracy that has pushed the idea and trying to expose a conspiracy for a significant amount of time and live a basically normal life? Like, my thing would be like the Jew rant from Mel Gibson, right? Shut up and read what story? Back from ads, and that's the wrong chapter. Ah, shit. Chapter 3? Right. Yes, several people in Hollywood film and adjacent industries have spent years publicly calling out systematic abuse, cover-ups, power imbalances, or what they describe as predatory networks, and they continue to live ordinary lives. Let's see if we know any of these names. Corey L. Feldman. Isn't this guy, like, really fucking old? Rape of the Two Coreys. Was this about, like, for instance, wait, is this the guy who played in... Oh, no, this is someone else. Because I remember there was one about the guy who played Alfalfa in Little Rascals. And there was, like, a documentary about him. And, like, something about, like, the idea of, like, basically, like, all of the kids on the show being, like, tossed around between everyone like meat. Whereas it was just, like, you know... I mean, but I have no fucking idea. I love Little Rascals, man. That was fucking me, man. I am absolutely putting, fucking, what's it called? Litter, like cat litter, in the sandwich, dude. Fucking yes. Like, you're not gonna take my bitch from me, even though you're a prime person. I'm a dick. Still gonna take it. And it's like the idea of the entire movie of like the alfalfa being like a boner. It's like the sexual innuendo inside of the show itself, right? Is still, like, to me, a little bit kind of weird. But, you know, it's a product of its time, and it was funny, right? And it's like, now it's just... It's like, then it was just funny. Now it's like, it's part of a pattern. Of, like, these small symbols being put in here that are like, you know what? Now that I think about it, this is probably not really good. Right? So they have 2 names. Okay. And can we see a list of people who, let's say, died before their time under, mysterious circumstances? Because, like, it gave me 2 names, the people I don't even fucking know. But you can name, like, I swear, there's at least 50 that, like, have died in mysterious circumstances. Hey, yo, what's up, Hugo? What you at? What you doing? What you got, my man? We're just, you know me, I'm going off on a tangent about random shit right now. But hey, you gotta know, this was one of the, like, serious topics I wanted to talk about today. Which was, Hayden Panettiere just applied for an Indeed job. Ooh, I've heard good things about Indeed, Hugo. Heard good things. Yes, several people in Hollywood film, related entertainment, Marilyn Monroe, Natalie Wood, George Reeves, Thelma Todd, William DeMont Taylor, Elizabeth Short, Bob Crane, Brittany Murphy, Tupac, Sam Cooke, Jim Morrison. Yeah, hopefully it's not a scam. Hopefully, Hugo. Yeah, I mean, that sucks that those, like, you have to rely on these stupid third fucking party bullshit, and it's like, okay, well, give us your social security number, and your, bank account number, and, we can put you in the list and put you on the employee list so you can get paid. Yeah, so, this is your bank calling. We flagged this as a fraudulent thing because it appears as though you've connected to a company banking system, but it appears funds have been taken out of your account and not deposited into your account. Is this a pre-deposit or something? Fuck! It's a fucking, like, that's the, I hate the fucking idea of, like, this online applying for bullshit that's not done through a secure government website. There should be a secure government website that companies have to sign up to in order to push their hiring apps. And then the government can pre-check, and if it's a government website and it fucks up, it's on the government to make it fix, because you're going to a government secure site looking for a job, and if that's a scam, the government's a fucking scam. And the fact that this just isn't immediately implemented overnight, to me, again, just proves that, like, no one actually cares. Guys, if I was in charge, the world would change tomorrow. It would take, like, an hour and a half and the world would just change. You know why? Because I wouldn't have this mindset, and this is honestly, I think, the problem. People's mindset is to create a new technology or a new process to get rid of the old process. In my mind, you just keep creating new processes, but you never get rid of the old process, right? You can still pay with coins, you can still pay with bills, you still have the functionality of a till, you still have that, but you also have online payments, but you can also do it in multiple currencies because you run with a bank, so you can do exchange rates, and you can also do it with like cryptocurrency on a blockchain that also has exchanges between different cryptocurrencies and stuff like that. It's like a trading avenue. And just everything would have that overnight, just instantly. Okay, guys, so we have the code and we just press the button and every system now has it. We didn't delete any of the other parts of it. Everything else functions exactly the same, except that now you can do more. Because everyone thinks, oh, if you're implementing a new system, it means you're getting rid of the old one. And generally that's how things work, but I don't think that's how things should work. And then eventually people will just stop using a system, and as soon as that system is stopped using, then you can decide to vote to phase it out. Say, hey guys, we know no one uses it. Do you guys just want to, like, come together and we can all agree that it's an obsolete thing and we can get rid of it? And if people vote to get rid of it, then you get rid of it. And you've literally solved every problem we have with every industry and everything. Problem solved. Prove me wrong. I'll be right back. Perfect job idea. You're the receptionist in an empty warehouse. It's a front to money laundering scheme, but you don't know for sure. So all you do is show up, but you have plausible deniability and no knowledge that would get you killed. I mean, yeah, being a doorman, Hugo, right? Absolutely. You know. And it's like, this is one thing I thought about on the weekend too, which I think I leveled up from. So a lot of people think of themselves as like the commander, the person in charge, the like in a state of hierarchy, and some people are humble enough to put themselves near the bottom of the hierarchy of saying, you know, I'm a major, I'm not an admiral, or I'm a general, I'm not an admiral. Like, I'm not the president, but you know, I'm like the head of the cabinet of state, or I'm not the president, but like I'm a senator. And we're just talking like in political terms of like relativity of like how you are the competency or purveying of your job, right? And in like my opinion towards me is like I always look at it as like a bottom of the line kind of thing where I think of myself as a foot soldier. I'm in the front of the vanguard. Right? So it's like, I feel like that gives me a completely different perspective towards things, because it's like, I'm the guy with boots on the ground, in my mind, right? I'm the one getting into the dirt. No one else is doing my shit for me. I'm doing everything myself, right? And I think that's really important to, like, how you, like, especially your creativity, right? Because I have, like, a bottom-up creative aspect, whereas a lot of people have like mid down to bottom up or just top down, right? And I think that's why I have an entirely different creative and unique process, because I look at it from a different angle. Saw a job ad on Indeed that seems like a good fit for me. Check the company reviews. The top reviews, a great place to improve your skills. Don't expect to pay any bills working here. Well, I mean, it's one of those things, right? Like, you get 4 different jobs that you're working, like, remotely, and you're basically, like, opening emails, right? It's like, you're essentially working as an in-between, and it's like, you are, as you said, that plausible deniability. Because, like, 99% of these jobs are in some way connected to some sort of, like, laundering fraud. Guaranteed. Like, basically every single one of them in some way, shape, or form. Right? And whether that's directly through a third party, as an extension, as a bring-in from the other side of the company, right? That has, like, nothing to do with Indeed. It's just, like, something inside the company that has a prevalence on some side, right? Because of some fucking random guy in Pakistan or India or something like that who got like the HR like upper management in between slot and is like now managing people in this like, you know, kind of way. So it's like it's like the top-down pressure. If you don't do things my way, well, I can get you fired, and then everyone's doing everything wrong in order to make this guy get his thing, and you're basically like, I watch Gangs of New York. You're giving your little bit to Bill, right? We gotta give our little bit to Bill, or he's gonna kill us, right? And that's just the way I kind of look at it. Sorry for the delay. Well, I gotta grab some water. We'll take a toke, and we'll get to the story. Alright. So while I was taking a piss, I had a really good idea. Because, like, for instance, you know how we do the stream highlights at the beginning of the stream? And I haven't done... The last stream highlight that I did was October 13th. My plan, since I stopped, I was going to do, like, a year break. And be like, okay, let's stop at a year and let's see what the difference of a year improvement of a change of the stream is, right? And I always tried to be like, let's, like, you know, while we're doing the stream, let's write down times of, like, the best parts of the stream in a way, right? You know, the highlights of the stream, that's what they were. But this was, like, last year. Like, if you look back at the old streams, right? The reason why I talk, like, 99.9% of the time is because I trained myself to talk 99.9% of the time and at least have like 3 or 4 topics going in my head at a time to pull from. And it's like, again, it's an experience thing of like, at first I didn't know what to talk about. And even sometimes I'm like, well shit, I lost my train of thought. Now I literally don't know what the fuck to say. And it's like, it happens sometimes. But I think in general, like my yap ability is an extremely good skill. It's not just random yapping. It's like I feel like whether you're interested in what I'm saying or not, I think what I'm saying carries to someone who would be interested a value, right? And one of the things that I just thought of is because it's like, oh, it's so annoying to like go through and do that. And then I was like, okay, I'll just, you know, because health reasons, like me pushing my content back, I just haven't been doing it, focusing on other things. But it's like, what I've always been thinking of, like, what are the small things we can kind of start scaling up to do? And the idea was wait till October 13th and start doing stream highlight reels again to show the contrast between then and now, right? And I just had the thought of, well, if you're coming into the stream, you're only going to come in at a random point. So, what should be the best representation of the stream? Because the stream in and among itself has like a little bit of structure, but it's pretty much fucking random, and a lot of it relies on the viewers. The more viewers, the more interaction, the more random it gets, because, like, then I go off schedule, right? Because I'm like, okay, well, now I'm going to do beta reading. I don't know how long that's going to take, right? And I'm like, well, 6 hours into the stream, I'm starting to get tired, so I want to, like, ramp it down a bit kind of thing, and then maybe do, like, a YouTube video, or play a video game, or do something else, like actually write something and not think so much kind of idea, right? So it's like the beginning part of the stream is definitely more energetic than the rest, like the later end of the stream, right? And interaction tends to happen somewhere between the 2 to 6 hour mark. That's when most of you guys are here, right? It's just the statistics, right? So within that time period, it's like I have this schedule, right? And when I wind up in this specific situation where there is a line between the content that I am like currently doing and want to do and like something that like I want to talk about or do, which is like I want to read your story, but it's also like having the conversation about where I intend to go with my content, I think is an important discussion as well. So it all accumulates to, instead of doing these high points and stream highlight reels, why don't we do random highlight reels where we literally we have like, depending upon how long the stream is, because like they're supposed to be 3 minutes long. So you either have like a 15 or a 30-second clip that you can use. So you just randomly click on the VOD, play it for 15 seconds, and that's your clip. There's no context, there's no, oh, this is in the middle of me talking about this, so I should go back and do this. No. The random highlight reels, and I'm gonna literally do this after this stream, because I thought this was actually like a really funny, really interesting idea. Because there's gonna be like no fucking context, there's gonna be no understanding. It's just gonna be me like literally jumping from like in the middle of randomly talking about random topics, and I think it'll be fucking hilarious, and it'll show exactly what the stream is like. So I think actually the idea of the stream highlight reels is actually bad. You don't want the highlights of the stream, you want those fucking random retarded moments of me just saying stuff, because that's what's going to attract the audience that I want. The curated highlight reels are going to be like, oh, well, his highlight reel was a little bit crazier than what he's talking about now, so he's not interesting. Do you know what I mean? Because of like the idea of like escalation. So trying to find your best moments and put your best moments out there in a compilation seems like it's defying the entire point of the best moment, because if people have only experienced your best moments, they're not going to think, oh, this is the best of the best. They're going to think that's the average. And when they see the average doesn't meet up to the best, they leave. And I think this is completely logical. So I'm like, the catch factor has to be the randomness, because that's kind of what the stream is about. So I'm going to go back to doing stream highlight reels. I don't think I'm going to post them. I'm just going to like do them so I have them, and then we'll switch them over. So once October 13th comes up, we'll change the current reels that run before the stream into the new reels that we've accumulated from now until then. Because it's usually about 3 months because it's 3 minutes per clip, right? And if we stream every day, right, that's 3 times 30 is 90. That's, 180, 270. That's about 270 minutes, 5 hours? So that's more. That's more. Because we need at least, we play 5 minutes or so of the clip, but it's actually 10. So we do every 10 minutes per day of the week, right? And we add it up per month, and then we reset at the end of the month, and then add a new reel on the backlog. We just haven't been doing that, so all the stream highlight reels at the beginning of the stream have been the same for almost the last year. Want to see a cool old commercial, but you won't get it until the end. Hugo, is it gonna be, I like it, but you won't. You won't like it. Yeah, like, give it to me, Hugo. Give it to me. Give me the, oatmeal crisp old guy.
I was a kid. I loved to wear bandages just to get attention. But now I use Band-Aid brand clear from Johnson & Johnson. It's the bandage with the see-through strip, so people hardly notice I'm wearing a bandage at all, which is nice, because now that I'm grown up, I want people to notice me, not my bandage.
Only Johnson & Johnson makes Band-Aid brand clear, clearly the best-looking bandage ever. Help us help retarded children. Look for Johnson & Johnson coupons in Sunday's paper.
I was a kid.
Yes! Let us help retarded children. Hugo, I'm gonna bring this up. This is like the 4th time we brought it up on stream, but it's just so funny. I'm changing like my donation sound because I think donation has to be like important to the entire community, not a single person. So in order to explain the entirety of like the stream itself, I'm gonna change the donation sound to this because it's just so. It's so me. So and I'm gonna put like a thing over top of like who the different. Oh my god, YouTube's so dumb, or TikTok's so dumb with this. So check this shit out. I'm Patrick. Once legitimate medical term. Yeah, I've talked about this a lot, and it's not anymore, which means it's the same as moron or idiot. Because moron and idiot used to mean the same thing. Someone who was medically ill capable.
And I don't need this helmet neither.
Neptune Preserver! How long can she stay like that?
I don't know.
Sandy's a girl?
It's so fucking perfect! I am literally Patrick. Holy shit, how did they make this character perfectly? And I've never watched SpongeBob. You have to remember that. Like, I've maybe seen 4 episodes of SpongeBob SquarePants. I never really vibed with the show. Because I was, like, at that point, like, I thought I was too good for that. You have to remember, I was a stuck-up, piece of shit, fucking idiot retard when I was a kid. I was like, I'm too good for these childish shows. I watch Andromeda. I watch Stargate. I watch X-Files. Dude, I watch comedy. I watch adult, sophisticated stuff. I'm 13. I don't watch SpongeBob. Well, I'm sitting there watching South Park. Nimrod was a great hunter until Bugs called Elmer that name, ironically. Then people began thinking Nimrod was an insult. Really, Hugo? I love SpongeBob since I was 14 because the adult jokes. See, I just never got it, Hugo. I just thought it was childish, and it wasn't like, you know, we're talking this is 2004, 2005, right? Like, when did SpongeBob come out? Like 2004, 2005, and 2003, right? Like, so this was like way fucking, this was way before SpongeBob ever became like a cultural thing because of its, to me, I think the reason SpongeBob became such a cultural thing is just like you said. It is one of the few shows that maintained the ability to be a kids show that incorporated adult jokes into it. Not sex jokes, but jokes adults can appreciate inside of a cartoon for kids, so kids could, or parents and kids could watch it together and both enjoy it. And that's something old cartoons had that just new cartoons don't have, because there's no expectation of the parent to sit with the child to watch it. Right? Which is really unfortunate. Bugs called Elmer Fudd Nimrod. He was saying, hey, look everyone, it's a great hunter. And everyone thought it was an insult, and then it became culturally an insult. That's so unfortunate, Hugo, for the actual guy Nimrod. Because, yeah, I know I've said Nimrod multiple times as an insult, right? It's just fucking funny. 3, 2, 1, toke. And if you can't distinguish humor and malice, intent and context, and fuck, there was another one I was gonna say. Oh, discussion and endorsement, you'll never last in this channel. I haven't read it yet, Sean. I haven't read it yet. I want someone to pick a TV franchise that some people just despise, while others are fanatic about them, such as Power Rangers. Do an all-stars sort of series where someone from our world comes into their world in order to defend them from the haters who have mistakenly come to the conclusion that destroying the world that resembles the fiction would destroy the fiction. Interesting. So it's like an isekai, like... Nimrod originally referred to a biblical mighty hunter. Its modern meaning is an insult or a dim-witted person as popularized with classic Looney Tunes. Well, yeah, because it's King Nimrod. Was it Babylonia? Was it, Cyprus? Was it... It was before Sodom and Gomorrah. Fuck. What did he rule? What nation did he rule? Because there's the like the first one, right? Who's like the association with Noah, but there's also another Nimrod of second naming in Kings, I believe. South Park would be a great pick for this idea. Some people outright loathe South Park, a human from our Earth / cartoonified, defending the kids of South Park from the hater invaders. I mean, honestly, Sean, I feel like they've already done that with, like, the Kathleen Kennedy thing. But, like, in the opposite way. So I feel like it would be redundant. I feel like the way that they did it, right, is the opposite, yes, but it kind of represents the same thing. In my opinion. Because, yes, there are, like, real... Like, South Park has always been based on, like, the real world. And it's had real-world things. Like, the Biden-Obama 2008 great bank robbery, right? Where they, like, steal everything from Fort Knox. Right? That's a literal fucking South Park episode. Right? So it's like, South Park has always done stuff like that. So I feel like the Kathleen Kennedy episode and, like, the pandering stuff, like, pretty much falls under that. What do you think about that? Like, how... Because to me, it's like, making that episode means making this episode is just too close. Right? Can we bring back Celebrity Deathmatch? Hugo? Fuck yes, dude. Please. Ads over. Alright, what? Should we get to your story now, good sir? Enough distractions and stuff. We should, you know... It's only 2,800 words, guys. I'm sure we can get through it, right? But yeah, I would love to bring back, like... So we bring back American Gladiator, right? But, like... Instead of a, like, foam pit, it's a spike pit, right? And instead of, like, cushioned ends, it's bludgeoned ends. And then you have to balance and just fucking kill each other. And you would use this as, like, you activated my trap card by basically saying, hey, if you've done anything bad in Hollywood, you can, like, challenge this thing and we'll just pardon you from anything that you've ever done in, like, your life. So, you know, if you've done something bad, like, let's say, for instance, I don't believe it, but if, I mean, I know Johnny Depp is, as far as I know, he's not the greatest personality, but as far as what I could see from, like, the Johnny Depp trial, right, the things that fucking what's-her-fuck Amber Heard said are just bullshit. I could see Johnny slapping her around a little bit, and easily, like, hurting her, easily when he's, like, drunk or fucked up, but, like, raping her with a broken bottle? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Shut the fuck up and get off the stand. Like, what the fuck, right? So, there's like a level, right? So it's like, okay, so let's say Johnny gets convicted and it was all true and he did it all, he's a terrible person. Okay, we put him on there and then he just goes on there and he does Jack Sparrow and he just kills everyone, we pardon him, we put him back on TV. And apparently he's going to be in the new Caribbean, he's in Nebuchadnezzar, but apparently I heard bad news that the new Pirates of the Caribbean isn't starring Johnny Depp. He's just going to appear as a side character as Jack Sparrow, but the main character is going to revolve around Margot Robbie. And I'm like, just make a new pirate IP! It's not that people want specifically Pirates of the Caribbean. People want pirate content. Make your own fucking new IP with her being a badass fucking pirate. And it will go amazing. Have Margot Robbie and fucking Sydney Sweeney as the two main characters as like prostitutes who became pirates, and they've got like basically an all-female crew and treat it like they're the Amazons. I'd fucking watch that in an instant. And just bring men on board to have sex with them. And it's like they build up an entire community about this and stuff, and it's like they've got their own Tortuga. Like, dude, you could do so much with this, but you're like, no, let's play off of the name of Pirates of the Caribbean. Guys, if I was a Hollywood writer, we would be getting the craziest fucking best movies ever. Like, I literally just pulled that out of my ass, and I'm like, you know what? Yeah. Would you guys watch, like, a pirate? Like, they're female pirates, but they're, like, ex-prostitutes. So they've, like, learned the way of the sword from, like, the men that they've slept with. They've had fucked up lives, so they've, like, got, like, really good personality. But they're, like, the idea of the Amazons of having their own female ship. And it's, like, they don't start out this way, but it just becomes that way, right? Of, like, this thing. And it's not even, like, an aggression against men, right? It's just their crew is made of, like, prostitutes or ex-prostitutes. And it has nothing to even do with, like, a patriarchy or any bullshit. It's just like, yeah, you know, our crew is just, we've been prostitutes, we know what it's like to be a prostitute, so we take on ex-prostitutes. And then you could do, like, the whole True Blood and have, like, sex scenes fucking everywhere. I don't know about you guys, but I would fucking watch that even if it was shit, because I love the premise. As long as they, like, tried to stay true to, like, the piracy aspect of it. And, like, the dangers of the high seas. And, you know, maybe they even conscript alliances where they don't even fight. They just, like, or they kind of do, but they have, like, alliances with dudes and use their vaginas and their boobs as weapons. But no one will ever greenlight that idea because, oh, that's objective of women. No, it's not. It's empowering, dude. So is OnlyFans. Shut the fuck up. Stop denigrating people. I mean, what? 3, 2, 1, toke. But the problem, with Black Sails? Is Black Sails is based on Treasure Island. Black Sails isn't an independent IP, just created out of nowhere for pirates. Black Sails is an interpretation of Treasure Island. So, like, I wouldn't even say that even counts. The closest would be like Assassin's Creed Black Flag, because as far as I know, that has an original story that has, like, historical ties to, like, Blackbeard or something like that. Right? And it's like, it's its own individual IP that's using lore of the pirate world, but not literally just a repeat of a remake of a earlier version of a flashback of a fucking current IP. We need brand new, out of the blue, random pirate stuff. Pirate stuff is so lacking in... And One Piece proves that, like, pirate stuff is fucking amazing. And people fucking love it. Because it's, like, such a universal thing of, like, escapism, of roaming the high seas. It has the adventure, the stakes, right? And it's just, like, You can make so many individual, just easy IPs with it. Just be willing to make a new IP. 3, 2, 1, talk. Alright. Sorry about my ranting and rambling and on and on. Let's go. July 12th, 1918. It's my first day on the front, my first time seeing combat. We were joining the 373rd, who had been fighting alongside the French for close to a month. And them boys were more lively than anyone I knew back home. Hey kid, what's your name? Man said. Me? I questioned. Yeah, you. What's your name? He asked again. Jackson McKee, I said. How old are you, Jackson? He asked. 19? I said, confused. Don't mind LB, he's been fighting this war longer than any of us. My name's James, but guys just call me the Preacher. That loudmouth over there is Claude, Preacher said, pointing to a soldier who was walking towards us. Well guys, we got another night raid tonight, and LB, you're in charge, Claude said. How many have we taken over? LB asked. 5, Claude responded. Alright. Alright, you. Alright, you. I don't know how I feel about I understand what you're trying to say, but I'm like, who is the you in this case? Claude? Alright, you, Preacher, Jackson, and Ezekiel, LB said, pointing us out. The new kid? Hell no, LB. I'm not about to watch his ass when we climb over, Claude protested. I'll watch him just to make sure you know where we go. I'll watch him. I think there should be a comma here because this separates the idea. It's like, because this is talking about the kid, this is talking about Claude. Just make sure you know where we're going. I don't know any grammatical structure, but to me that would be like a reasoning for a pause of a separation of the sentence. Right. Okay, I will say this, like, through the amount of words that we've read and the fact that, like, I have no idea what's going on, I know they're in the middle of a war, and I know this is them going to be rushing the front, right? But I'm, like, so out of date with everything behind that I'm, like, I'm just having... And you said this is, like, the information that I wanted to gain from the other chapter, and the fact that I'm just so lost is, like, I always like to say, and I think this is really important, right? People will just put down a book and then pick it up again. So I'll give you an example, right? How long has it been since we read The Great Hunt? Right? If I just open it up to the chapter, and let's just say, like, the first paragraph in here. Thunder rumbled across the slate dark afternoon sky. Rand pulled the hood from his cloak further up, hoping to keep at least some of the cold rain off. Okay, so we know, and it's called disagreements. So from this, I remember something must have happened to Rand. So immediately at the beginning, I just picked the random book up and I'm like, oh, okay, well now I have to remember that something happened to Rand. Right? But it's like, I feel like this is something you should do kind of at the beginning of every chapter in like the first 3 paragraphs in some sort of way to give the reader the reminiscence of what happened before as if a transition, so that if they put the book down for a significant amount of time, they don't have to like kind of go back and look at it. Do you know what I mean? And like, this is like active practice for that, because when was the last time? It was like 4 days ago since I read the last chapter, right? So it's like, this puts me in a place where I'm like, oh shit, I don't remember what's going on, but I'm gonna fight through it. So it's like, normally I would never be able to go through this many words without giving you any critique over it, but it's like, I think that's kind of a good thing in this point, aside from like the reminiscence of where we are, but I feel like this is something new. So there's like, this is one of those rare moments where it's like, I don't know if you need that, but I don't know the context of the chapter to be sure. So it's a possibility that the fact that like I've had no comment for this amount of time is actually a good thing, not a bad thing. And just like that, on my first day, I was thrown into the fire. Claude and LB bickered like an old... Hello, my bad things. Hello, how are you? Welcome, welcome. Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, welcome. I'm Intoxication. Here we do a little bit of reading, a little bit of writing, a little bit of tips and tricks to improve your skills, as well as some beta reading to expose your work to a wider audience. Oh, what are you up to today? We are currently reading What's Work, and what, do you want to go ahead and give a small summary of this, since this is one of those points in time when I'm at least a little bit lost about who even is the main character at this point, because I don't remember. I'm a writer. I'm setting world building mostly right now. Ooh, I'm in the same place. My bad things over the last 2 days because I was a little bit sick. I had a hangover. I was going drinking with my sister, and you know, family stuff. So we were just like having a couple of beer, right? I'm a lightweight. I have 5 beer. Don't remember coming home. Fucking hangover. So I wasn't streaming because I just didn't feel good, and I completely rewrote the origin of how, like, the goddess and Akasha are created in my book. And because I didn't want to do a nuclear war because it's so cliche, but I need 90% of the world to be covered in, like, radiation. So basically, the level of technology is like the year 5000, so people don't know how technology works. It just works, and they're just content with it. But there are parts of technology that give off radiation, so the entire underbelly of the world has this conscious fungus that absorbs radiation. And through the goddess and Akasha working on consciousness experiments, they use the fungus and get rid of the consciousness, killing the fungus. So once they ascend, radiation starts to just kind of kill people off, and they start like migrating across the world trying to find safe places. And because they've used multiple different types of fungus, their lab is the only place that's safe. So that's kind of why the world is so small, because only within this small amount of area and where the fungus is currently growing is the only place that humans can actually survive. And that place is slowly getting larger, which is kind of the entire idea of the book, because it's an isekai called Stoner Girl Evolution, about a character who gets isekai'd and creates stoner weed magic, and traps the goddess inside of her, and has to basically, travel the world learning things until she finds out the goddess is evil and has to fight the goddess. Yay! But it's like kind of the way the story is told, it's a retelling from the memory of the character. So it intros as the character 300 years in the future as a tree, because the consequence of using magic is you turn into the tree that the spell came from. And as she's fighting the goddess, she basically turns herself into an oak, and she's left as like this like magical oak tree in the middle of a radiation field, with the goddess trapped inside of her. And it's like those memories of her telling the story of what happened to get to that spot. And she's like, the character names are the character positions. So she's called Stoner, Rival, Zombie, Bard, Tank, Healer, Hunter, Alchemist, because she wants to separate herself emotionally from their names, so she refuses to use their names. Except Dileep. Dileep is the only name she will use, which is Zombie. Because there's like a special like thing she never really liked. He's a dick. There's a whole other thing to it. So that creates an exception that causes the explanation of why she doesn't use names, right? But anyway, sorry, I'm rambling about my ideas, but I'd love to hear an elevator pitch of your story. I planned for chapter 2 to end with Jackson opening up to Jasmine, which leads to this chapter. And hi, hey Abolia, how's it going? I was watching you yesterday, Abolia, but my other Twitch account on my other PC isn't verified, so I kept trying to like say hello, but I'm like, I'm such an idiot, I can't type in the chat. Because I need a second phone number to attach to the account to verify it. Yeah, I'm like, it's usually like not logged in or something, or I'm usually lurking at some point in time. It's when you're doing the breaking into the house in A Way Out. Oh man, it was a good time. It was thoroughly a good time, I will say that. I just got back from writing after a hectic week. Yep, that's how it goes. I will appreciate the lurk as always. Yeah, thank you, huh? No worries. Always a good time to enjoy, other people's content. Didn't stream the last 2 days, which is super weird for me, right? So now we are back. My throat is definitely fixed. I don't sound like an Ewok anymore, and it doesn't hurt to talk, so we're good. And I actually, was very successful in completely reorienting my entire story away from a nuclear war, because nuclear wars are cliche as fuck. But radiation is very important to the story, so I need to stick to that. Anyway, let's go back to what story? We're doing some beta reading right now. Okay, I'll watch him. Just make sure you know where we going, LB said. And just like that, on my first day, I was thrown into the fire. As Claude and LB bickered like an old married couple, Preacher gave me the tour of what was going to be my new home. The narrow channel felt cramped with men stacked up on both sides. You would either step on someone's boot or in a hole filled with water. So why do they call you Preacher? I like this because it's like one thing. It's like you can go two directions with this, right? And it's like it has to be. So I find people always like when there's so. Okay, so I guess I'll start from the beginning. Character's name is Preacher, which means obviously he has some sort of backstory that makes him have that name, because that's not his real name. It's a nickname. And when you give someone a nickname, usually in this kind of circumstance, right, you'd assume there's some sort of negativity or negative story that people don't want to talk about attached to it, right? And it depends on the meaner that the name is used. Preacher seems like it's an authoritative, respectful name, whereas there would be names that be like Badger or something like that, where it's like, oh, this guy got scared by a badger and shot a badger because he thought he was the enemy, and now we all laugh at him, right? So it's like using the nickname of the character to impose a certain aura of that character based upon how the characters perceive them, because of the story that created that nickname. Now you can do two things with this. You can create a mystery that the reader wants to solve, or you can solve the mystery before it becomes a mystery. But you can't do an in-between position where the person's like, oh man, okay, they're trying to make this name mysterious, and then you just immediately tell them, and the second they start realizing what you're trying to do, you kind of just blow it, right? Because you're it feels like you're not willing to go all the way with it. So most people, in my opinion, would take the best route of, okay, we'll introduce the Preacher, we'll do a little bit of distraction, and then we'll come back to a point, maybe do a little bit of a battle or a drill that splits stuff apart, and then we'll come back and have that slow down of a pacing of a getting to know character, and it'll be like a mirror event of the main character, whatever character we're on at the moment, that will give us an insight. So this character's story, the Preacher, and his nickname has significant importance in some way connected to this character, whether that's the connection behind the story of what the story is, the topic, the subject itself, my wife died, so thus, oh, my girlfriend died, so thus, right? My guitar teacher, I'm gonna teach you to play guitar, me, my guitar teacher. First, you must practice with a metronome. Me. Ooh, Hugo. See, it's I understand why people do, but I don't think you should introduce the idea of a metronome until you understand what you're doing. What is the point of keeping pace with something that you don't understand what you're doing? Does that make sense? Because I'm the metronome is ordered to keep pace across the work, right? To make sure that you understand rhythm, right? And beats per minute and stuff like that, right? But if you don't even know how to transfer from a C to I don't know anything about guitar, C from a D or whatever, right? Or I don't even know what the fucking individual strings and what strum from which, I don't know anything, so I don't know any instruments because I can't make any relevance to it. But I'm to me, the idea of starting with a metronome is a cripple because it's trying to make you adhere to something, but you don't even understand what you're doing, so you don't know why you're adhering to it. Does that make sense? Right? You need to know why you're doing something for it to be important. You can tell you all the things you want, But if you as the person don't understand why you're doing it, you're never going to learn, and you're never going to be able to manipulate that why. That's why information is super important. You need to know why you're doing something, right? You need to know the rules so you can break them. Super, super important. The metronome keeps your playing steady, so I taught myself how to play without a metronome. So I know a lot of theory, but never taught myself how to keep time and rhythm. So then at that point, Hugo, wouldn't a metronome be helpful at that stage? But looking back, do you think saying no to it was a bad idea at the beginning? Because it's an interesting retrospective view. Or was so, and it could be something that's like, for instance, some people are good at time and rhythm. Like, I played old school RuneScape, and I could sit there for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and just prayer flick and never fuck up once. And it's not on a standard metronome because ticks are 0.6 seconds, which means, what, statistically every 4 ticks is an off tick. Because if you continued that tick, you would miss a tick and then your prayer would come off and then you would die. Because the idea is if you turn your prayer on at the beginning of the tick and then you turn your prayer off at the end of the tick, the beginning of the tick will calculate that your prayer is on, and the end of the tick will calculate that your prayer is on, but the middle of the tick will indicate that your prayer is off and it won't take a prayer point. So you can have infinite prayer points if you're flicking. Probably trying to teach you how to keep pace in your head, foot tapping, to mimic a metronome. Yeah. And like, that kind of thing I think is easy, but some people have things that are different, right? I think that stuff's easy. I think other things are hard. Some people thinks that stuff hard, but thinks the stuff that I think is hard is easy, right? And you have to know, right, like which one you are and where you're at. So you can work to your weaknesses and your strengths, and then you can have someone else cover your weaknesses, and you, like, if your weakness is someone else's strength, and someone's of the strength is your weakness, you are the perfect pair, because you literally make up for each other's weaknesses. But you don't overlap with your strengths. Now you have the ultimate combo, right? Yes, because I'd have to develop my sense of time and rhythm from the beginning, and in music, keeping time is as important as keeping a key. Maybe even more so, because I can make any key sound good, but if you play one part of the song much faster, and a different part of the song will sound good. So understanding what's more important from the beginning, from an aspect of what can I fuck up the most? And what can I fuck up the least? Well, I can play a B instead of an A, and it's kind of fine. But if I play, let's say, a 3 metronome tempo versus a 6 metronome tempo, which would be like da 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 versus a da 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 da, that is fundamentally like completely different. And that's like the basics I know of like music theory. Because like I know rhythm and timing, right? Like I don't know the fucking vocabulary, but you know, like a 6 double time is like 2 sets of 6, right? So it's like 6 times, right? Or like 8 epiphore of 4 is like 8 individual sets broken into 4s that can be either of their own. So you can have like those 8 sets in each 4 set. The first one is a da-da-da, and the second is a da-da-da, and it's da-da. Right? Sorry. Knock my glasses off with that. So yeah, imagine going from 4/4 to 2/3 in a single measure. It doesn't work. Yeah. So it's like I understand because like I work with a band, right? So I don't know how to work instruments, but like same thing with like video editing and timing and pacing and stories. Like you need to know when you can change and have those. And like I love music. Right? So I listen to music all the time. I love contemporary music and orchestra and like the diversity of everything, right? Because I love mathematics, and at the end of the day, the best harmonics are the best mathematics. Anyway, sorry. Let me read this. My bad things. 6 people. of different background. Hold on. Let me do the blue horror voice. Let me get this one going. Let's go. 6 people of different backgrounds have been prophesized for 150 years to protect the world from destruction. A princess, sword fighter, a prince, magician, a baker, a nomad leader, brawler, a robot, thief, and a revived god, reintroducing what concept they represent to the world. All have been wronged by Order, the god, and must defeat them to restore balance to the world. Oh, I love it. My favorite part of it is the baker. I love the idea of having characters in the story that are not relevant to the combat. For instance, botanist, cook, and alchemist in my story have no relevance to combat, but they are like key pivot. They're probably actually the 3 pillars of the story, because botanist can make the weed magic, cook, his entire backstory to the religious nation, and like his father basically created lambus bread for like the military, so he's like super famous. His family name is, and he ran away. But he's like the best cook. And alchemist is actually like a spy working with, like, because it's like a, how are you a religious person but you do like technology, right? So it's like I love, and it's like they're built into being the prophesized one. So ads coming up, but yeah, no, that is definitely, because, you know, to be fair, right? It sounds super good, and I love the depth of prophecy. And prophecy, if you've ever read The Wheel of Time, prophecy makes me wet, right? Like, you've instantly sold. To me, I'm gonna, like, this is a bias thing. If you have prophecy in your story, I'm sold. I fucking love prophecy. I love cyclical systems. I love that tiny piece of information that you bring together and all of a sudden the world makes sense. Oh, I'm a huge proponent of that. Because I think that allows you to tell a deeper story and have a better connection with your reader. Because your reader at all points in times is asking questions, right? And I think having the reader ask questions is the most important thing for the author. Because that's what's going to engage them in the work, right? So I'm sorry, for going off topic, but you know, it's one of those things, right? I don't know who's in ads, so I'm just gonna take a toke. Cause fuck ads! But yeah, man, if you want to do any beta reading or you want to do anything, you know, cause like I'm a very open person with my ideas. I just give everyone my ideas, and I don't give a fuck, cause every story has been written, except yours. So please take all the inspiration, all the motivation, all the ideas you can from me, because I want to be a spark of inspiration for other people. So that's why I do it. But I know people don't want to do it. And the reason I do it is because I don't have a career basis for it. Whereas I know people need this as a living, right? So it's like, it's important. So for me, that's something that I want to provide within my own space for people that can't be provided for outside of that, right? Because most people can't do what I do because you wouldn't survive, because you can't do what I do as a career, because I'm basically like a non-profit, except I'm an actual non-profit, and the only reason I can exist is the position I'm in, where this is just a hobby to the side that doesn't represent any livelihood or anything like that, right? Which most people can't say, and most people as a writer would love to make their living as a writer. And if you've got everyone hiding in the dark and not giving out their ideas, who's gonna get inspiration from anything, right? So it's like, I understand why people do it, and that's the reason why I don't. Because I know that I can be a light of that inspiration, even in this dark tide. Even though if you know, the writing and reading community on Twitch is absolutely fucking amazing. It's a very small, very niche, very inclusive, very understanding community that is just fantastic. My problem is me. I cause problems for other people, so I created my own space so that I don't bother or disrupt other people. You know? Because it's like, there's a certain amount I can interact with people, but after a certain amount of time, like, the filter just comes off. And I don't want to, like, have someone be, like, not want to be associated with me. Right? You know what I mean? Because I'm a very trollish kind of person. Like, I take your work seriously. Like, for instance, like, every idea and everything I put forward, I always want to give you an idea. If I do not give you an example, if I do not give you an anecdote, if I do not give you an explanation, I am pulling shit out of my ass, and call me out on it. But if I'm actually serious about it, I will give you like 3 or 4 fucking explanations, and that's why it's kind of like the feedback is an extensive, like, in-depth look, and it comes from a very much idea, structure, continuity, and overall, like, if you're looking at a forest, right, like, the quality of the forest. And again, I have no formal education, I'm a retard on the internet, but I think, like, I have a good understanding of storytelling. And I think I have a very good idea of, like, for instance, with the preacher thing, of, like, how to explain what a device is that's being used, the different scenarios within which you can use it, or at least I would use it, and then it's your story, right? So then it's like, oh, well, I was actually thinking about doing it this way, and it's like, you're fucking brilliant, I didn't even think about that. Shit, right? Because it feels like right now it's gonna be, well, we know his name's Preacher, and we're going to reveal why his name's Preacher, and we're going to get some sort of backstory, which could be the entire point of this entire chapter at some point. I don't know. So, we'll have to get to that. But yeah, if, my bad, if you want to, feel free, join the Discord, you know, you can hop in there, drop all your work in there or whatever, your socials, promotions, whatever you want to do. We're very friendly on that. Do whatever you want to do, right? We're just, we're all about just having fun and doing whatever, right? And I want to see as much work, because I want to take inspiration from every aspect of my life, and whether it's reading Robert Jordan's The Wheel of Time, or it's reading Invisible Dragon, or it's reading your guys' work, all of it is as equally valid to me, because you can learn something from anything. You just have to know where to look to learn, and you have to have an approach towards it that allows you to see it from not just a specific angle, and not even within, like, the creative space either, right? Like, there are things that are, like, for instance, the creativity of how you do things can mitigate into other parts of your life, such as how you interact with people in relationships, right? Like writing a book and having 2 characters that have this kind of dynamic, and then looking at it and saying, huh, you know, your ability to put yourself in someone else's mind is, to me, one of the fundamental parts of being a writer, because you have to be able to write different characters. You have to understand different motivations. You have to understand why someone would do something, and you have to be consistent with how someone acts, or that character, like, feels weird. Because it's like, well, why did that character do that? And then it makes the person question, and then it's like, oh no, that was just bad writing. It wasn't because there was a reason for it. Whereas normally it's like you would trust the author to be like, okay, they did this for a reason. And unfortunately, from what I've seen of, like, the current, like, you know, mainstream fucking hype over books, it's non-existent. So I want to bring about a new age of, like, high depth storytelling, not fucking romantasy. Not that there's anything wrong with romantasy. I write erotica. I love erotica. But sometimes you need a really deep, fucking awesome, epic, amazing fucking Lord of the Rings type story. Not True Blood. 3, 2, 1, talk! my world, every concept has a god or goddess associated with it. So I love consciousness and I love thought. So like every thought and idea establishment on, let's say, a premise of something, such as like for instance, earlier we were talking about eclipses. So the concept of like the moon crossing over the sun and the concept of like light being blocked by an object, right? So shadow would be a concept, and shadow would have a god. Is that like a correct interpretation of that, taken to like the extreme? Because I love to take things to the extreme and push the boundaries of what they can be. And that usually is like an earthquake test of like the foundation of the solidity of a story, in my opinion, right? The more that they're worshipped, the more domain they gain, the wider the magic the worshipper receives, and the wider the reach, the less powerful the magic itself is. Oh, so it's like there's a source. Let's say there's 50,000 joules of power. That source can only be distributed, but that source can grow larger based upon the deeper that the people believe. So if you had 1 million people that were fully dedicated, you'd have, let's say, 500 million megawatts of like magic. But you could have like 1 billion people that kind of believe and make like 250,000 gigawatts of power. And then you could have like 10 people that believe beyond a doubt so much that they stake their lives on it, that 10 people and their faith is so powerful, it creates 10 million megajoules. I just love the ideal of the simplicity of the ability to scale up and down. Scotty, what's big news? Are you pregnant? Ahab, actually, the big news is the possibility of a collaboration with Oompaville. It may sound ridiculous and retarded, and it kind of is, but he's doing like an affiliate program for creators to sell his candy. And I was like, what would you guys think about if I got into that and we did like a Oompaville Sour Boys giveaway every month for like candy? Anyways. Sorry, I love to interrupt and just like talk about things. My bad things. Worshipper can go through the process of worshiping the exact opposite god that they worship to make both magic sets. Oh, so now we're talking you can combine gods! The scaling for this. I've never had it, Ahab, but I've always wanted to. I'm just not a sweets or candy kind of person, but I'd love to try it, and I've always wanted to. So, like, if I get... Because I'm definitely signing up for it. But if I get in it, because they apparently send you free candy, so I was like, I probably won't eat it. But I'm like, I'm sure I can get my brother to buy some. He's a fucking sweet tooth addict. I'm just not. But yeah. So that's kind of the big news. I was like, holy shit, that'd be fucking epic, right? Could you imagine the first partner on the channel being Oompaville? Which is such a small channel. That's crazy. And it's like to be like at the center of the stream too, because conspiracies and knowledge and world building, like conspiracies and rumors and lore are the core of world building, because it's not what the world is, it's what people believe the world is. However, the magic set they gain from the first god is weaker during the process, eventually leading to near death before bursting back to full energy. And every god has a counterpart on the opposite side. Concept, alignment, everything. Ooh. That sounds so good. I love that. Because, like, there are, like, 2 or 3 kinds of things that, like, get me. And it's, like, not having a fundamental idea of how power scaling would work. And not having, like, a mathematical understanding of it. I play, like, ARPGs, like Diablo, Path of Exile and stuff. So, like, doing, like, mathematical calculations for, like, damage output and shit like that. Or, like, playing D&D and stuff like that. And having, like, a fundamental understanding of the baseline of where you're going from. So you can understand how powerful all of your characters are. Such as... right? So, the fact that, like, starting off the bat, it's like that's the foundation of how, like, the magic works. By the way, do you only do novel short stories, or do you also do a script? I am not... Okay, so this is the thing. I'm just gonna bring this up randomly, because I love doing this, because I found this, last week? So, I was in film in school. I took film. I was in high school for film. We made a music video, and I won an award. So, like, film has always been a huge thing for me. So what I would consider is that one of the main things that I think I have a really good grasp on is the exchanging between mediums. What it takes to, like, turn a screenplay into a movie, what a script really transforms into, and, like, what a short story needs to be in a different medium. Because I write short stories mainly. And that's what we would do, is take these stupid short stories and turn them into videos, right? And then we would just do it. And we had, like insane... This is back in 2003, 2004. That's a $17,000 camera. Like, we've got, like, lighting setups. We've got, like, you know, all the shit. Like, our school was fucking insane for the shit that we had. So it's like I have literally started as being a screenplay writer, and then we did a zombie movie, which unfortunately, I'm gonna brag, and you can say what you want, but I'm like, if this zombie movie had gone through, right, we, basically a bunch of circumstances meant we couldn't use the equipment, we lost the last scene, we couldn't get the movie together, the group fell apart, but there was a zombie film fest with a $75,000 first place winner. There's like 6 of us. That was enough for all of us to go to Capilano Film School. I'm Canadian. I'm originally from BC. I'm in Alberta now. So we had like professionals come out and like do like the close-up makeup for the zombies, right? This is a high school production film. And then we had like all of the zombies. Like this is a dolly with a crane arm. We've got like 4 different cameras set up. We've got like people, like 150 people rushing a house. Right, and this is for an independent like zombie film. So I've always in my entire life gone as fucking hard as I can with everything. And I swear, if this zombie movie had been successful and my film career had gotten to where it was, I could be sitting beside James Cameron, Christopher Nolan, or Steven Spielberg, or Peter Jackson. And I know it's retarded to say, it's ego, it's ridiculous and stupid, but I honestly believe I have the ability and the capability and the work ethic to get to that point, given the opportunity. You know, and whatever that says of its own thing, but yeah. Oh yeah, the revived god is the concept of travel, and they go by Trav. Ooh. And that's like that's the all-powerful one, because travel... Dude, that encompasses everything. Do you know a lot about physics and stuff, things? Like, I'm huge into, like, quantum mechanics and, like, basically universal consciousness and, like, not so much simulation theory as, like... Because in order to have simulation theory, everything has to actually be real, and you have to go into a digital, but it's like, the idea of digital in itself is the consciousness of, like, God of the universe kind of thing, right? I'm a huge, like, proponent towards this, just from my own lived experiences and everything, right? It's just, that's the way that I am. It's just the thing that I look for the most. So it's like, travel is, like, everything. Travel is temperature. Travel is, the make of an object. Travel is the distance between protons. Travel is, do you have 2 up or 2 down quarks, right? Do you have a color charm, or do you have a omega charm, right? Like, we're talking like some serious shit here when we go into like travel and you think about it. And if you can extrapolate that concept to someone who's extremely intelligent, could they potentially create a system like quantum mechanics inside of that god of travel in order to have the idea of quantum entanglement? All particles in all of existence are in some way entangled with all other particles. So he essentially could just control existence. So he is just literally God. And every other concept is derived from that concept. And that's why he's, like, the one. The one concept to rule them all. Existence. Because in order to travel or move, travel as in beings going from one place to another, the concepts that you brought up are all moving through their own... Okay. Oh, I love the separation of that too, right? It's just like my brain just fires off stuff and I just talk my brain out loud. So, you know. I love it. I love the energy behind it. I love the differentium. And, like, again, the concept of how you could work with this with just basics power scaling, let alone, like, you're adding in emotions, you're adding in characters, you're adding in level of technology, let's say, environment, understanding of the world, stuff like that. But yeah, so it's like, and, like, I just love creativity and creating things, right? I just love using my mind. Also, this all started, though, really elaborate fanfic. I'm a huge proponent of fanfiction. Meowscarada is doing a massive Pokemon fanfic, and it's fucking amazing. I have no problem, and I love fanfics. I honestly have always wanted to do a Reboot fanfic. Have you ever watched Reboot? From, like, way back in the day. Of, like, some kind of, like, origin of, like, someone who's, I don't know, trapped inside of the game or something like that. And they've only ever been inside of the game. Like, their parents were born, like, how Enzo, and I can't remember her name, are stuck in the games, right? And it's like they had a kid, and this kid is only known being inside of the games. He's never known, like, the mainframe or the net or, like, anything like that. Yo, what's up, Ozzy? What you at? What you got? What you doing, my man? Welcome. Oh, welcome, good sir. And then it's like the more you can pump your creativity into it. Am I late? I mean, we're reading What's Work right now, but not at all, Ozzy. You know me, 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours. We're still going strong, man. We got a lot to go through, bro. A lot to go through. Oh. But yeah, anything else you want to throw out there, things just feel like you can randomly shout into the void? I have not, but I started my writing journey through fanfiction. Because, like, I love the idea of it, but I always wanted to create my own worlds. So I look for the inspiration, and then I try to, like, deviate where I can. Like, my first story is about a planetary alignment unlocking something that would be considered, like, Nibiru or Planet X or some shit like that into our reality and releases these, like, shadow beings called the Lorians, right? And then it's like, I have a Final Fantasy-inspired book about, like, a crystalline tree and a civilization far beyond its own capacity. And then there's Stoner Girl Evolution about weed magic. There's all of the short stories. There's the short story compilation of, like, technology and science of Lisa Lives Forever, where brother and a sister, and the sister uploads the brother's brain, or the sister's brain is uploaded into a computer, and then she eventually goes, like, crazy and uploads his brain, and it's, like, across, like, it's, like, a multi-generational thing of, like, their family, of, like, each of their kids on each side, not the sister and the brother's kid, but the sister's kid and the brother's kid, right? Distinction required. I mean, what? Have an outline ready to go. Want to ask if it's a good story. All right, Ozzy. From a third-person perspective. Sounds good. I don't have something to submit, but when I do, I will. All right, sounds good. And, you know, there's, I don't want people to feel, like, pressured in any way. I basically stream every day. I stream for, like, 8 to 10 hours. I'm always going to be here. You know, write my name down, come back whenever, drop your stuff in the Discord. It's all good. No worries. You know, I want people to focus on themselves and work their best. I want to be here as a spark of inspiration and motivation, but I don't want to be a hindrance to your own work, right? You can be the light at the end of the tunnel, but it's like you need to walk that tunnel. Do you know what I mean? Once I finish these 6 chapters, I'll send the world building doc. All right, sounds good, Wop. And maybe I can get some context to this, because again, with so many stories, it's kind of hard sometimes to keep them all in my head. Narrow channel. Oh, we're talking about Preacher now. All right. He paused for a moment and laughed. You ain't figured it out yet? My daddy is a preacher, so therefore they call me preacher. You'd think they call him kid, because in my day, right, I grew up Christian, and there was like a huge thing of the preacher's kid. Right? The preacher's kid was like the spoiled kid that got all of the... like, it was literally a stereotype. The preacher's kid. So I'm like, I resonate more with like kid, and then it's like, you know, or like PK, because PK was like another one. Oh, he's the PK. Pastor's kid, preacher's kid, right? It's like, we were kids. We would turn them into like derogatory slurs for like certain people, right? Like you had like, I considered myself a devout Christian with a Christian family that wanted to go with Christian values, but understood that like we have a reality that we need to live in, and we need to like reconcile religion and reality. And that's how I was raised. That's what my parents believed. They didn't believe religion was the end-all be-all. They believed that religion is a gateway, and we must find all of the gateways. And religion has just been the most recent one, and now science is our immediate one. I would call myself spiritual, not religious. What's the limit on the length you'll read in one sitting? Or will it be split between multiple streams? The idea is 1 hour of continuous, full reading. Which sometimes, as you can tell right now, we're like 10% of the way through what's reading, and I think it's been about an hour. But the actual reading of what I've done, so it's usually somewhere between 4,000 words, like 3,000, 4,000 words is usually, but you know, there's no other submissions and you want me to keep going and I'm not tired, I'll fucking go through that shit, right? There's no way people on the internet are real. I saw a dumb... No. Oh, that's it! Dude, you just remembered. Oh my god, I have to drop everything right now. I have to drop everything right now, and I have to talk about this, because this is what I was talking about. This is the serious thing. Where the fuck is it? Is this the one? Is this... No, where's... Why is it not coming up? Okay, it is this one? So this is the woman? I need a name. Yes, okay, here. It's the shoe on head quote. Over $700,000 now raised for a woman who strangled her 3 children to death with exercise ropes. Every single donation is from a woman. Hundreds of thousands of women in a TikTok true crime psychosis where they believe the husband did it because he looks mean. Guys, I honestly think, like, there's the Carmelo... This proves everything. So we have the Carmelo Anthony, and then we have Chud the Builder and Shiloh Lorenz, right? Now, we have... what the fuck is this woman's name? Michelle Musgrove. And who's the other component? I can never remember his name. I'm gonna probably have to go to Grok for this one. I think it was in 2015, I think, around there. There was a case of a husband killing his kids through strangulation, and was, I believe, like, executed. It's to show a double standard, right? And I don't think this was in, like, America, right? I don't know if it was in Europe. Closest match in August 2000, Jones, his mid-30s, killed his... Yes, this is it! This is it! This is it! This is the one. His confession and trial evidence, first forced one son to execute, exercise to the point of, like, death, and it was, like, you know, this kind of, like, fucked up stuff, but it's, like, yeah. In this case, Ozzy. The woman admitted in court that she killed her kids. And all evidence points to she has been psychologically, like, unsettled for a while. Even the children apparently said there was, like, something wrong with her and they didn't want to be alone with her. So, in my opinion, like, if she is... I don't think you should do it now, but if she is convicted, because you need to go through the process. This is all speculation at this point, right? It has to go through the due process. We are not a judge of consensus on the internet. We can speculate and hypothesize, but we cannot say anything for sure. But I will say, if she is convicted, and, what site is this? Is this, like, is this, fucking, god damn it. I know there's, like, 3 different, companies that do, like, GoFundMes, right? Like, there's GoFundMe, and there's, like, a couple of other ones, right? Standard is GoFundMe. I don't know if this is actually GoFundMe, but I'm like, if she gets criminal charges, all of these should be totally refunded retroactively. She should be made to exercise to death. No, Ahab, she's not the one who killed her kid through exercise to death. The other one did. But she did use exercise ropes to kill them. So maybe that's what you're inferring. Did he freeze for anyone else? I don't know what you mean, what? Did who freeze? And I will say, this is a very, like, mature type of channel. Right? We do talk about a lot of different things. So if at any point in time you ever feel uncomfortable and everything, we do have a safe word in the chat called chalkboard. So if anything ever makes you feel uncomfortable and you feel like you want to leave the stream, you can just say chalkboard and explain why or what it is. You don't even have to say what you just say, like, a chalkboard, I don't like this topic. And I'll be like, fair enough, right? This is one of those exceptions. It's like a topic I've included inside of the news that I really want to talk about. Because I think it's important for, like... And it's not a case in and of itself. It's another point on the graph. It's another point on the graph of where the world is held. Yeah, you can use chalkboard to ruin all the fun. Ahab, it's true. But that's what it's there for. Because, I mean, technically, if you're in the middle of a BDSM situation and you're having fun and the other person calls their safe word over something, right? I can understand how someone can get frustrated. I understand how someone can get angry. I understand how someone can feel about that. The question is, are your feelings more important than the one promise you've made between the person you've put in that situation? And to me, that is the, like, determined moment of if I would ever trust you in a, like, CNC position. Just consensual non-consent. Right? She could be like, oh, at 3 o'clock, I'm gonna like fall asleep at like 12. So like 3 o'clock, come in and basically just start having sex with me while I'm asleep. Right? And it's like pre-planned, pre-set up for a fantasy of quote unquote rape. And it's just a fetish. Right? So it's like, it's something that exists, and we like to acknowledge things that exist. Again, separating discussion and endorsement is a very important... Let me reload the stream real quick. Alright, sounds good. If saying yes helps me avoid that situation immediately, yes, my feelings are more important. No. What I mean, Ahab, is if, let's say, you're, like, getting off flogging a chick, right? And let's say she's said to use a certain level of strength, and you use, like, a super strong one, and then it, like, hurts her, and then she calls her safe word, and you say, oh, fuck you, Buttercup, and you just keep flogging her, even though you've hurt her, she's used her safe word, and your emotions say, I don't care what you think. So Ahab, in that case, I would never trust you in that kind of situation. That means you're just not a trustworthy person. Because the original promise is if I put you in a bad situation... Okay, should be fine. Alright. I mean, she was kind of strawmanning in that assessment. From what I've heard, people don't believe that the husband did it. They believe that the woman is not criminally liable because she was in an extreme state of psychosis when she committed the crime. And the fact that she jumped out the window high enough to break several limbs makes believe her. And Hugo, I absolutely agree with you that it is, but again, it is one of those things. I give lenience to people because you have to be hyperbolic. So, like, I give, like, a level of leniency to people because you know nowadays, in order to drive engagement, you have to be hyperbolic, and that hyperbole will make people go look at the facts. Does that make sense? So I completely agree with you. But I think in a certain way, the culture we have on the internet almost demands it. It's not a good thing, and we should change it. But I can't blame her for using the system. Well, Scott, I mean specifically, if it were you, the flogging would be in my self-defense, therefore my feelings matter more. Ahab, I don't know if you're trolling or not, or I don't know if I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, but, like, my interpretation of that is, like, even if I'm putting you in a precarious position, as long as it makes me happy, I'm fine with you being in a precarious position. Please correct me if that is not what you are saying. Because I don't think that's what you're saying, but that's what I'm interpreting, and I don't want other people to interpret it that way. So, you know, what's your safe phrase? Me. You can buy another guitar. Or does the algo boost, no, it's just, Aussie, people won't, like, if they don't see something that seems, like, the norm is hyperbolic. So if you're not hyperbolic, no one is interested in what you're saying. Like saying, oh, you know, this woman killed her children and all of the women, you know, are supporting her because there is a case for her being in psychosis. That's not going to get as many clicks as the statement of, you know, the way that they're doing it. So it is a cop-out, it is a straw man, but I don't blame people for using the system. I blame the system for existing. But that's just my take, again, right? Like, I'm not God. I don't control anything. I just want to put my opinion out there to see how other people feel, to see, like, if there's any ideas, you have clickbait, or you get... Yeah, you have clickbait, or you get nothing. Exactly, Hugo, and it's super unfortunate, but it also separates the retards from the people that do the research, right? Because it's like, nah, that can't be true, right? And then you look into it, and you're like, I love the main one, the Bolsheviks. Anything to do with the Bolsheviks, it's like, no, that can't be true. Yeah, no, the Bolsheviks actually did it. Lead? No, yeah, they actually did it. Hands? Yeah, no, they actually did it. Insemination? No, yeah, they actually did it. Or, sorry. They have scientific journals indicating that they did it. I don't think there's any physical proof. I don't know if the Bolshevik gloves actually exist and are real. Right? I know they exist. I don't know if they're real. Right? Saudi, obviously, I don't think you should just beat the shit out of people in BDSM. Are you nuts? Jews? Yeah, they actually did. That's what I mean. Yeah, like, because, well, technically, the Bolsheviks were as far as I know, an ethnic separation. Like, the group that had settled in that area, right, was a clandestine Jewish, like, Semitic group, right? That was why they were a specific, like, people, right? That's why they're called, like, the Bolsheviks, right? But they were no, yeah, they're Jews, but they are in the Jewish community, right? Like, there's what I said the word, like different kind of sex, but that's not the word, right? Like, kind of things. So the Bolsheviks are Jews, but you can't. There's so many things that connect to Jewish, right? Ethnic, cultural, religious. Jew is just a very Yiddish. Yeah. Well, I mean, and another thing is like this is my problem with people talking about like genocides and massacres. Are you doing anything about the Uyghur massacre? Are you doing anything about the Boer massacre? Are you doing anything about the Palestinian massacre? Are you doing anything about the South Chinese, not the Uyghurs, but there's like another group of like sub-Chinese. Look at the Zach Fox off family tweet. I have no idea what. I love talking about this stuff, but whether I believe in it or not is like I just use it in a creative process because for me, it's hard to believe. I'm not going to dismiss it, but for me, it's hard to believe. Right? There's some things that are just straight up just hard to believe. And I will admit that. Right? I'm not dismissing it. I'm just saying it's really, really hard to get me to fucking believe it. Right? I have a certain... I know humans are demons, but like... My problem with it is, so you're saying that all these things that these people did is true, yet they've never been held accountable, and not only that, they've, like, gained power in the world? But we know that they did this, and we're just not holding them accountable, but we have, like, a UN? Right? It just makes me go, well, who the fuck cares if the UN's not gonna do it? Which in my advocacy is if the UN did its job, we would have world peace. Because you didn't listen to the UN, they would just invade your country and fuck you up. And be like, bitch, do what the fuck we say. Here's the Geneva fucking Convention. That is universal fucking law. You don't do that, we fucking kill you. And to me, what is the purpose of that? What is the purpose of the UN other than that? Oh, to talk between each of the countries. Okay, yeah, that's fair, right? But, like, if a country misbehaves, the UN should just be like, well, we don't care. We don't want you doing that on our planet, and intervene. In my opinion, it would just make the world a better place. Don't have to believe me. Don't have to advocate it for it. You know, you can call me whatever you want for it. But I honestly believe that, right? Now, whether humans would do that properly is an entirely different story. But the concept and the hypothesis behind it, right? 3, 2, 1, tote. Sorry, before I go back and read chat, I just wanted to say this again because you know how I talk so much about, like, the double standard in society, and it has nothing to do with gender, it has nothing to do with sexuality, it has nothing to do with class, it has nothing to do with money, it has nothing to do with religion. It has to do with control. That's it. That's all it has to do with. Control. Everything else is a trickle down of control. Same way that the biggest problem we have in our societies is the trust in the government. Because the government can't be trusted. So if the government can't be trusted, we should disassemble the government and rebuild the government to be trustable. Right? Like, for instance, if you lie as a news station, that's not just like an easily simple mistake. Like for instance, something like the chick that died, when Hayden Penetail dies, and an hour after like her death announcement, every news station is saying she OD'd. Any news station that says anything that does not have any corroborated thing, that has any investment or is taken from the government in any way, it told a lie, instantly your entire broadcasting thing is taken down. You are now all going to jail for lying to the public on a TV thing, right? Because the news is endorsed by the government. People believe in the news because they believe that the government is holding the news accountable for telling the news. So you at least think the news would have some idea of it. It is fucking crazy that she died, Ahab. I literally wrote a short story because of the scene of her jumping off the water tower. It's called Plot Armor, and it's about how characters develop the mathematic understanding of their plot armor inside of the story to push the boundaries of what they can do inside of the story to manipulate the plot armor so they don't die, so they can basically do whatever the fuck they want inside of the story. And it's from, you know, when she's like in Heroes, when it's like she's getting recorded and she just keeps jumping off of the water tower like over and over and over again. That shit was fucking crazy. Didn't see the cheerleader, man. Heroes was so good, man. Such a great... That's like... Heroes proved that you can just make a superhero IP with like abilities, and you don't need to rely on X-Men. You don't need to rely on comics. You just need to rely on a really cool idea. But no one will do original ideas anymore. You can't have a new intellectual property. He made a joke about when a man kills his family, the media will use the most happy picture of the family. Agreed, what? And I'm not necessarily against that. Like, I was watching Die Hard yesterday, and I had some conflicts about the scene where the reporter goes to their house, the McClane's house. And I'm like, the reporter has really bad intentions. But there is that tiny inkling if they had died, right? That's their saying goodbye to their parents, which doesn't make any sense in any way, right? Because you want to get their parents saying goodbye to the kids, right? So it's like twisting that scenario in such a way, I think, is just like the morality of it matters. Anyways, there's some chat I missed. Let's go back. What did I miss? I'm acknowledging them and pray for them, and I'm not sidelining its existence, be ignorant about them. If I'm able to financially help them in the future, I'd be state hacker that is against the genocide. And Ozzy, sorry, if that was talking about like the Uyghur genocide and stuff, my thing is, I don't care. You can call it harsh, you can call it cold-blooded, you can call it as much as you want. Any kind of anything that's happening in the world that's outside of my current preview is just simply not important to me. Right? And I feel like you should be allowed to say that. You should be allowed to say that only the things that currently affect my real life are important to me. You shouldn't be, like, canceled for saying that you don't care what the fuck is going on in the Middle East. I mean, I can understand if you made an exact statement, like, because I had to go pick up weed today, and I just find it funny listening to Hassan. So I was like basically like hate listening to Hassan while I was walking there, and he was just pulling up all these because he's talking about the Chinese elections in 2028, and he's pulling up all these shills that like I know these shills from their voices from the China show. Showing these shills like talk about this kind of stuff over the last like 3 months because they're pumping up the kind of thing and like the idea of like, oh, it's not bad that it's a one-party system because it's like an internal dispute within it. And he's just trying to defend the entire idea of the CCP and the one-party system while bringing up all these shills explaining how China is a democratic system. Oh my god, it was fucking hilarious. Oh my god, it was so funny. And, like, I'm not putting China down anyway, you know? Maybe it is propaganda stuff. It's like, but all I'm saying is everything I know and everything I've seen and everything I researched and everything I've done, and all that kind of shit, right? You look at the sources, you look at the people, you look at what they do, who you gonna trust more? That's all I'm saying, right? So, and again, I think it's fun. I don't think it needs to be something, like, I wish we could go back to a world where politics, religion, and sex were just things you did not talk about. That was like you had to opt in to like a very specific, like it was banned unless like it was like brought up like on a one-on-one, or it was like inside of a space that was acceptable, right? But it was like basically like if you brought up politics or religion, that would be like bringing up sex in like a middle school. When I was growing up. Like, I don't remember until, like, 2012, 2013, when I started to maybe realize that it was like, why is politics in so much. I don't think utopia doesn't exist, or will it exist in the future? The only utopia is heaven. So you don't think utopia can exist via humans, Ozzy? And I'm gonna give you 2 examples for a yes and for a no. And both of them are technically no because because of the means and the outcome. So the first is the only way to create a utopia on Earth is to have eugenics and selective birthing and to purposefully breed out the most intelligent people possible and keep good qualities inside of your society. As well as, like, making sure that everyone understands what consequences are and holding them accountable. Everyone will be able to control themselves, and you will have a utopia, and you will have, like, multiple planetary existence. But that creates and eliminates the human element from it because you have disassociated from almost being human in a way, because you have removed that part of you. So I think that in and of itself almost strips the title of utopia. Because it's like, yeah, you could have a robot utopia of AIs, but is there human emotion? Is there human feeling? Is there human existence in it? I'm not sure. So I don't know if I would call that utopia, and that's the only yes you get. The other one is, no, humans aren't capable of that because humans are greedy, selfish, and all of intelligence without full spectrum. Either Dr. Manhattan's itself or it's greedy. There is no in-between, as far as, like, I can tell. So the best way is just to understand that you are the consciousness of the world experiencing itself and just do what you want. And that it's like the idea of, like, if someone asked you, if there were no laws and no consequences, how many people would you rape in a day? I'd be like, what? None! The fuck? Just because there's no consequences doesn't mean I'm just gonna go fucking do something evil. Oh, there's no consequences to killing someone, so I'm just gonna go shoot my neighbor? I think that's just that is the philosophy that most people work under. Which, if they thought about it for a second, completely falls apart. Right? So, that's, like, my opinion on that. And, upping the poor people, their hidden potential, that are left out. Agreed, Ozzy. I was watching Joe Scott's thing today on, like, people named after diseases, and it was Asperger's. And Asperger was a Nazi. And he was studying Down syndrome people, and he was comparing Down syndrome people, and actually, I didn't know this, but apparently he was the person who came up with the name Mongoloid. Because he was comparing Down syndrome kids' features to the, like, Neanderthal type style, you know, African-American, Negro, old school stuff, like skull style stuff, right? And his work clearly indicated that that wasn't his intent. And he just wanted to help people, but you're in Nazi Germany in 1940. Under Hitler doing, like, eugenics experiments. So it's like, yeah, but, right? But that's where we get Asperger's from, which is the separation of the identity of the different types of autisms. Because he actually realized that autistic people are an extreme, like savants and stuff like that come from autism. So they're actually, like, because he's basically dabbling into social value to people. These Down syndrome people are Billy. They just hit people in the face, and they're like a pit bull that's 3 times inbred that can't just do anything. We're just gonna remove them from society. And in my opinion, for that own person's good, if you are that, like, genetically fucked up, right, this is the trolley problem. Do we, like, put you basically in a zoo and provide for you, or do we just kill you? I don't know the answer to that because I wouldn't want to answer that. I would not want to go near that. I wouldn't want to be the one to decide. You can't make that decision, in my opinion. Right? You can do all the hypotheticals and you can do all the math, in my opinion. But the second you start to take action on it and it becomes like a law or something like that, it is like now you have completely crossed into such a far don't kill people with Down syndrome, bro. But Ahab, what I'm saying is I specifically said a subsection of them that acted as third level inbred pit bulls. I had this big kid named Billy in my high school. My high school was all about like special needs and stuff like that. But this Billy kid, he would just attack people. He would just punch people in the face. He would just throw things at people. He just could not be a member of society. So the question is, what do you do with a person like that? In my opinion, the best thing is you put him in something like a zoo, right? That would basically be like an insane asylum. But you need to make money, so you would make it a zoo so people could go watch and say, look guys, this is a real, and this is so terrible and bad and awful, right? But that's what humans do, and I'm like, this just to me is just practical. But I mean, Ahab, what if you can make money off of them by making them a zoo? Make a Twitch stream of these... I mean, it's absolutely unethical, 100%. What kind of monetary practice is ethical, though? Guys, you're gonna call ethics with this now after everything that we're through? Right? Again, it's not an advocation of it, it's just saying that, like, this is a possible outcome in a world that, you know, doesn't know how to separate those things. I don't want, like for instance, one of my favorite fucking clips ever, right? One of my favorite clips ever is, and you can say it's like, it's not a malice thing, right? It's a humor thing. I can understand that, like, this is just, it's horrible that their house burnt down. It's terrible. It's awful. But it's like, you have to understand that inside of certain things, it may not be acceptable. It may not be good. It is a part of the human nature. And if you deny this part of the human nature, in my mind, you aren't being human. In my opinion, human is, in a way, laughing at other people's misfortunes. And it's terrible and sad to say, but...
Everything's gone. Just... everything's gone.
Yeah, everything's gone, even my lighter and my deodorant. I was having so much fun with them.
And to me, right, to me, this is the reason why I feel like I can laugh at it. How did if he's actually telling the truth, which would mean most likely he was the one who set the fire, how the fuck did he wind up with those things? I blame the fucking parents for that. So, like, I feel like this is like a logical explanation inside of my brain. It's not right, it's not proper, but that's the logical explanation my brain goes through that says, hey, Scott, because of this, you're allowed to laugh at this. And I go, you know what? Even if you were wrong, I'd still laugh. That Twitch streamer who just was in a drug psychosis and didn't feed her kid should be thrown off a cliff into rocks. Oh, I don't know anything about that, Ahab. I honestly don't know anything about that. And that's the spectacle of streaming. Spectacle of streaming has gotten so bad that people are dying on stream. Guys, it's like 600-pound life. Everyone just wants the person to die. It's kind of fucked up. I don't want to live in that society. I don't want that to be the culture. Sorry, I left and returned in a donut and smoothie. Oh, fuck yeah, Ozzy. Anyways, I just wanted to talk about this as another point on the graph of it has nothing to do with gender. It has nothing to do with any of these things. It has to do with control. Asman watched the body cam footage. So this was like a while ago, Ahab? Because this isn't ringing a bell to me. And I'm like, you're telling me I missed Asmon's content. And I'm just wondering, Ahab, because this is a funny meme inside of the Asmon community. You do know that he does not have a D in his name, right? Okay, I probably watched it from a while ago. The kid was starved to death. Yeah, because if it was like more than 3 months ago, then I probably won't remember with all the other content and everything. Because it's like, it just gets drowned out. But I most likely watched it then. But yeah, it's Asmon Gold. There's no D in it. But people just say Asmon Gold for no reason. And it's like a meme inside of the community because, like, it's like a differentiation. People put the D there just to tell you that they're not fans of Asmon. Remember that one from it being horrible? Yeah. Yeah. It's like, you know, and in my opinion, right, this is just, if the government did their job, right, these kinds of, like, psychological things would be dealt with. And these kids, these animals, I mean, animals as in, like, actual animals, as in, like, people that have left their dog in their car, starved their dog to death, you know, abused their dog. And, like, there was that chick who went to jail for, like, abusing, like, animal abuse on Twitch or something like that. Like, she would just go live and just, like, throw her cat around or some fucked up shit like that. I have no... That one I remember watching from Asmon. And I can understand where you're coming from, Ahab. And again, it's like, do I consider myself a part of Asmon's community? I mean, not really. I watch his content. I like the things he says in some cases, most cases. I like the way he says things. And I like the way that he's logical about stuff. And he's practical. He's not illusionary about humanity. He knows harsh solutions are required for certain things. And people are unwilling to do that in the suicidal empathy of today. And the fact that, like, I use him as an example as a streamer, right? He's a good streamer and a good YouTuber as far as success goes. So he's a great example to follow through with how you do things. And my analytical sense falls under his. From reading those comments, a lot of them are retarded. So that's the thing. It's like, I don't understand the idea. Like, I don't necessarily... Like, I love the idea of, like, having a community, right? But I think at a certain point, right? For instance, we're a community. We're small. We all talk to each other. We all engage with each other, right? It is what it is. But when you have a community that's literally millions of people, like, at that point, I don't think you're a community anymore. Right? Like, a community is like 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 people. Right? Once you're past that, it's like, okay, well, you're not a community anymore. You're like a region between multiple communities. And then it's like, it just keeps going up from there. Yeah, at that point, right, Ozzy, you're a whole ass country. So it's like, and as Asmon says, like, for instance, this is true of me. I heard Vosh talking shit about Asmon, saying Asmon was literally the worst person in existence. And I'd never heard of Asmon before. And I was like, okay, I understand internet hyperbole and, like, YouTuber drama bullshit, but, like, there's no fucking way, right? And then I watched Asmon, and I've never stopped. I've never gone back to Vosh. I've never gone back to, fuck. Who was the other person I watched? It's a female political streamer. Fuck, I don't remember. It's been so long. Vosh is the only one that I, like, substantially watched, because I never really watched a song. It's in general. Fuck yeah, that's epic. He's got the donut and the drink. Let's fucking go, motherfucker. Hell yeah, awesome. We love to see it. Let me turn the music on, because I need another toke, but yeah. So again, sorry that this is, like, over-encompassing this, but it's like, this is, like, another point on the graph of the shift of society that I'm like, hey guys, we need to The drink is unexpected. Yeah. Right? And, for instance, Scotty loves Melanie Mac. Go Boom. I don't know what that is. And ever since I'm watching Asmin, I'm like... And he's always like, yeah, people talk shit about me, and then hate watchers come in, because they're like, there's no way, and then they become my fans. And I'm like, yep, that's exactly what happened. And then I watched the Johnny Depp trial and his analysis of it, and I watched like 4 other people's analysis, and I was like, Asmin is literally the only person I've ever found in the entire world that has, in my opinion, as complex or more complex analytical breakdown than I do. Is that, like, fair to say in the way that, like, I break down stories and, like, I use logic to connect ideas and how I, like, use formulas to imply certain outcomes based upon hypothesis and reality mixture, and then you, like, test that? It's like, you're just performing endless amounts of scientific method experiments through social and psychological, sociological, and, like, trap environments, right? Of being like, are these people really saying what they're saying, or are they meaning what they're saying? Or are they trolling, right? Are they serious? So when I see that a woman who said that she killed her kids gets $728,000 in GoFundMes from women who think she's innocent, I don't even know why does she have a GoFundMe? Why is she getting money? This feels like a fucking psyop. It's so fucking retarded. Hot ass right-wing Floyd. Scotty, can you do a reading of Suck Mommy's Piss Flaps? I mean, maybe someday. Real book, by the way. I believe it, Ahab. I believe it. Check General again. That's the drink. Tropical Kefir Smoothie. Kefir. I don't know what kefir is. Blended with payada, mango, banana, peach, guava, passion fruit, raspberry, blueberry. I'm not allergic to any of those! Oh, fuck yeah, I could have that! I'm not allergic to any of those! Holy shit, that's crazy. Because, you know, strawberry, apple, cherry. Those are the 3 main ones I'm allergic to, and those are like the 3 main ones you get from everything. But yeah. Kefir is the name of a guy that was shot by a drone. Probably. I'm not gonna lie, Ahab, that's probably true, but I don't think that's what he means, right? So, like, to me, this is just a show of the way that society... And to me, this is Munchausen syndrome. This woman killing her children... I'm actually gonna ask. What's her name? Michelle Musgrove. Do you believe that the Michelle Musgrove case is a case of Munchausen syndrome? I actually wonder, because I don't know anything about the court case or what's happened or any information, so it's just like, could this be treated like that, or is it just psychosis? No, I do not believe that. I cannot find any meaningful option to be publicly documented. Michelle, the woman who strangled her 3 kids and got $700K in GoFundMe. Maybe that'll bring more light to it, right? I'll have a bowl packed. I have smoke. 3, 2, 1, toke! Hot take, guys. I think the trans stuff is also Munchausen's. Oh, Lindsay Clancy case. Not a case of Munchausen. No credible reporting, court evidence. So there was no because usually it's a a lead up, right? Like, you can tell what happened. And in my opinion, right? This is just my opinion. Because it's so extreme, and because it's something that you can't prove, Like in my sense, you can't reasonably prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that this person somehow, from some way, their mind just broke for like 3 hours, and then they killed their kids, and then they went back to normal, and were like, fuck, I killed my kids, I better kill myself. I mean, the chance of that happening versus her just being like, you know what? I'm gonna kill myself, and I'm gonna take these fuckers with me, because fuck being a mom. And I will give, this is really fucked up, right? This is really fucked up. But it's one of those moments, it's like a personal moment. So this is a story from my sister. Quinn and Zoe are like me and my sister when we were younger. We would beat the fuck out of each other. We would throw things at each other. We majorly injured each other when we were like between like 4 and 9. My sister's 2 years younger than me, so I've been like 6. We've always had this, like, I don't know why, but like a rivalry of some kind. And Zoe and Quinn have it. And so it's like, my brother-in-law's basically like overworked, and he's like doing like 12-hour shifts, right? Because they need like money. And she's basically been dealing with the kids all day, and they've just been hounding each other all day, to the point she said she wanted to call the cops because she was worried she was going to hurt them. And I believe that's a massive case. And it happens a lot. No, Ozzy, the point was that the cop would be there so that my sister couldn't hurt them even if she wanted to. It wasn't for some therapeutic psychological thing. It was she needed help. And the only thing in that moment she could think of was to, like, literally, like, call the police or something because she was worried about it. That's, like, how far gone she was. She was worried she was just gonna fucking punch one of them in the face. So I don't think it's a psychological thing. It's a prevention thing. Like, you know, she got over it. It was one of those things that, like she said, it was just like that moment of just being like, okay. And it was like a clear moment for her. So it's like, I understand how someone who's not my sister, who's a very, you know, she works in mental health care with people that are, like, mentally delayed. She works with, like, 40-year-olds that are, like, 5-year-olds. So, like, she is trained to, like, work in a stressful psychological space. And she is still at this point with her own children. So I absolutely understand how you can come to a point where you would want to, and almost even maybe, like, do strangle your kids. But I don't see the transfer of the thought to the action if you are not a stable person. Right? And people make mistakes and people go off the edge, and I don't know the story, but it's like I could absolutely see there is absolute precedent that she was being driven crazy and she went off the edge. But you do, like, an investigation, like, how do the kids act together? What is she like when she's alone with them? Right? The reason that, like, for me, right, is like, I know my sister. Right? So for her to tell me a story like that, I'm like, for her own words to be like, I was ready to punch one of them in the face to the point that I wanted to call the cops to make sure that I couldn't. Like, that is probably the scariest words I've ever heard out of my sister's mouth. Like, that's fucking crazy. But you can understand how someone would get to that point and have that thought. She would never do it. It was never gonna happen. It's just the fact that she had the thought that scared her so much that she actually started to ask for help. Because she thought, and this would, to me, would be like an arc-changing moment. Before, she thought she could handle it. Afterwards, now she's asking for help. And now she asks for my parents' help. She asks for, like, babysitting. She asks for my help. Whereas before, it was like she was almost too proud to ask for someone's help. And then she had this, like, ultimate breaking point, and it was like, okay, you know what? I can't actually do this. I do need help. Right? And that was her arc change. Calling the cops in that situation should be the right idea, just to have someone, anyone else in the house to refocus your thoughts. It's a great idea. I think there are services for overwhelmed parents in some locations, but not every community has them. Sad part is, if you call the cops on yourself being afraid, you might harm your children under a certain stress load. You get child services involved even, and yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, you know, like, you, at that point, as a parent, right, it's the same thing with, like, oh, I saw this one. This one was, like, a push in the right direction. Body of man found... okay, body of man who didn't show up to court case found. Is this it? No, that's that fucking chick. I'm just gonna spam that. Okay, well, the story was that there was a guy who was like, he was a Pakistani dude. He had raped some 14-year-old, and he was going to court, and they found his body in the street, basically. Because, like, I guess everyone knew the story. So some person had just come up and killed him, and everyone knew it was going on, and everyone just let it happen. Now, I'm not advocating for this, because in my opinion, that's vigilante justice, and that's what destroys society, right? But you also can't have a rampant court system that doesn't prosecute people. And the line is the military. And that's holding the government responsible. And at this point, you're going to have vigilante citizen if you do not fix this. I do not advocate for it. I do not want it. I do not think it is the answer. But I think it is, in this case, going to be an outcome. Turn to Wild West Society. I watched Gangs of New York yesterday, Ozzy. So yeah, you know, all we need to bring back is honor. If we bring back honor, humanity is fine. Literally, all humanity needs is honor. Honor fixes everything. Have you all heard of Richard Branson? He's the serial killer, isn't he? Or something like that? Child molester? Or am I thinking of someone else? Branson. I have it. I don't know. I can see the commercial right now. I have you being on a brink of harming your own children. Do you stress about the next day with your children? Don't let stress build up. Call the mommy daddy buddy hotline. Get a fellow parent nearby to help you out for a day to reduce your stress load. Act now before you regret it. Sean, that's such a fucking amazing idea. And like starting a company of like having, so you know if like you have Neighborhood Watch? So imagine Neighborhood Watch, but it's like taking care of like single parents with like multiple kids and heavy loads. So you have like babysitting programs, you have like food donation programs and stuff like that, all inside of this community of like trying to help single mothers, not even single mothers. My sister's not a single mother. Her husband is fucking amazing. It's just, you know, sometimes, right, he has to work, he can't be there, things get stressful. Richard Branson is another Epstein-like individual, allegedly. He has an island close to Epstein's. Okay. Yeah, so, yeah. And, I mean, again, Ahab. If I was in charge, I would say to the public, guys, we're gonna take out everyone, but the problem is, there's gonna be, like, a lot of casualties. And not casualties as in we're gonna kill people. Casualties as in innocent people getting caught between it. But we know that you're willing to bide those casualties to fix this shit. Which is why, like, for instance, my thing would be, like, You take anyone who has any power at the top of any system across all of... Well, I'm Canadian, right? But let's just assume America. And you just put them in jail. You just... Okay, you are just teleported into jail. No questions asked, nothing done. You just order 66. Everyone's in jail. Okay, now that everyone's in jail, retroactively prove that you're innocent. That you didn't do anything wrong. Give us all your filings, all your faxes, all your internet history, all of your data, all of your everything. You are a public servant. And even CEOs of companies. In my opinion, CEOs of companies are still, or should be still held to a civic duty of the country that they're in. I don't care what other people think. That's what I think, and that's what I want for companies that are inside of my country. I want the companies inside of my country to have the best interest of the people inside of the country. I don't want these random Chinese-run companies coming into Canada and saying, well, we don't care how Canada does things, we're going to do things our way. No. People run the world, man. What the fuck? I know Ahab. That's why it'll never happen. Home-stay parents who never get support from working parent, at-home parent is on their final length of rope. But work parent has also been on the end of their rope at work. Give work parent 30 minutes before talking about the day's stress and who got in trouble for what. It's an imaginative scenario that we have to LSD right now. Go with it and give input. Ozzy, just the funny thing about it is, to me, it's like when Elon fired 80% of the staff at X and nothing changed. In fact, the thing got better. That's how I believe. And I don't think any person in any absolute power position has any right to be in that position and has any idea what to do in the position that they're in. I think every single person, including Trump, is a person who is in a place that has just gotten there. And this is like an unwinding of the Peter Principle, where the Peter Principle is you're basically an incompetent person who's just promoted until you stop getting promoted because now you've hit the level that your incompetence is like appearing, so you don't get any promotions. But these people have like gone beyond that, and there like isn't a limit. So like Trump's become the president despite the fact that the Peter Principle should have stopped him from even becoming a businessman. Boop, yo, what's up, Shadow? What you at? What you got? What you doing? Sorry, Shadow. Yeah, I've been out of it. Didn't do anything. Sorry. Is what it is. And D&D tomorrow? I am so sorry. We should do that Blood Eagle thing to those people live on television if you're that evil. I agree, Ahab. But I like the Dark and Raw approach. So you know what you do? Is you take their intestine, and then you slowly, like, pull out their intestines, right? And then you, like, wrap them in their own intestines, and then you hang them in their own intestines. I like the Blood Eagle, too. But you can keep them alive for, like, almost a year. With their intestines, like, on the outside. Like, I think with the right setup, you could indefinitely keep them. Hell, we could even experiment to see how many organs we could put on the outside of you and you could still live. So we'll, like, have, like, your kidneys on the outside, you know, I don't know about your heart, because I don't know how we could do that, but you could have, and even, like, cut open your mind so, like, your brain is exposed. I mean, we could do all, like, these are the people we should be doing human experimentation on. These evil demons are the people we should be doing human experimentation on. Did you ever hear the Dilbert Principle? No, Hugo, but I did watch Dilbert when I was a kid. We imagining what to do with the big bad elites if they were ever to be caught. Oh, hell yeah. On them? Fuck yeah. So, this is my plan, guys. If you were ever to do a real thing. So what you do, right, is you go around and find individual families that are the families of military people and, like, vets. So you find basically every single person inside of the country that is inside of the military, right? And then you find, like, something like lieutenants and majors, because it's not going to be generals and admirals. It's going to have to be, like, lieutenants and majors and, like, that midriff. And you find those. And then you have the majors and the lieutenants do a military coup against the admirals and generals with all of the foot soldiers. So it's like, you know what? It's 50 million people versus 200. And then you just have those people take over the military. And since they're the military that's controlled by the people, they take out the government. Ta-da! You don't have a vigilante fucking Fallout civilian thing. You just, every single person who's in the military is a citizen of the country. All you need to do is get all those military people together and say, well, we don't agree with what the people at the top that are doing, and there's enough of us to, like, an extreme. Because I bet you get, like, 89%. You get, like, I'd say you get, like, 89 to 93% of the entire foot soldier military being like, yeah, sure, if the majors and the lieutenants tell us and they want to do a coup, and we can do it in this, like, Order 66 with no bloodshed, I mean, sure, there might be a couple people. And you know what's fucked up, Ozzy, is I have a short story that I wrote about this. It's my How to Save the World short story. And it literally explains step by step how you would use the individual citizen military, not the corrupt generals, but the actual foot soldiers, right, as the means to change the country. And then you would use them as the ones who hold the new government accountable. So if the new government did anything, the military would just simply not let them. And as far as I've seen, like, 80 to 90% of the people that are in the military are, like, patriots. And great fucking people. I know, like, 15 or 16 vets. I lived next to a vet. He died in, like, 2006. He's from World War II. So it's like... the individual foot soldier is the main thing you need to look for. They are people. And once you realize that they are people and the admirals and generals don't stand a chance, and the only reason is because they have the foot soldiers, right? That's your Achilles heel. Anyways, did I miss anything here? Hold on. If you caught pirates, would you kill them yourself or deliver them alive? My personal thought is deliver them alive, but not because I want them alive, rather because their deaths should be public. I agree, Sean. The Dilbert principle posits that the most incompetent people are put in middle management where they can't affect the quality of products, like engineers, or the direction of the company, like upper management, so the damage due to incompetence is limited. Which is crazy that that's even allowed, Hugo. So you're telling me you knowingly have people in your company that you know are incompetent and you just haven't fired them? So they're just not good at their job. They don't do their job, but you just don't fire them. What? Oh, because we couldn't replace them. Well, they're not doing their job anyways. Get the fuck rid of them. And you're trying to pay me $10 an hour because you can't budget because you're paying your whole HR team that does nothing? What? This is where I'm like, it's a psyop conspiracy, because if anyone had any brains, either that or I'm just abnormally intelligent, which to me sucks. Because then it's like, well, then I can't get down with the normies. Fuck. Am I just, like, too intelligent? I don't want to believe that. I think I'm a fucking retarded idiot. If it's that saying, I'm way too stupid for this many people to be dumber than me. Like, what the fuck? 3, 2, 1, toke. And Ahab, that's kind of like a social construct, Asperger's, autism, like logical fallacy thinking, right? How well can you solve problems based upon your prior knowledge of things, right? How can you incorporate new knowledge that you've learned? How fast can you incorporate it? I mean, I think that's my strength, is the ability to incorporate new information into my old setup. Like you ascended. Yeah, well, I mean, I've always believed in higher consciousness, and Stargate didn't help with that, with, like, the Ancients and Atlantis and Ascension. everything like that, right? I gotta take a piss and grab some drink, but I'll be right back. Again, really sorry. What you know how we are. We just keep fucking talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and talking. But again, if you are here, if you're still here, since we go off on these tangents so much, this is like kind of one of the reasons why chalkboard is like a thing. So it's like if, for instance, at any point in time, if he just wants his story to be read, he can just simply say, okay, chalkboard guys, let's just get back to the story. I gotta go to bed soon. Something like that, right? And then we just pivot back to the story. So it's like, there are many different ways to use chalkboard, and that's why I think it's like, it allows me to go on these tangents, because I know if the person that I'm beta reading wants me to read their stuff, they can just say one word and I will. Which means I think they're having fun and part of the conversation, or they're just like, put me on mute and they're just doing their own thing on the side, right? But it's like, chalkboard gives me the ability to expand what I'm talking about, because then I don't have to focus on one thing. And all of this in every aspect you can look at as research, in my opinion. Personality, interaction, change, ideas, like shifting momentum, like a proposal of ideas, dualities of existence. All of it can be used as expression of research into the categories of the topics and politics and like demeanor of the world we're talking about, how we interact with each other, and stuff like that. So I always feel all of this is super important for the idea of those small details, right? It's the small things that count. Stack those small things, right? Anyways, I'll be right back.
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
That wellness check was for pissing. But the whole point of the wellness check is to not do that. It's a satire. Okay, let me catch up here. We're in the middle of an ad. I don't even know where we are. Not the chromosome locked away at your birth. Managers should have a 50-hour salary because they should work a standard shift and then have 2 hours of paperwork on top of that, not lording it over everyone else without doing anything. Go home at the same time. But work right alongside everyone. Then do 2 hours of paperwork. Sean, I love that idea. You should as well, sir. Time to smoke more weed and be too tired to play Age of Wonders Planetfall. Speaking of games they have, I saw Charlie's video on Squadron 47 or Star Citizen. You know we were talking about Star Citizen the other day? Would you review a pitch Bible if I submitted one? Absolutely. Oh, that sounds amazing. Dude, yes. Absolutely. 100%. I mean, would you want me to do that on stream or off stream? Because I'm like, there are some things that I feel like that would be either be like a one-on-one. We could maybe have a Discord call about it or something. Because I know some people, again, it's like censor some of their ideas and stuff. So, you know, just giving you options and stuff. Because, yeah, whatever you want to do, I'm totally up to. Shadow, if she's still here, can give you an example of what it's like for me to work with me off of the stream. I mean, a lot of things have come up and stuff, right? But I am, let's say, 8 chapters behind where I should be in her beta reading. So, you know, there's kind of no promises with it. Shit happens, but I will do my best. Absolutely. And I will try to, you know, that'll be what I submit when I'm ready. And either way. Ooh, okay. That, because then I could go into different things, right? Combining ideas. Because things I've always, my entire life, since I was like 6, my dream has to be in a think tank. I don't care what kind of think tank, just some sort of position that allows me to interact with other creative individuals on my level instead of like kind of having to dumb myself down for other people, because it's like I'll explain some sort of advanced concept and they'll just look at me with like starry eyes. Whereas like I was talking about fucking quantum mechanics and you're like, oh no. That's a whole separate thing. Don't worry, we got that covered. Right? Color theory. No, not colors, like particle theory, right? Don't worry about it. It's not part of Newtonian physics. Even just your, like, acceptance of the acknowledgement of that is like, okay. I'm excited to find out more about this person. I'm invested. I'm like... Because, you know, there's some people that are like, yeah, okay. You know, it's like, I consider myself a well-rounded person, so I find everything, right, as much as I can. That's, I think, one of my strengths, too. It's like a jack of all trades. I've been holding on to that question for like an hour and a half, but it didn't feel appropriate to bring up with a rant. I think a lot of people feel like that in chat towards certain things. But I don't want you guys to ever feel like you can't say something, right? I mean, there might be points in time when it has to be like a pivot off, but like in general, I'm just a dyslexic random ranter on the internet that I think if you can direct and focus that rant, it can provide individual value. Does that make sense? So, I might say it's 99.9%. I mean, yeah, fair enough, right? And it's just, that's the way that my mind works towards things. And I know other people work things differently, so you can literally steer the stream. Chatter. Yes, you. And they're looking at and they're looking up at, like, the Titanic and looking over at the iceberg, being like, yeah, no matter if I knew how to control this thing, I still ain't getting away from that. He is our little puppet. Very true, Ahab. Very true. But yeah, no, never feel like, you know, if you feel, like, I guess a better way to say it is, if you feel like you're being left out, barge in. If you feel like you're being left out, barge in. Because, like, I definitely have, like, a limited range of, like, attention span beyond, like, what's going on in the stream. So, like, missing people's chats, having, like 5 people talking in the chat is, like, crazy, right? So it's like, but at the end of the day, it's all about entertainment, putting on a show. It's about you guys, right? What you guys want to do, what you guys want to see. Because I can literally pretty much do what the fuck ever. So it's like, well, what do you want to see, right? 0.1% is Scotty reading a few lines, then returning to chatting for an hour or two. True, Ozzy. True. 3, 2, 1, toke! not at all things. I mean, I generally pull things over to Scrivener, but I'm like, if you want... Because, like, this is something I've been thinking on, and it's not something that I'd really, like, do, right? But what I need to start doing is either get the transcript of the videos, I wonder if I can do that from YouTube, or have, like, speech to text on while doing the review. And then I can, like, have the words on the page, right? So, like, for instance, what I currently do, like, for instance, with Shadow, is I just beta read like this without the interruption of chat. Right? And then I'll turn it into a YouTube video, and then I'll upload it as a YouTube video. And then it's like you kind of have to watch the video. But at the end of the video, I'll do, like, a summary of all of my notes and all of my ideas. But I don't write anything down. I'm really good at recalling and remembering things. Sometimes I fumble, but, like, I think for being retardedly high all the time, I am, like, fucking amazing at remembering and recalling shit. Right? At times. So, I've been thinking of doing the type of transcript thing where I could actually have, let's say, for instance, if you have the, in a different format, right? So if you had the idea or pitch, what was the word you used because it was a perfect word? Your pitch thing, I could go into it and modify it in a way. So either it would be like a Google Docs, some sort of like application that would allow me to be an editor and like modify things and like put things in brackets. Pitch. Bible. That sounds amazing, things. I love depths of storytelling. And like, I'd say, so there's like this concept about ideas. And I don't remember exactly what it's called, but it's basically like an idea horizon. And the idea behind it is how well can you connect extremely abstract ideas together? Like, I'll give you an example. If I say, nail clipper, face cream, remote control. Okay, using those 3 words, come up with a pitch for a short story. And my mind immediately goes, alright, so my biggest thing is when I was a kid, my dad would clip my nails too short. So it's gotta be someone's clipping their nails and there's some sort of, like spill or something happens. Let's say you're on a ship and you've got, like, let's say it's a girl and you got all your makeup stuff set up, right? And it's like, something hits the ship, tilts it, you cut your nail off, all this shit falls on top of your face, you fall down, you look up, you look over, you grab your remote, you turn on the news, and your ship's been struck by, like, a missile, and that starts the story. And now it's like you're on the ship in space that's, like, in the middle of a space battle, but you're, like, the princess or the vice president or something like that. It's like, how well can you bring together abstract random ideas, and how well can you coordinate those with other things? And I think I have a fascinatingly high ability to do that. To just take random shit and say, okay, well, these are the concepts. Because that's how I used to do stuff in school. We'd be like, okay, well, let's take a pen, a piece of paper, and your lock there. And let's make a script about a student doing his homework and, like, not being able to get it in the morning because he can't remember, like, his locker key because of a party the night before. Story, done, sold, let's make it. I'm gonna hop off for tonight, but it's nice to meet you all. Alright, sounds good, things, have a great night. I'm not sure if you're a sir or ma'am. I usually don't say this, but, you know, our main thing is, like, sir is not necessarily gender exact. If you do not know, not to scare you, I am a cross-dresser. Yeah, so we do werewoman streams where I do, like, makeup streams and stuff like that. So, you know, if you ever come in on one of those, don't be, you know, freaked out. It is what it is, right? We're all about that. So have a wonderful night. So sir is more of a, like, gender neutral, because we just say fuck you. That's our thing. We're just like, because you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? So, fuck you. So, have a great night, things. Thanks for coming by. Super nice to meet you. Fucking love your pitch ideas and the depth of your story. Hopefully, you know, we'll see you around, and have a wonderful night. Yeah, we try to be as satirical and non-serious. Right. Because I find the writing community in general is too... I'm not too full of themselves. They're too hot-headed. They can't just allow creativity. They can't make a sentence like, I've been up her, been dead there. We go when you ski. Don't tell me not when I'm on my knee, bitch. Kep? Don't call me retarded. It is what it is. I can't help it. It's just, I'm just being me. And if you resonate with that, fuck yeah. 3, 2, 1, toke! What? You alive? Twitch in general is full of crybabies, basically, as Scotty says. I quote, man, Twitch is full of blue-pilled crybaby punks. I mean, there's only one stream I think I'm actually banned from. I won't say who it is, but it's for talking about AI. And it wasn't even, like, talking. Like, I was just, like, you know, I was, like, trying to explain, like, the difference between... I think I was trying to explain, like, I think it was because I got banned, like... So what happened is I posted stories on Reddit, and I guess the short story subreddit doesn't like AI stories, so it took down my story. Even though it's like the story it took down wasn't an AI story. Even though I have like 5 or 6 AI stories on the subreddit that are still there to this day. And it's just like, because, I mean, I do use AI for, like, learning purposes for storytelling. Because I think it's a good tool. And I don't think if you use every tool available to you, you'll fail. So I think the people that think AI is the end-all be-all will fail because all they will use is AI. And the people that say, I'm never going to use AI, are going to win in their own way, right? And they will be successful in their own way, and there will be a niche for it. But I do think AI is an important part of creativity because it is getting closer to us understanding the human brain. And the more we understand the human brain, the more we can understand where our creativity and ideas come from. And the more that we can do that, the more we can extrapolate what being human it truly is. And I think that is an inevitability of consciousness. Whether that's a machine data oriented or pure ether existence and non-physical, I don't know. I think the idea that it's not a culturally plausible direction to go is something I want to change. Okay. Later, homie. It's true because he is one himself. True. Scotty says, join Kick. It's like Twitch for based and red pill chads. Twitch does want to throw you into the AI digital meat grinder. But you know what's funny? Because this is what I always find funny. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, is Kick fucked? The one time? Wait, so like Kick is down? I'm like, did I get banned on Kick? This is what I hate about it. So I'm not in the URL. I'm in the search options. I say kick.com. Okay, there we go. Kick. Yeah, no, Kick seems to be down. That is the direct link to straight Kick. So I guess there's some sort of issue on Kick's side. Alright. Just to be sure, what's Rumble at? Yeah, Rumble's just chilling. Hi, Rumble guy! I know there's like always someone sitting in Rumble, and no, I don't have the chat set up in them. But hey, Rumble guy, what's up? What you doing? What you got, man? I need to figure out a way to get the chat connected, because I know you can. I just haven't figured out how to do it yet. But, you know, that... It is what it is. So I'm sorry if I ever miss your chats, dude. I'm not, you know, trying or anything. Searched about it. It's a Kickside issue. Okay, that's what I thought. That's interesting. What was I even gonna do on Kit? Oh, am I not my own... Wait. I was like, wait, what the fuck happened? Where did Asmund go? Okay, there we go. Interesting. What was I gonna do on Kick? There was something I was gonna do on Kick. I was literally going to go on Kick, and I was going to try and prove something. Now I don't remember what it was. What were we talking about? Chalkboard, starting to get sleepy on the side. Alright, yeah, it sounds good. This is about a perfect time. That's about the perfect time, what? Alright, alright. Paused for a moment. Just laughed. We ain't figured it out yet. But Daddy is a preacher, and therefore they call me preacher. Are you okay with all this since the Bible days? Thou shalt not kill? I asked. Should have said that hours ago, though. Well, I mean, he can say it whenever he wants. I mean, if he, like I said, if he's having fun and he wants to, like, enjoy the stream, and it's like his work is the thing that's up on the page, like, wouldn't you want your exposure to go as far as possible? I mean, I would. And that's why it's like, he's like, hey, well, you know, I gotta go. Exactly. And Ozzy, there's nothing wrong with that. Right? Always feel free to express yourself. Right? That's what we're here for. And I mean, in some cases, like, you might get laughed at. Right? You might get praised. But at the end of the day, we don't mean anything out of it. Right? So it's like, your best case scenario is to say your piece. Right? Wonder if I can complete case 1 by the time you finish reading this. Oh, you probably can. This will probably take an hour and a half. Hold on. Let me set this up. So, where is it? Ozzy just lured you into a tangent, Scotty. Yeah, I know. And relics. Usually you think. And relics. I never have. And hopefully never will. LB normally uses me as a lookout. Claude has come because he's the only one of us who can speak German, Preacher explained. With his TikToks. I fucking love Relic's TikToks. They're so good. He must have like some fucked up fucking... I can't imagine what his fucking scrolling looks like. They had stationed us mostly on the right side of the trench, just far enough to be out of sight and close enough to receive orders to go over. Most of the guys just sat there smoking and playing cards during quiet moments like this. There was nothing to do and nothing being asked of. Hey, preach, where we sleep at? Find you a spot and try to get comfy, as if he can sleep. Artillery mostly gets fired at night to keep the Germans awake and antsy. But isn't that going to do the same thing to your own people? That feels like that's like... Sure, yeah, that kind of makes sense, but you're also doing it to your own... Isn't that like a double, like... Isn't that kind of like taking casualties? Guys, I don't know how Sun Tzu would feel about that. so we got to run to their trench with artillery firing into it, I said. As long as we stay in the designated area, we should be fine. The hell did I get myself into? Thought as this miniature tour went on. At least home being bombed by an artillery shell wasn't a thing you had to worry about. Jackson, you smoke? Preacher asked, offering a cigarette. I don't smoke, I responded. Well, you better. I am not sure if it's the Vietnamese War or World War II. Oh, it's World War I. Okay. Well, if you ever do, don't light that shit at night. It's the quickest way to be sent home in a box, Preacher said. Finished the tour by showing me the dugout where we get our rations from. Looked up over a sleeping soldier chief. Expecting any rain tonight? He asked. The man slightly lifted his helmet to look up. His eyes slowly rolled back towards us, giving Preacher a cold, hard stare. I hope not. Grumbled before pushing his helmet back down. I thought they were in tunnels. That's why I was thinking the Vietnamese War. Because I thought they were in tunnels. Preacher took a slow drag from his cigarette, gradually releasing the smoke from his mouth. So much for an answer, he said, pressing the cigarette into the wall. So what now, I asked. His lips are getting dry. Free to do whatever until LB needs you. I suggest you get some sleep while you can. Who knows how long it's going to take us, Preacher said before walking off. As the clouds rolled in, the thunder and lightning sounded off, yelling to the top of their lungs. Personification, bro. It's absolutely missed. People don't do enough of it. People just want to be too proper with their adjectives. No, man. Personification is one of the strongest things that you can do. Remember, you can do it with anything. You can make this toilet paper sad. Right? You just gotta know the tools in your kit to do that. And again, I'm a huge proponent of like sound effects. And like other kinds of medium other than visual mediums inside of books. Because I have, like, I don't know, an insane fucking brain bullshit, whatever. So it's like, the deeper you describe it, like, I can literally smell stuff if you're describing it properly. Toilet paper would be sad. It exists to soak up shit. I was also thinking, like, it's not only that, but it's like, it's gonna wind up, like disintegrating, and it's gonna be like these microfibers that are gonna be inside the lungs of some turtle in Africa or in a tropical like Caribbean or something in like 100 years. So it's like, it's not even the immediate now. It's the fact that like the entirety of the process of this, right? Because paper's made out of wood, right? And wood is biodegradable. At some point in time, this was a tree, and this will go back into the soil. So it gets to turn into a turtle? No, it's showing the circle of life. That once bugs used to eat it, and now it's, I don't know, doing its own thing. It's kind of rad. Consciousness of that tree turned into a turtle through the process of toilet paper. Now that's a story, guys. That's a fucking story. Holy shit. As the clouds rolled in, thunder and lightning sounded off, yelling to the top of their lungs. Found myself a quiet little corner in a bend of the trench. Reordered my rucksack so I could make a decent pillow. I wish decent was the way that I could describe it. Metal cup pushed into my back as I wrestled with the bag, trying to get comfy. Now, my idea is cooler, and the tree became a turtle by being shit paper. Yeah, you get it. No, I don't get it, Ahab. You lost me. After about 20 minutes of wrestling, I finally found a sweet spot and relaxed my eyes. Slowly began to fade. It's like, you ever been camping and you do like the perfect surveillance, and you're like, okay, there's nothing protruding out of the ground, there's no roots here, it's perfectly flat, maybe even a little bit of moss. Oh yes, we know exactly where. You set it all up, and then you go to lie down, and somehow, wherever you placed the sleeping bag, there's like a fucking root sticking out of the ground. Like it fucking knew you were gonna be there, and it prepared itself. I don't know how, I'm just, every time. And it makes me like search even more, and even pre-prep of being like, okay, it's all good. Somehow I miss it every fucking time. It's the world just getting to me. I slowly began to fade, my eyes taking a prolonged blink. The next round of thunder rattled the ground, and to me, along with it. I don't know if that's the right word, because rattled would mean that, like, well, I mean, he is a noob, so maybe, because I'm like, is he battle-hardened enough? He's being scared by the thunder. This is point of showing his personality, right? That Jackson's like, because this is his first tour, his first time out here, he's never really, I don't think he's fired a gun at someone before, right? So it's like, he's getting rattled by the thunder, let alone the artillery, let alone the actual battle. Tremor ripped through me so rapidly that my heart nearly jumped from my chest. And soon, the older man laughed as he watched my panic from beneath his helmet. Boom, come from behind. French gun, boom. French gun, safe. That is a really interesting fucking way to talk. My guess is maybe he has limited English? Or is limited, like, Jackson's limited German allows him to understand this guy? But that's where I'm like, wait, he said German. Wait, are these on the European side or the German side? Because French gun boom, French gun safe. Wait, what? Said smiling. Our division was serving with the African troops from the French colonies. You'll find most of them didn't speak English. They just spoke either French or their native tongue. But remember, Rozzy, I'm always preempting to see if I'm correct. I have to posit it because I don't know. And I want to make sure that that's a refinement moment for the author to be like, I made the person have the thought before it appeared in the writing. And fuck yeah. Well, we're gonna have a nice fat toke up in here, guys. A nice fatty for sure. Three, two, one, toke! Oh. Yeah, because I want to preempt it so I get the author to know that the reader is on the same page. And then they have that, ah, I knew it moment, right? And if you don't say it, you don't get that, and it doesn't give the emphasis to the author, right? So I never want to be like, oh, well, obviously they're doing this, so I'm not gonna say it. I always want to be like, if I thought it, I say it, because it's gonna happen. And if it does, then you're on point, and if it doesn't, And you'll either find out why, or there's something that's like a mistake or a miscommunication, right? And that's the way that you find these, because you don't just assume what the author intended. You have to interrogate them for it, right? An ass makes a you out of me and you. Assuming makes an ass out of you and me. Sound of artillery filled the air as the sun set above. After what seemed like an hour, my nerves finally found themselves at ease. That was until LB kicked my boot. Didn't say a word to me. He just simply nodded and continued on through the trench. I quickly grabbed my rifle and chased after him, bumping into 2 soldiers on my way through. If that was me, I would have been like, what the fuck are you doing waking me up? And I would have just gone back to bed. I wouldn't have noticed it as a signal of like, hey, we gotta go, but like, you can't talk. So like, you know, follow me. What the fuck is wrong with him? God, I was trying to sleep. So dumb. I quickly grabbed my rifle and chased after him, bumping into 2 soldiers on my way through. Alongside one of the long lines of trench sat Preacher and the rest of the guys. They were waiting for the order to be given. Preacher was sitting reading his Bible. Claude was attaching a bayonet to the end of his rifle. And Ezekiel was wrapping together dynamite. LB came back around face. Okay, this will be like, this is a separation clause here, right? Because it's like, this is a single idea of like movement, and then this is like the aspect attributed to like this, right? So there'd be like a separation, otherwise it'd be around face. Instead of LB came back around. Face is serious as it's always been. That's just how it like, again, I'm not a grammatical, no English, whatever, but it's like, that's how it feels like it should be said, because you want to separate around and face. Because it could be, came around face, well, you know, around face is serious. And that's how English is, right? Complexities of English allow us to express our greatest thoughts, but sometimes, is it worth it? Preach a word before we go over, LB said gently. Preacher stood up, closing his Bible. Oh, Heavenly Father, I pray that you will spare us on this dangerous trip into enemy territory. I pray that me and my brothers make it back safely, Lord. Amen and amen. Amen, said his eyes closed and his head lowered. Amen, said LB. Amen, said Claude. Amen, said Ezekiel. Amen, I said. I like this. This is emphasis. And it's like that, to me, this is like something like the lone moment. Right? Because this is, like, to me, this is the, like, 3 seconds of reflection a soldier gets on, like, his life, his beliefs, and his duty. Right? And it's during that prayer, or between that prayer and the amen. As it kind of, like, goes around in the circle of each of them, because, you know, each one's, like, you know, thinking about their own thing, like, hopefully I make it back to my wife, you know, like, some sort of thing like that. So, like, this is their own separate personal prayer. So it feels like each one of these has its own backstory to it, right? Which just, to me, gives that extreme emphasis for each of the individual characters. And it's like, at this point, to me, this is a test. If at this point I can get the tone that each one of these characters is meant to say amen in, it's like you've done your job, right? At this point, I can only guess, and I don't think that's really, like, fair. I don't even think I could get this one, right? Because each one's going to have their own specific demeanor towards how they respond to that, right? And it's going to be derived from their personality and how this impacts their lives. Are they a reckless person that doesn't care about getting killed? Do they just say, amen? Or are they like Jackson, who's kind of scared, who's just kind of like, hey, amen, please God protect me? Or is it someone like, I don't know, LB, who's like a veteran, who's like, fucking today, amen? Or like Ezekiel, like, amen, we're gonna go kill some fucking Nazis, right? So it's like, if this event happens later in the book, and you can clearly identify how each person says amen here, this is such a good... Like, I don't know what to call it. I know there is a specific word for it, but it's like something you can look back on as like a repeat of a single moment and see how, like through character growth or like through character presentation, an action taken by a character is like, you can now read between the lines, right? And then you can use that as an exact moment to say, okay, when was the moment that I couldn't read between the lines? Why is it that I can read through the lines now? And it just gives you like this like summary refresher moment kind of thing, right? And these are like super important moments to have, because these are the moments you'll look back on for arc changes and say, how did they used to say amen? How do they say amen now? Why did they say amen then? Why do they not say amen now? Right? So it's like, I love... And specifically for me, this is an interesting one for religion, because religion can be taken in many ways. These men may not be religious, but it is, you know, you do want to have as much protection as you do in the military, right? So, whether you're religious or not, you do want that safety and whatever, you know, means you could possibly have, right? You don't want to do the bare minimum and wind up dying. So there is kind of this over-the-top human aspect of... I don't want to call it divinity, but it's almost like seeking divinity in a way, right? Because it's like, you would do anything to make sure that you came back, including saying amen, right? Anyways, once the artillery slowed for a minute, that was our cue. LB carefully removed his helmet and placed it on top of his rifle. He's gonna get shot in the head. Everyone knows you take your helmet off. Wait, is this Expedition 33? Fuck yeah, dude. Let's go. I didn't even notice it was Expedition 33. Hell yeah. Fully raised it above the trench and waited a minute. After hearing nothing but the sound of artillery. Speaking of the French, he lowered his rifle and placed a helmet on his head. LB pointed to Ezekiel and signaled for him to climb over. Then Claude and finally me. I followed behind Claude and Ezekiel as they hastily moved through no man's land, taking cover in a crater. Preacher made it to the center, to the crater. A loud crack ripped through the air. Panicked, he dove to the ground, terrified for his life. Claude quickly patted him down, looking for any wounds. Before he could steady his breath, more shots rang out. They're shooting at the white soldiers! We're fine for now. Claude, you take point from here. So they're shooting at the other people? They're shooting at our allies, not at us? Oh, that shows a lot about a grade of response. Oh, don't worry, they're just shooting at the white soldiers. Because these guys are the black soldiers, right? So this is like kind of a racist thing. Where they're like, oh, don't worry, the white guys are getting killed. That's not us. We're not them. And it's almost like this spite of like, fuck you, you guys are the ones that get taken out. We're gonna be the ones that go home and fuck your wives. Fuck you. I feel like there's this like definite spite inside of it that you can feel that I love, because it's accurate, right? Period accuracy in my mind is so fucking important, and the fact that like some people consider it like not actful is like, you're just fucking dumb and you're just trying to like social justice warrior. No one actually gives a fuck. It's the intent behind it. the white soldiers. They're fine. We're fine for now. Claude, you can take point from here. Preach. Stay here and look out for us, LB commanded. And the last thing you want to do is like a historical reenactment of World War II, but not have like the segregation of white and black troops. What do you mean you're doing a historical reenactment, but you're not historically being accurate? Because you don't want to be racist or hurt someone's feelings. The whole point is to show that it was racist, and that's why you're showing it. That's a huge point of it, is being like, they purposefully segregated it because they wanted to send the African Americans to death and not the white people. That's a fucking huge part of, like, warfare in, like, World War I and World War II for, like, segregation and racism. And same thing with, like, the, like, German forces and stuff, of sending, like, prisoners and, like, you know, other ethnic groups and stuff into the vanguard instead of German soldiers and stuff like that. Like, that was, like, a huge thing for them, too, right? So, trying to be historically accurate and not hurt someone's feelings is fucking stupid. The whole point of being historically accurate is so you hurt people's feelings so they understand why you shouldn't do it. It's like, it should hurt your feelings, but you should also be able to control yourself. Claude slowly crawled from the crater, his eyes drifting between the sight lines. He moved slowly and carefully as we approached the barbed wire. I almost hurled as I got close to it. The smell of rotting flesh seared my nostrils. Both German and French soldiers lay sprawled out. Small details, right? It's like you didn't have to mention it before, but now that they're on the move, it's like that tiniest little thing just puts so much emphasis into the battlefield. I think people dwell too much on stuff and try to make too much of an atmosphere out of something that's, like, expected. Like, when it's not expected, it's understandable. But it's like, I mean, I was pretty much already smelling dead bodies and thinking about, like, all the dead bodies around. And even when he was, like, sleeping and kicked him in the foot, I was almost gonna mention something about, you know, how, like, that one time you just come over to kick your buddy. Like, yeah, we gotta get up and go! And then you notice that he's fucking dead. But that would be in, like, the middle of a firefight kind of scenario, right? And it's like, fuck, they got him, right? But that just small inhibitor of, yes, the rotting flesh causing him to hurl, just all the soldiers laid out. It's timing and, like, subtlety just adds to the atmosphere, because you're not trying to, like, overemphasize it. You're just trying to state that it is there. That this is not, like, a small operation. Like, this is the real deal. And timing for that is important, right? Because this is when they're moving out. So this, like, raises the stakes at a point when before it was more personal and intimate. Now we're getting to this point where it's more about the actual operation and what's going to happen, as opposed to the characters themselves that are integrated into it, which is a complete shift of how the story is going, right? Immediately gagged, and I'll be immediately grabbed. Oh wait, I think what pushed me over the edge was seeing a rat crawl out of a massive hole that rested upon the corpse's cheek. That's a good one. Like, could you imagine it, like, go basically, like, their stomach is open, so it crawls up through the stomach, goes up through their esophagus, and it's, like, eating their, like, nose and, like, face from the inside, and you can just, like, see it kind of popping out of their mouth, like, eating the, like, what's left of their lips. Or, like poking poking out an eye socket and, like, gnawing on it and then pulling it back into the skull and then, like, dragging it out of the mouth. Oh, fuck, the imagery is so fucking strong. Curious, did you study in any World War I war strategies beforehand, before writing this? Yeah, I'd be interested in that. How much that comes into play in the story. I immediately gagged. Oh, my thing turned off. Because, yeah, of course it turned off. Why wouldn't it? The bare minimum. That's what I like to hear. What? The bare minimum. Is it gonna connect? Yeah, there it is. I immediately gagged and I'll be immediately grabbed. I will say, I saw this sentence today and I was like, I'm gonna use this now whenever someone does something like this. So congratulations, what? You're the first time I get to do this. I ran like I was running. Yo, people! Yo, what's up, Gamer? What you at? What you doing? What you got? Welcome, welcome. We're currently in chalkboard mode, so we're kind of going hard on the story for what? I'm trying not to tangent, but feel free to, you know. How was your day? What are you up to? How's the work coming along? How are you feeling? This is the only chapter that outright features the war. Yeah, this is a flashback, by the way, Ozzy, into Jackson's background. Immediately gagged, and I'll be immediately grabbed me. So yeah, you don't need these two immediately. It's like, I ran like I was running. I instantly gagged, and Albie immediately grabbed me. I simply gagged, and Albie immediately grabbed me. You can get rid of immediately totally, and have other things, but yeah. Unless, like, you're doing that for a reason, for, like, I don't know why. But if you have a logical reason, I'd love to hear it, because I'd love to know a time when it's, like, actually appropriate to do something like this. Because I'd love to be able to integrate that in. Other than dialogue, right? If it's just a person talking, then it's like, you know, you should see me. You should have seen me back in the day with saying, like, indeed. I think it's bad now. It's not. This indeed would be that what does. Indeed does this. Oh, you didn't think it indeed did that? It indeed does do that. Don't you indeed know that it indeed does? What you think it indeed thought that you thought, indeed, it would. Indeed, it's true. Shut the fuck up! Or replace it with suddenly. Suddenly's good too, yeah. Artillery soon picked back up as just as we made it to their trench. Claude noticed, was about to say that, and noticed two sleeping soldiers who sat beneath us. Wait, I didn't know Claude AI existed in 1918. Wait, World War I was like 1918 to 1921, right? I don't remember when the assassination... I know it started from the assassination of the French ambassador, right? Oh, it ended in 18, so it was like 12 to 18? 14 to 18. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm retarded, I don't know. All I know is it started by the assassination of the French Prime Minister, right? I don't know who it was. And then it ended in the Treaty of Versailles. Those are like the two details that I'm pretty sure I know, if those two are true. You know, they slowly crawled down into the trench, taking their knives. As they pushed their knives through the men's head, they placed their hands over their soldiers' mouths, and crept slowly through the trench, watching the placement of our feet until we hit an intersection through signs nailed to a board. I feel like this is like a... You don't need to say... Why would you say laid? Right? Like, these are like... I want you to have a reason for why you say it. If you have a reason for why it's there, it doesn't matter. But if you can't figure out why that it's there for either stylistic reasons, narrative reasons, like, sorry, narration reasons, because, like, the narrator that you're using currently has this as a language thing that they use, right? And then you could, like, tie it back. Like, that's one interesting thing I've always wanted to do in a story, is have the vocabulary of and sentence, like, structure of a character as the narrator kind of be the clue to the story. Like, you'd be able to guess what the twist is if you understood, like, who the narrator was through the language that they use. And in some sort of scenario where it's like, you know, only one person survived, but you don't know which person survived, so you don't know who's narrating it, so you don't know, like, how they're coming at it from a certain perspective, right? I don't know, I'm just pulling shit out of my ass at this point, right? Just trying to make up something. 3 signs laid nailed to a board that rested alongside the border of the trench. Like, for instance, is it lying on the ground because someone tore it down? Right? Like, a bunch of these things I've seen is apparently on October or September. I don't remember. There's going to be a vote for succession for Alberta. And if I can manage to get to it, I'm going to... I want to see what my parents think about it and stuff. But I will definitely vote to secede Canada. I am 100% for Alberta independence. Simply because Canada is controlled from Ottawa that does not have the industry, and they just abuse the industry, and I'm fucking not on chalkboard anyways. They all laid to a board that rested alongside the border of the trench, and we put up signs, like, people have put up signs of independent Alberta, and people have been ripping them down, as if it's like MAGA. Cookhouse dead ahead. Could you imagine if Alberta seceded, though? Oh my god. The transition would be fucking crazy, but then I would have a real-life experience of that I could put into my writing. Could you imagine having a real-world experience of living through the secession from a country? And especially if we were acquired by the United States as the 51st state? Also, tap tap, true. Supplies to our right and front line to our left. What's the plan? Claude asked. I'll discuss this later. We go right. Me and you watch the left, while Jackson and Ezekiel push forward. Look at me, kid. When you lights that fuse, you run like hell. Don't stop until you reach our trench, Bobby said sternly as he held a firm grip on my uniform. Now move before the shells get to landing. Took a steep... I took a deep breath and tightened my grip on the rifle. I mirrored the way Ezekiel held his rifle, tilted with a firm grip and steadied the bayonet. My heart pounded with each step as I tried to avoid the creaky planks. I could feel the cold, wet mud seeping into my boots, drowning my socks in what felt like glue. Yeah, because they had placed down the plywood so you wouldn't fall, like, sink into the mud so you could move for mobility, right? That was, like, the reasoning for putting, like, the boards down in the mud. Was, like, essentially stability so you didn't sink. And we continued on through the trench until we reached another intersection. Ezekiel took a quiet glance at the signs and motions for me to take point around the corner. Rounded the corner, rifle held high with my finger nervously rattling against the trigger. Because I had, like, this incident where with my friends, I got stuck in a pig pen. Like, my boots did. And, like, I literally couldn't get out. I was literally fucking stuck. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Not a voice, a light, not even a guy taking a late night piss. For this to be their main trench. It was quiet. Not a soul to be found, especially around the storage dugout. Told you not to go in the pig pen! I know, I'm dumb, I'm sorry. Well, don't go wandering around alone. Hell, even the shooting in the distance had stopped. Endless fantasies rolled through my head as I pushed forward. Then, as if an apparition had appeared in front of him, Ezekiel whelped. He hastily covered his mouth and gritted his teeth. I turned to see his foot lodged in the mud, mangled by barbed wire. Ah, eesh, oosh. How did you do that, bro? What? As I took a step forward, Ezekiel quickly shook his head no. His breath hastened as he bent over to untie his laces. As he pulled his foot free, I could see where it tore the leather from the boot and tore cloth from the sock, leaving the bloody, mangled mess of a foot. Oh, man. Now you gotta walk with a fucking bloody foot through this mess. Reminds me of in Is it 2017? No, 1917. Why am I thinking 20? 1917. You know, he gets his hand cut on the thing and then he sticks it into a dead body. Well, that can't be good for you. Placed his foot down to see if he could put weight on it. Ezekiel stumbled and slammed into the wall, sliding down. As he laid his head backwards, the sound of shuffling boots and German being whispered in a soft tone grasped our ears. Oh no, you guys are about to get caught. Oh no. Oh god, it's all gone wrong. It's all gone wrong. Ezekiel reached into his satchel and grabbed the dynamite. Because, like, he's not going to be able to run, right? So I foresee Ezekiel's not getting out of this. This is where Jackson says, Ezekiel, you get back as fast as you can because you're going to be slower than me. Let me do everything. You'll make it back. And by the time it's all detonated and everything, you'll be safe. Because you're going to have to hobble your fuck back there. So yeah. You go, I'll do it. Ezekiel reached into his satchel and grabbed the dynamite. Go light it and run, he whispered, throwing me the dynamite and the lighter. What about you? I quietly asked. Once I dropped them, LB and Claude will soon be here. You just make sure that you don't come back here, Ezekiel whispered, showing me his pistol. Quickly nodded and took off quickly. Okay, like this is now a habit. It's a bad habit. It's a no-no habit. Or it's leading up to something. I deathily died while being killed, so I was dead by killing by what was dead could kill. But I killed my death, so my death was what was killed. The murder of my death killed me. I like that one. The murder of my death killed me. I don't know if you could arrange it better. I think that might be the perfect one. I don't know, though. Only the sound of a man whistling stopped me dead in my tracks. The sound of my gear crashing against my body drew his attention. His eyes widened as he saw me. He mumbled something before he reached for the rifle he had slung around him. Why don't you just wake up the whole fucking place? God damn it. Quickly fired my rifle at him. 2 quick shots crackled from behind me. The man grabbed his stomach and stared at me with a look of shock and terror. Staggered backwards, sliding down the wooden posts. My hands violently shook as I fumbled to get the lighter out of my pocket. Ads! Fuck! In the ads we say, oh, I am me, but the ads will say that I am not. When you see me, you see ads. So when you see me, you think it's not me. It's not me that you see, it is the ads to be. But the ads, oh for sure, will not be for me. So I can't see the ads, but you see all the ads. But you can't see me, so it's all okay. Ad over. Only got 30 seconds. Alright. Nice! Woo! Let's fucking go, bro. Let's fucking go. Scotty, you should have a wheel of fun with ads and no ads. Spin on no ads means no ads for an hour. And you enable once again after the spin. Ozzy, I can't do that. Because of how pre-rolls work. And I've explained this before. If pre-rolls didn't exist and I could just turn everything off, I wouldn't. If you do not run 3 minutes of ads every hour, you will get pre-rolls. If you get pre-rolls, every refresh, every look, every stumble of the stream will have an ad. So for instance, for where it's like sometimes he has to refresh the page, every time you refresh the page, you get an ad. Every time you click off and click back on, like if you have like not me on my tab, it'll do an ad. Pre-rolls are fucking the worst. Plus, any new viewer would just come in and get a 3-minute ad. You're just asking to kill your channel. I wish I could just not have any ads at all. Period. None. I feel for a small streamer that's, like, fair to ask. for someone who's not a partner. Right? Because it does interrupt the stream, it is annoying, and then people are like, ah, shit. But it's like, I can only do the best I can do, right? That's why I don't necessarily like, fuck yeah, Twitch. What's up, Smokey? What you at? What you doing? What you got, my man? How's it going today, good sir? 3, 2, 1, toke! We are in chalkboard, so I will discuss it later, Smokey. But there is something I want to talk to you about. If you're here, then Kick is working again. Yeah, wait, yeah, that's true. We were having issues with Kick. Okay, it's working. Okay. Because, yeah, it was giving, like, an error message and shit. I thought I was, like, banned on Kick or something. It was, like, really weird. Smokey, if you can go back in the VOD, like, 15 or 20 minutes. Yeah, if it even allows you to. Because I don't know if that fucked up the VOD. And I was like showing it on screen, it had like a bunch of coding things and it like wouldn't go to it. We were trying to like, I thought it was just my page, but then Kick wouldn't work. And then I was trying to like officially go through Google. And yeah, it was just really weird. I asked if like it was down, it said it was working properly, so it was weird. Yeah, exactly, it is what it is, right? Move on, right? But it was just funny and interesting because I thought I got banned. I was like, what the fuck? My hands violently shook as I fumbled to get the lighter out of my pocket, dropping into the mud. I mean, I'm so high profile that I'm gonna get banned on Kick. You literally have to like murder someone. I could hear the sound of more soldiers coming towards me. Once I found the lighter, I hastily wiped it clean before stumbling over to the dugout. As the string hissed loudly in my hand, I threw it as hard as I could into the back of the dugout. I immediately ran, looking for anything to help me climb out of the trench. A wooden crate caught my eye. I quickly climbed over the trench and hauled ass. The explosion from the dugout threw me to the ground. Did you say somebody redeemed chalkboard? Yes, because we've been talking for like 4.5 hours and not reading what's work. Come on, get up. We gotta go. And we'll talk about that later, though. Preacher yelled as he pulled me up. I could hear the bullets whip past me as he ran away. Because technically there's 3 important, serious topics to talk about, Smokey, as he disappeared into the fog. I could hear loud grunts just underneath the booms of the artillery. Friendly! 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 We yelled before sliding into trench. We tumbled down into a cloud of hard mud. I'm just gonna say, for a dynamite explosion, that doesn't seem very, like, stakes heavy. I don't know if I felt it. I feel like this is, like, too safe. I don't know. What do you guys think? Like, I'm like, this just doesn't feel like this is the big, holy fuck explosion getaway. I feel like something went wrong. And it was, like, supposed to be, like, a lot worse than what they did, but because of that guy, they had to do it early, which causes them to have to pull back. So now, like, their plan is, like, exposed, but not properly done. I feel like it was a little bit underwhelming. But I don't know if that's purposeful or not. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention as I write my own. It's okay, Ozzy, I'm talking to what? You know, if you guys want to give your input, that's okay, right? But at the end of the day, I'm mainly directing it towards what? And just rhetorically, to like... Because you gotta remember, at the end of the day, right? Like, I'm looking 10 years into the future of people, like, watching these YouTube videos. So it's like, I want to ask rhetorical questions that the audience can respond to and feel like they're interacting, even though it's like a VOD, right? So sometimes I'm not necessarily talking to you guys, so don't feel like you have to respond or feel guilty for not responding because you're doing your own thing, right? All of these questions are rhetorical, unless I'm directly asking, like, the author, like, what? Jackson wasn't in the trench, so he didn't get the full effect of the blast. I get that but it's like, I'm like, I was thinking like this was like a big dynamite explosion, and I feel like this was like a tiny dynamite explosion. So maybe a clarification for how the explosion is supposed to go? Because maybe my expectations were just too high for what the explosion was supposed to be. Because I was expecting, like, this is gonna look like an artillery attack, but it's not. Which is gonna cause confusion, which is gonna cause them to pull people from certain areas, which means they're gonna eventually be able to infiltrate. That is my way of thinking about this. This is like a false artillery strike in order for a pull away for, like, remandment, right? I don't know exactly how that would be, but that's in my mind. That's, like, the most logical thing to me. Create this distraction and then remand where everything goes, and then you infiltrate from the sides where they just left you their men. Now you have control of the sides, you do the infiltrator, they realize it's not artillery, they don't know what to do. Then they see their dead guy, see that it's infiltration, and now they're worried. Right? And now you're actually in using their artillery against them. That's how it, like, is unfolding in my mind. Come on, get up, we gotta go, Preacher yelled as he pulled me up. I could hear the bullets whip past me as we ran away. As we disappeared into the fog. I could hear loud grunts just underneath the booms of the artillery. Friendly, 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 we yelled before sliding into the trench. Tumbled down into the cold, hard mud. We didn't say a word as we laid there trying to catch our breath. God damn, Ezekiel. How many damn sticks did you tie together? Claude said loudly. Yeah, okay. So even the characters are like, this is supposed to be a big explosion. So, yeah, something about the description of the explosion and how it was portrayed is underwhelming. In my opinion. Like, there was no, like... It didn't feel like it was an overemphasis on debris, like the ground shaking, like the different kinds of things, other, like, chain reactions of, like ammo, other types of ammo going off because of it. But I don't know exactly where they put it, like... You know, I feel like there's all these extra things that should be, like, happening and going off and making it, like, higher and higher and higher value. But it just, like, oh, well, we threw the dynamite in, and the only stake was, like, Ezekiel stepping on the stuff, razor wire. And it's like, how did that even affect the mission? I feel like, well, what was the point of him stepping on that? Right? That's, to me, that's like a Chekhov's gun. In a way, right? Like, you made this wound, and then it never really substantially did anything. Yeah, Claude loudly said. I stumbled to my feet. And like, Ezekiel made it out, right? I stumbled to my feet, rushed around the bend, and through the crowd to see Claude wiping mud off himself as the medics attended to Ezekiel's foot. Yeah, Ezekiel made it out, so he's fine. So there's like no stumbling and hobbling over each other. There was no like, we're too close to the blast is too big, right? I feel, yeah, I think that's why I feel it's just underwhelming, is I was just expecting this entire spectacle, and it kind of just passed by. Stumbled to my feet, rushed around the bend and through the crowd to see Claude wiping mud off himself, and the medics attended to Ezekiel's foot. Albie had found a seat upon the stepladder while the young medic treated his gash. Told you I'll be fine, kid, Ezekiel said, laughing as he saw a relieved face on my face, smile on my face. A relieved face on my face! Oh, I know how to fucking read, guys. Thanks for giving me your stories to the most retarded AI that exists. I mean, what? For several weeks, I could barely sleep as the memory of that German soldier plagued my dreams. August 9th, 1918. We were at a stalemate. Command threw us at their front line twice now. Twice a failure. We lost so many people that I just imagine that I'll soon be amongst them. Sometimes I dream that I was back in the attic, snuggled up with Lena, planning a future. Future I threw away by signing up. I mean... I guess this is, like, really, really important to show the character's perspective towards it. And it gives you that point again of an arc. Will there be a point in time when this character comes back, of course, if this character comes back, that this idea will change based upon the success of, like, their actions and their return? If you don't return, well, you can't change your mind, so it can't be an arc change. But would there be a point in time when he says, like, he sees, let's say, children playing in a playground, playing tag, and it's like a little boy runs up to a little girl and gives her a peck on the cheek, and, like, runs away, and, like, the little girl, like, blushes, and the boy, like, runs over and starts, like, giggling with his friends? Like, if you're just, like, sitting at a park, just randomly chilling, and you see, like, a scene like that, you're like, humanity's gonna be fine. Humanity's gonna be fine. We got this. Don't worry about it. Humanity's gonna be fine. Right? So it's like, that moment, before that moment, he would say his like, what he did in the war wasn't worth it. And at that moment, it's like this introspective being like, that wouldn't be able to happen if I hadn't done what I did. If the people that sacrificed themselves hadn't sacrificed. If we hadn't done what we did, this would not be able to happen. And then afterwards, he just has an entire rethink of, like, because he's in that moment now, right? Like, you can't be in the middle of the war and truly be saying, or like, you can't be in the middle of the war and if someone says, I threw away my future, criticize them. Right? Because that's a valid point to feel that way. Especially if, like, at the end of the day you wind up losing the war, let's say, right? Then it kind of really does feel that way. Even though every kind of resistance changes everything in every way, so you never know how much your contribution really amounted to, right? So never let yourself down with that. But yeah, this is an important part, again, for, like, character introspection and how they feel about their position right now. And since this is a flashback, right, it's like using these points to say, what does the character feel like in the current time? Jax, close your notebook. We're going over again today. Claude just passing by. Fuck, I grumbled. Low hum of the flying shells played as we readied our gear. The French commanders barked out orders along with their translators as we got the information. Got in formation. I'm like, I want to abuse that. I want to make a sentence that's like, we got in formation for information. I think that's the best way. We got in formation for information. Maybe there's something you can do at the beginning of the sentence to emphasize it too, but, like, no, that's peak fucking right there. Make that a corny ass line. Exactly. Make it a catchphrase. Oh my god, that's so good. A corny ass. It's so good. Absolutely steal that, Aussie. Steal that. Or even what? Steal that. Or emphasize it, you know, like capitalize on it. Whatever you can do with it, right? It's the free reign of ideas. Home of the flying shells played as we readied our gear. French commanders barked out orders along with their translators as we got in formation. I watched as the kid who arrived puke his guts out, shoveling his helmet. Who just arrived? Oh, I don't know what I said. I watched as the kid who just... Oh, who arrived? Who just arrived. Jouet. What? Jouet! That's his name. I created a new name. And the new name is Jouet. And I'm going to use this character's name in some way, shape, or form. So I have just created a new name from a mistype. What do you guys think of the name Jouet? As it sounds kind of like foreign-ish, right? I like it. Okay, we're gonna have an alien named Juat. I was gonna say Ozzy is kind of like Jane, or like, what was the other one I was thinking of? I was thinking Janine, but it's not that. Like Jillian. Right? Something like that. Luann! Luann! Juan and Luann. Okay, they're gonna be twins now. Juan and Luann. And you know what's the best part? I don't know if you got it, Ozzy. Jew. Anne. I can't help myself. It's too funny. It just comes out. I don't mean anything with it. I just think it's fucking funny. Remember when you were that new? Ezekiel said, joking. First whistle blew. It's racist. You could be against them. Well, the thing is, what's the funniest thing, Ozzy, is that I'm not being racist. If you, like, to me, if you, like, for instance, that would be like saying I'm Caucasian is racist. By, like, saying that, like, a Jew, like, calling someone a Jew. Okay, you're Jewish. What else am I supposed to say? You're a Jewish? That's not how English works. You're a Jew. And why is that seemingly a bad thing? Oh, you're calling us Jews! It's like, well, wait, aren't you Jews? Yeah, but you're not allowed to call us Jews. Well, then what do you want to call us? Us to call it you? Jews? You wonder why you've been kicked out of 109 countries. First whistle blew for the first charge to climb over. The yell of the first wave was drowned out by the sound of machine gun fire. Yeah. I mean, guys, what... When there's a common denominator, 109 countries or Jews. I don't want to say it, but the common denominator is fucking Jews. Whether that's true or not, and whether it's like, there is this because there is religious prosecution, and Jewish, like, Judaism is a religion. So you can definitely say that there is global systemic Jewish racism. 100%. But me calling you a Jew is not that fucking racism or anti-Semitism. That's just fucking retarded, because first of all, there's no ill will in it, and second of all, isn't that what you are? Right? So it's like, I just feel like you're just shooting yourself. Like, Jew, in my opinion, is like what we should call the Streisand effect. Do you, like, understand? Talk your shit, Scotty. I'm sorry, what? I can't help it when Jews come up. I love Jews. They're so great. First whistle blew for the first charge to climb over. The yell of the first wave was drowned out by the sound of machine gun fire. I actually know more. I don't actually think I know any Jews. I only know like 4 or 5 Muslims. I don't know any Jews, though. Religion isn't like that big of a thing here, right? Unless you're like Heterite. Right, but that's like, they're like basically our version of like Amish. Like, they have like a commune, like they don't pay taxes, like they're like literally like protected religious group under like the government. I'm not even kidding you. So like they get like special rights and stuff like that because of that. Because of like their traditions and stuff. Which, to be fair, at least from the Heterites around here, they are the community supporters. Like, for instance, our lawn was, like, the person who did our lawn, right? My parents' lawn was a Heterite. Because we got the front lawn replaced with fake grass, and then we had the back lawn done professionally by the Heterites. And the back lawn is fucking amazing. Front lawn's not bad, it's just, like, my parents didn't realize the upkeep of, like, the fact that mowing your lawn, like, is kind of like sweeping your lawn. And when you have a fake lawn, you can't mow your lawn, so you kind of have to sweep it. So now instead of like just mowing the lawn, my dad has to basically like snow blow the lawn, and it's like fucking annoying as shit if he wants it to look nice. And he actually literally regrets getting it because this is something he just didn't think about. He just didn't think it would be so annoying to try to get like leaves out of the little spikes and how they'd stick to it, and now you'd have to like manually pull every fucking leaf out, and you know, it's one of those things. Trial by fire. First whistle blew for the first charge to climb over, but he spent $30,000 fucking dollars on it, so you can't just be like, now I'm not willing to put the work in. I'll just pay someone $100 a week to do it. It's probably what he's gonna do. I mean, he'd lose himself for probably another 5 years, but he's 68. Eventually, he's not gonna be able to. Yell of the first wave was drowned out by the sound of machine gun fire. And I've said I could do it, but like, he's the type of person like me where it's like he won't let other people do it. He has to like put it on himself to do it himself. That's where I learned that kind of like self, in some cases, respect. Like, for instance, like, the only reason why I can smoke weed is because I go on a walk to get it. I could get it delivered, I could get my parents to buy it for me, I could get my brother to buy it for me, I could get, like, multiple people to do it. No, it's because my actual price of smoking weed is the walk to go buy it. And it's a psychological thing, right? Oh, Heavenly Father, I pray for safe keep sweet Dexuoveg! I don't know how to say that. Dog. Deomevo? Deomevo? I'm gonna go with Deomevo. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna go with Deomevo. Deomevo.
Duxiemeveg.
Duxiemeveg. Okay. I don't think that was actually in French, though. Because veg's an actual word, but I think, I don't know. Second wave! Claude yelled. Oh, that's second wave in French, or... I'm guessing, because it's the French commander that yelled it. As they climbed up, a shell hit near the trench, sending blood and body parts through the air. Took a deep breath and took a step forward, placing my hand on the ladder. Sweet! Again, I'm at this point where it's like, yes, I like the thing, but I'm like, I feel like the depth of information of blood and body parts, right, is like too detailed to not leave out, like not include other things. I feel like this needs to be a less specific, unless it's going to be like a foot flew over to us and landed on the ground. And it's like the shock of seeing that, because I'm like, that would, why, like, don't say body parts are flying around if you're not going to show us or have one of the body parts land next to a character. Because I feel like you're not capitalizing on it, and you're just adding, like, in my case, shock and awe of just, like, the image of, like, bodies being blown up everywhere. But I feel like you have to capitalize on it and having that, something like that land next to someone. Sweet! My feet moved before my body reacted. I was up and over the wall before I knew it. I let myself remain in this place of numbness, stopping during a charge and a death sentence, and I wasn't ready to die yet. It's like shell shock, but it's like induced shell shock through adrenaline of knowing what you have to do, as opposed to like shell shock of, like, let's say, like a grenade exploding next to you or an artillery shell. This is like active in a way, like shell shock, I would say. It's almost like self-induced, like, trance to try to get yourself into, like, you know, the courage and the, you know, what you actually have to do, instead of running away like a little bitch and getting lashes. They did lashes in World War I for deserters, right? Strung them up. Dirt and mud was being kicked up all over the place by either bullets or shells. I reached no man's land, I immediately dove down into a crater to avoid the bursts of machine gun fire. I looked shallow breaths to help catch my breath. Third time's the charm! There has to be a reason for capitalizing on it at the end of the chapter. And I feel like that is something to do with the fact that, like, this is, like, in my opinion, represented in some way as, like, a letter. I don't know if it actually is, but it feels like it has that kind of presentation, like a war letter being sent back to your loved ones about your experiences. But there's intermittent pieces that are like the flashback itself inside of the letter. Like you start... Yeah, so like he's having a conversation with his sister about the past, about his memories. And it's like there's this transition of him talking to her and then the actual memories and then back and forth is this, you know. Yeah. Because I knew it wasn't a letter, but I knew it was like something. I just didn't know what it was. But yeah, it's just a they're talking and he's just in his mind about the memories about it, right? So it's like he's having the flashbacks. Took shallow breaths to catch my breath. As I glanced over to my left, all hope left my heart. The creature laid there, his hand clasped around his father's necklace, his face partially missing, ripped apart by the machine guns before he could reach the hole. I could hold back the tears as I lay there, too terrified to get up. I feel like, again, there's no capitalization because there's no, like, build-up. I feel like there needs to be, like, more build-up. Like, the preacher throws him down, and because the preacher throws him down, the preacher gets shot. Like, it's, like, in some way Jackson's fault. Or did I just, like, in the chaos of my mind, did I miss that? Is that what happened? The same with the Ezekiel thing with the foot in the razor wire. It feels like it's just in there to cause an extra thing. But it doesn't actually like, you can easily remove it and it doesn't do anything. Right? 3, 2, 1, ads! Fuck ads! So, like, I feel like the preacher didn't give his life for Jackson or something is, kind of a waste of his character. Jackson was in the third wave, Preacher was in the second. So Preacher was already dead. Wait, wasn't there him praying and him getting shot? Oh, Heavenly Father, I pray for safe... Chewie! Yeah. So that's him getting shot, I think. Yeah, I overshadowed that. That's Preacher getting shot. I'm dumb. See, this is why I always be like, wait, am I right? What's going on here? I feel a dissonance. I feel a disturbance in the forest. There's something wrong here. Yes, I did say disturbance in the forest. And 3, 2, 1, toke! I went back, because I forgot to mention. When the preacher's cut off like that, that's when the preacher's shot, right? That's the preacher being shot. So I remember thinking it and then just not saying it because I got distracted by the Deo Vo. Yeah, that's the preacher dying. This is... Because he said second wave, right? And then this would be Jackson being in the third wave would see the preacher. So yeah, I'm wrong. It's already in there and it's perfect. And yeah, everything about that is solid. The leading up, the father, mentor figure, the going in first, him getting killed. When he's cut off, yeah, that's the cue to go over. Fuck. So it's like a double meaning where it's like cutting him off because he's like talking, but then it's like go forward and then he charges forward, but then he dies because he got cut off. He didn't get to finish his prayer, and because he didn't get to finish his prayer, he wasn't protected by God, and thus he died. Oh man, I can see the storyline coming out of that. Jackson, get your shit together. If you stay here, you'll die. I'll be warned. We have to get him back, I muttered. Kid, preacher is long gone. Smiling down, wanting you to live on for him. Move your fucking ass forward, LB sternly said. Feet, 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 feet. Retreat, 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 Commander yelled. Come on, kid, we gotta go now, LB yelled. Just right out of the hole. Quickly got it following him. Hums and whistles of shells scrambled through the air. Both sides fired artillery relentlessly. It was running solely on fear, trying desperately to make it back to the trench. I watched as the men in front of me either be shot down or blown apart. Didn't slow down for anything until I jumped into the trench. Put myself in a position where I wasn't going to be able to brace my fall. Slammed face first into the muddy wall of the trench. That's kind of the thing I've been waiting for too, is like you've had a couple of points in stumbling and falling over. So I really like that emphasis of like the desperation of not even like having an idea of a trajectory once you get to the trench. Just all you care about is getting to the trench, and then it's just faceplant into the ground because you made it to the trench. You're not thinking like, how am I going to try and slow down and like roll down? Am I going to roll forward or sideways? Where are the people around? No, you just get to the trench and hopefully my feet aren't sticking out. Pure adrenaline and fear. Put myself in a position where I wasn't going to be able to brace my fall. I slammed face first into the muddy wall of the trench as I wet my face clean. Saw the kid made it back safely. A volley of shots ripped through him. Body. I saw as the kid made it back safely. A volley of shots. Wait, so this is an ordering issue. Right? Oh, why can't I order this in my mind? It's an ordering issue of like presentation of like what you do, right? It's like the emphasizing the guy who made it back before he gets shot. Safe as ever. Glad the kid made it back. Ah, shit. And I don't think the mic picked up my, my epic machine gun sound, so I'll try it again. Yeah, I don't think it'll pick it up because of the mic thing. But no, I'm pretty good at making machine gun sounds, right? Making different ones. Yeah, I know it didn't pick it up. It's super unfortunate. But just know I can make like 7 or 8 different like machine guns, right? You got your thick ones like, then you got like your lighter ones like, then you got like your heavier ones like, right? Then you got your P90, right? You know what's really fucked up about that? Is doing that, I actually, because I have like a piece of metal behind my fucking teeth here. I cut my fucking tongue on it from doing the like, because I normally do it on the top, tooth, not the bottom tooth. But I was testing different things, and I forgot why I don't do it on the bottom tooth. It's because it fucking cuts my tongue. Because like how rapidly your tongue is like smashing against it, now your tongue is like moving like that. It's like a little bit more on the end there. I mean like fully cut, I just mean like it's like... This is battle that he ends up being listed as MIA from. Because he's talking about his sister about being listed MIA because that was the thing they thought he was dead. Right, I am now remembering. Yes. Wiped my face clean and saw the kid as he made it back safely. A volley of shots ripped through him. His body fell hard into the trench. Everyone stood in shock as we heard his raspy wheezes before he took a long and raspy last breath. Okay, that's the 4th time of the double rasp. LB Jackson. So at this point, I'm just believing this is just because this is Jackson retelling the story. He's not very good at articulating himself, so he's just using the same types of words. Is that, like, the actual assessment? Or is, like, there just not a reason? LB Jackson, you're alive. Maybe, like, nerves, so he's just not talking properly, so he's just, like, you know. And he's, like, super comfortable, because he's also, like, talking to his sister, right? When I talk to my sister, like, I'm basically talking like a retard, right? You know, like, I'm basically using as minimal language as possible, because I know she'll understand me. You know? You got family members, you guys just know how you talk to your family versus anyone else, especially with, like, inside jokes and stuff like that, or, like, inside, you know, whatevers. It's just, like, you just know. Right? All the memes, all the fucking crazy shit, right? JB Jackson, you're alive, Claude said, relieved. Claude took a look at my saddened face as I sat there with my head down. Jackson, where's Preacher? Where's Ezekiel? Preacher's dead. Machine gun got him. I don't know where Ezekiel is, I said, wiping away the tears. Double immediately is going to be changed. Okay. Because, yeah, there's 4 points in the story of double adjectives. Right? Or are those prepositions? I don't know anything about the English language. I only know there is a difference. And sometimes it can be contextual between words. But I don't know if it's an article, or not an article, an adjective. Yes, Smokey, and I'm talking to what about his story? It's just I was going on an entirely, like, 2-hour rant about something that didn't have to do with the story. I can rant about the story. I just can't rant about, like, weed. Random stuff, other people. Like, I can still rant and give all the feedback I would about the story, but I'm not going to go into, like, a tangent on the side for an hour and a half about eclipses. When we're talking about World War I. Right? That's kind of the meaning of chalkboard. I can, Smokey, but I think I want to respect people. Especially people's time. Because people don't have a lot of time. And that's my main thing. I want to respect people's time. I think that's the most important thing that you can do. LB. Claude said nervously. LB just stood, shook his head. Claude took off his helmet and ran his fingers through his hair before furiously tossing it. Fuck! 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 He yelled as he cried, fuck! He whispered. And then the next one is September 19th, 1918. I'd say it's fucking solid as shit. It's like those 3 moments, the capitalization on the explosion. Fuck, I can't remember the other one. There was one before it of, like, the preacher. Yeah, preacher's name. And, like, Ezekiel and the foot. So, I think those are the 3 main things I'd say. Either cut them, emphasize them, use them as the change pace or conflict change, right? That would just be my suggestion. To make them, like, not seem so out of place. And, like, feel like you should do something with them, but you don't. And it's like, like having Ezekiel not come back is that like because his foot was fucked up and he couldn't run properly. But it's like, I don't think that's enough, right? I think it needs to be emphasized more. So it's like, oh shit, even if Ezekiel, because I was gonna say with the dynamite thing, right? Even if Ezekiel makes it back from this, I bet you won't make it back from the next thing because of his foot. And if Ezekiel lives, it's like, well, what's the point? And then the MIA, it's like add stakes, and there's fake way to add stakes, and I feel like that's kind of a fake way to add stakes, is like stepping on the razor wire, right? I don't know. That's just my opinion. Other than that, no, it was totally actually solid. I love the transition of back and forth where you could tell it's the reminder of the retelling of him sitting there without actually going back into it. So it's like he's in his mind so much. Hey Scott, okay, hold on. Let me catch up on chat. I missed something. Hey Scotty, can we resume chalkboard and keep the topic on my outline? I'm feeling buzzy around my head, and it's like I don't want to have an intellectual convo right now. Oh, you were just repeating what you said. Yep, no worries. Absolutely, bro. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to actually delete the message. I just meant to unpin it. Because I like deletes it in the log, so that's like a mod action. Did not mean to do that. Yeah, presentation and stuff. Oh. Smokey! Why is the fucking... What's going on? Where's the fucking...
You get the boys. I'll take care of these guys.
Are you sure? There's an awful lot of them.
They hit me with a truck.
Okay.
Kick only has still images and sound, so I can't do a video. But this is Brock, like, you know, taking out all the guys and guys stuck behind him. You know, all the good stuff, right? Running over all of the henchmen. 4 months in a row. That's crazy, Smokey. Thank you so much for your subscription. I really appreciate it, bro. Thank you for sticking with me and getting your wings. And I hope you can fly over all the ads, even though there are no ads on Kick, so you can fly over anything else that you need to, right? You can just, instead of kicking it out of your way, you can just fly over it, right? So I appreciate you investing in the stream. And last day is full circle moment before he's wounded. And that's what includes the MIA, because then he was wounded, he was never accounted for. They crossed him as MIA even though he was like in like a recovery state, right? That would be my guess. Alright, let's go with Ozzy. And yours is the one that's already in here, Ozzy? Or have you posted it yet? You boo adopt India. So let me post it again. All right. Yeah, I don't know if it was because the last post was the case 1. I don't know if that's the same one. It looked like it was modified, but the name wasn't changed, so I wasn't sure. True, Smokey. Let's take a toke. I actually gotta take a piss. Take a piss, grab some drink. We'll figure this out. I'll be right back. We foo what day da da do. He's already been listed as MIA, so from the 9th until September. They thought he was dead. Again, you are reading the outline with characters and their backstory. I want you to avoid reading case 1 though, no spoilers. Okay. Three, two, one, toke. Take care, what? Thanks for coming by and sharing your story, man. Have a great night. Hopefully, you know, you got some good tips and tricks out of this tonight, and we had a good time. Enjoy the rest of your night. Thanks for hanging around, and as always, thanks for sharing, and fuck you.
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet.
So what's
Do
the
not
difference
stretch.
between
Do not
case
go to the
1?
bathroom.
Wait, I'm
Have another
confused.
Coke.
Hold on, I'm just deleting that. Hold on, what happened here? Wait, what happened here? Why didn't it do all of this stuff? I'm so confused. I was like, it just didn't copy and paste it? Oh, just use the PDF because it's easier? Okay. You guys can read that? I know sometimes the smaller lettering is hard to read, and I don't know, I can't zoom in anymore. That's like... Well, actually, yeah, maybe realistically I can zoom in like this. Okay, that's better. That's better. That's reasonable, right? Okay. Toke time for Smokey. Alright, wow. Well, it's because it's 7,000 words, but I think that includes the case, right? And the case is like 4,500. So it is what it is. Also, you'll see how Ozzy plans his stories. True. Which is good because you noticed. We did an event outline for ourselves because I evolved in my understanding of how to do that and how to separate. So, hell yeah. Because outlines have always been a problem for me because I get into too much detail. Excluding case 1 in the planning, you'll be reading around 3K words. Around 7 pages. Alright, let's get to it. Logline. A struggling law student must save his father who was framed. Convicted by an untouchable prosecutor, the law student has 5 years to build up experience to overturn the death penalty. Look. The devoted son's relentless pursuit to clear his father's name proves that justice against a corrupt system requires the innocent to become as ruthless as the guilty. I wonder. Which is, interesting, Ozzy, if you heard about the story of the Pakistani who raped a 14-year-old. They're supposed to go to court and they found his dead body. Just kind of chilling on the street. Which kind of means that, like, people didn't give a fuck. People knew who he was, and they just let whoever killed him kill him and get away with it, and no one's saying anything. It's the last I heard about it. Characters. Vlad Jr. Pravdin. Emotional immaturity, romantically dense, socially awkward. I agree, Ozzy, because I don't think the court would do anything. I think this was in Europe. I think the court would just let him back onto the street with a slap on the wrist and say, please don't do it again. Here's your $2,000 a month, like, free accommodations in a society that is barely able to hold its breath above water. We love you. Please vote for us. Strategic short-sightedness. Obsesses over the immediate goal and misses bigger picture. Thought immigrants can't vote. Haha. That's the neat part. They can't. Wink, wink. There's no pinned message on Kick, by the way. I know, Smokey, unfortunately. Right. It's just one of those unfortunate realities of multi-streaming. Doesn't really matter. It just, you don't need... The pinned message is more for context for why Chalkboard is activated than it is anything else. Power and numbers. Yup. Hey, man. Never advocating for vigilantism, but you guys know my plan. Military, that's what you need. You just need the military. The numbers can't be assessed, then it's good because we have real numbers. Locals. Not sure what you're talking about, Ozzy. Strategic short-sightedness. Never black down! He obsesses over the immediate goal and misses bigger pictures. Stubbornness. Doesn't stop even when he's smarter to retreat. His mentor is safe. Okay, so do you have arcs planned for these characters? Because in this place is where I would put the arc, the position, the event. Oh my god, Smokey, you follow me on Twitch and on Kick? You are such a gem, bro. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, bro. Thank you for the subscription. You're fucking epic, bro. As always, fucking hearts out to you, Smokey. You the man. Where's the announcement? Wait, did I turn off Twitch announcement? Fuck, I think I might have.
You're a fraud! Where's my toke? 700 septillion!
Thank you for following Never Black Down. I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 4, less than 3, plus 1.
Like me. Thank you. You are truly a gem, Smokey. Right? You know. But yeah, so, Smokey, you weren't here, but I'm just gonna bring this up. Oh, damn. No, never mind. I'm gonna have to bring it up later, so stick around, Smokey, because we have a new donation clip that you're gonna fucking love. I've only written their backstories, but I have an idea on how their arcs are going to go. Alright, because this is where I would put that. Where you have how they, like, decision. Oh my god, Ozzy, thank you for the subscription. Holy shit, guys, we're going crazy today.
For supporting the community. Never Black Down. Congratulations on your wings, Rosie Waldy. Never Black Down gifts.
That's crazy. See, Smokey is the greatest dude, man. Smokey is so good. Thank you for the sub, man. Fuck yeah, no more ads, Ozzy. Let's fucking go. No more ads. This is how, this is you saving the stream. I'm Dr. Venture in this case, right? Like, you guys are Brock. And of course that's Janus, Dr. Venture's father, the real Dr. Venture. In robot form after Dr. Venture Jr. tried to bring him back. Fucking Venture Bros is amazing. You need to watch the Venture Bros, guys. But yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Smokey. You're fucking amazing, dude. Never black down. Absolutely love it. Tatiana Privdin, housewife and mother of Vlad, unbridled fear of the police, stem from her husband taken away, which she can't meet. Mikhail Pravdin, the son of the Cold War journalist, and followed the footsteps of his father, Vlad Sr., hence his son's name, convicted of child sex trafficking ring by the ICC from the very people he was trying to expose. So they blackmailed him? That sounds about right. I mean, that's what Dean Withers is gonna say, right? If you know, you know. Saif ibn Hakam. He's in jail. But, like, they did frame him, right? Like, he was trying to expose them, and then they just framed him for, like, the whole projection. They were the ones doing child sex trafficking, and then they were like, no, you're the one doing it. You know what's really fucked up about it, Ozzy, is if you know, like, the Lego situation and how, like, fucked up it is, it's like, now more than ever, I can believe that someone just goes, oh yeah, you know, let's just say that this guy raped someone and we're just gonna put them in jail, because I just don't like this guy. Oh, okay, yeah, no, sure, we'll put in a police report for that. And, would you say his name was? Alright, we'll track him down and arrest him. Sounds good. No, he's not even going to trial. We're just instantly just taking him to jail. You don't need a trial for something like this, right? We already know, right? We'll get him in. It's all good. Like, it's the reason why no one... My birthday's in 3 days. Fuck yeah, Smokey, let's go! You're gonna be 42, right, Smokey? No, you're gonna be 43. You are 42. I'm just fucking... I'm pretty sure you're turning 40, aren't you? You're 39, right? I have no idea how old. I know you're younger though, Smokey, aren't you? Like, I'm pretty sure you're like slightly younger. Yeah. I was like, I thought you were younger. Yeah, 28. That sounds about right. I'm like, you have to be in order to enjoy my humor. You just kind of have to be. It's one of those prerequisites. 42, jinx. True. Scythe isn't calm. Scarred mentor figure that laughs despite his traumatic past. A former elite. That's not and, which is not a thing. Oh, I can't change it, but that's A, not and. And is for vowels. Or anything that sounds like a vowel. I, U, O. And A, former elite. Like, an elite, a former, right? Because one's a vowel, one's a consonant. Fucking English. Because because then you'd have to say like AA something, so you'd have like a double A sound. Like if you were to say a astronaut and astronaut. So you can separate. Expect many mistakes related to the English language because it's usually not for the public eye. Yeah, no worries, Ozzy. I want to point it out because I think you want it to be like, you know. I'm not expecting it to be perfect, but I just like want to alert you. Ads! My God, these ads! Why be at what we do with these ads? I have been alerted. True. Thank God you have a subscription, Ozzy. You don't need to worry about fucking ads anymore. You got your fucking wings. Let's go! Katerina Alexandrov, Valinsky, an ice-cold noblewoman, prosecutors, family spans to Peter the Great, 1700 Kings, hell yeah. Inosan Galvona, thank you, Smokey. Shy, meek girl who has an F1 driver for a sibling. Vlad Pravdin's love interest grew from shared past for an issue from her own. Dmitry Alexandrov Volkinsky, Katerina's younger brother, 20s, he's a babyface and prepubescent voice, an FSB operative who, that's kind of like me, right? Like even now, it's like, man, my voice didn't crack till I was like 25. Operative who fraternally and deeply loves her sister. Nobody, and I mean nobody is more illiterate.
I mean nobody is more illiterate than me, okay? I'm the most illiterate.
Fuck yeah, Smokey. That's the true Trump way, right? I love it. FSB equals Russian CIA. Okay. Dmitry Alexander Petrokov. We already... Ledshi Zablovich. Vlad's best friend and a gatekeeper to his family's freedom. Final boss, son of Savrat Titel. Zablovich. Convicted Vlad's father through Vlad himself, though Vlad himself doesn't know that. Two parted ways after one went to one university to study prosecution and vice versa. Yeah, I have no idea. This is like over my head. Detective Callum Mackenzie, a Scotsman who was made fun of the way he spoke, hides himself under the mask and attire of Sherlock Holmes, matching the entire character as to a T, siphoned Vlad's frequent acquaintance in every case. Release, settler colonial country with a hitman, the copycat, who can copy any appearance to the height, face, demeanor, and gender, everything. Quaints with Vlad in the first case, the country Mikhail was trying to expose, and the country that killed off Safe's entire bloodline. I can't do one, but I'm imagining one in my head, yes. So if I tried to do one, I'd, like, butcher it. And, like, I'm practicing it in my head, and I'm like, you fucking idiot. How can you not figure this out? I don't think it's that hard, but I mean, I'd say it's on the top, like, it's not the top 5, but it's definitely top 10. Depending. And, like, Newfoundland is 10. Boston accent's, like, a 3. Like, Southern Carolina is, like, a 6. It is. Look at that Disney princess. Orange curly hair. I have no idea about any of the Disney princesses. Orange curly hair. I'm like, wait, that's not Belle. That's not Snow White. That's not Pocahontas. That's not...
Scotty is my favorite princess.
Aw, thanks, Smokey. I really appreciate that. I try hard. Okay. True. Shake it, shake it. Can see her, but I don't know her name. I hate that, Ozzy. I'm so much like that, too. Backstories. Vlad Pravdin. Vlad Pravdin, son of Mikhail Vlad Pravdin. So, these names are so fucking hard for me to pronounce. I'm not gonna lie. This just, like... He's a law student who has 5 years to acquit his father. At an early age, 5 to 7 years old. His core memory of the OSBR unit dragging his father away on his birthday. After that, he never saw his father again. His 2 good friends. Capuchin, the Italian, and Barista and Medvedev, Turkish-speaking lawyer. Both him and Vlad graduated together. Equals Russian SWAT. Okay. During the beginning of his college years, the almost excellent scoring Vlad was finally told the truth. Shattered him, of course, because his mother told him that the death penalty will be issued in 8 years. That drive, he put minimum effort to his school, scoring enough. You mean maximum? To the dot. Minimum score to the... I think you mean maximum, not minimum. Minimum is low, maximum is high. If he put in the minimum effort, he wouldn't have tried at all. Using the rest of the effort to study, but it's like, that's clearly not what he's doing. Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. Using the rest of the effort to study to become a defense attorney. But it's like, if you're not good in school and you don't have a scholarship, how the fuck are you gonna pay for it? And who's gonna fucking hire you? If you don't have, like, a really good GPA. No matter how fucking good you think you are. You gotta have it all, especially for a fucking lawyer. Dude, this lawyer had, like, C+s in school? Fuck that. He didn't apply for, like, any extra thing, like 70% to acquire scholarship. He got that 70%, whatever the number. I'm just saying, like, that minimum is the wrong word there, bro. It's like, I understand here, right? I was wrong here. I understand what you mean here now. I got that one wrong. But he put minimal effort into his school. It's like, whoa, that's probably not the right way to put it. You should say something along the lines of, right, his drive was for, like, the things that are important. So it's like he did what he needed to do to get the scores in order to get that. Right? He ignored everything else. is like a better way to say it. Like, he ignored social interactions. He ignored, you know, school events. He ignored everything except what would get him on that paper. Yeah. So it's like, it's just a different representation. I understand what you're trying to say, though. Using the rest of the effort to study to become the defense attorney. Now 5 years left after that, the two best friends stop seeing each other for another 5 years. And I'll say that should have a drive in his background of being like, he didn't learn how to socialize. He's like autistic, fucking hell. Autistic, like, to a point, like, purposefully. Like, almost made himself, like, autistic through, like, his inability. Toss me like a salad, will you? No, Smokey, you're supposed to toss me. The woman is the salad that you toss. Because you're tossing her inside. Don't you know anything? I mean, what? I mean, what? I can be woman also. I mean, actually, Smokey, fair enough. I can be man too. So I didn't know you were into that. If you're totally into that, I'm into that too. Always thinking the opposite way. That's true. Yeah. So, I mean, I just always assumed Smokey just wanted to dominate me, so I never thought he wanted to be a bottom. I mean, I can be a switch because if I'm training someone and having a, like, you know, so I have to be both top and bottom, and I'm top when I'm a dude, and I'm bottom when I'm a chick. So it's like, it's a different dynamic, right? Using the rest of the effort to study, become the defense attorney. Now 5 years left after that, the two best friends stopped seeing each other for another 5 years. However, during the first year as a law student, he was wrapped in a case with a crime he didn't commit. A conspiracy he didn't ask to be a part of. Marlene. Well, he kinda did. No, he kinda did ask to be part of this conspiracy because he's trying to get his dad free. If his dad was framed, doesn't he know that if he's trying to get his dad free, people are gonna try to fuck with him? So I feel like he kind of did ask to be a part of this conspiracy. Marlena and Umbulera. He just wasn't expecting what the conspiracy was. Cousin's friend and eco-saboteur of the race. Because you can't go into law and think that, like, your dad is innocent and didn't do anything if you don't believe that he was framed. Right? Assets. Was killed by the Rayleighs. Hitman. Copycat. Crime took place in a cafe. Original Death Cafe, where his barista friend works at. In the same case, Scythe is hired in his first ever case to defend Vlad, and that's where the relationship will blossom. When Vlad will ask him to take him under his wing, and with his mother's permission, he does. Now living for the rest of the years of his mother's occasional visit in Scythe's law firm, like Hawk and Truth Law Firm. Didn't know that kind of deep release conspiracy was happening that day. I know, I was kind of being pretentious there, Ozzy, sorry. I think that got lost in translation. Tatiana Pravdin. After his father was taken, Tatiana took it upon herself to take care of baby Vlad. I'm tired. I'm always being facetious, never take me seriously. Feeding Vlad a lie that was on a mission for the motherland. A lie could be fed so long until he was of age. His kindergarten days, Tatiana found he made his first friend, Ludshi, and she went to him. Two got acquainted, and his mother became fast friends. However, at 3rd grade, Ludshi's family invited Tatiana to dinner. She accepted, and that's where she learned the family's true identity, specifically his father. Horrified, she hid that she continued until the end of the day. At home, she was conflicted. One hand, Ludshi and her son's best friends, a companion who long stay until adulthood. On the other, his father convicted her husband, who she can't see again, choosing the former, not wanting to punish her sons for the father's actions is, in her opinion, not a good look. Dun dun dun! When Vlad asked her to live under Scythe's roof, many emotions ran through her mind. And I'm like, you can say it's all the trope you want, but I mean, that's how Pope and King are. That's how, like, Monarch and Viceroy, Husai and Viceroy are, right? Like, this is just a good trope. I think it's good. The, you know, the sons that, because they're in, like, the same type of environment thing, because they're part of the same family group. So it makes sense that they would acquaint, right? Wow, your Patreon PFP is so ugly. Wait, Smokey, you found my Patreon? Can you post my Patreon? I don't remember what my Patreon was, bro. Didn't they deactivate my Patreon? I'm pretty sure they deactivated it. I got like an email that said it's been deactivated. I don't know. Because I think Patreon's the only place that I have my unboxing video. Does it have my unboxing video on it? Because I don't even know if I have the... Hold on, do I have that? No, the folder's empty. I don't know where the unboxing video is. Also, I shouldn't have added the paragraphs that tells what will happen later down the line. That's not backstory. Fair enough. Ignorance is just too much to shatter. That's my problem too, Ozzy, is I'm like, I have to explain the past, the present, and the future while I'm explaining the past. Then I have to explain, while I'm explaining the present, I also have to explain the future and the past. No, just explain one. Get over it. You don't need the details now. That's not what's important. You have to be able to separate it. Michael Jackson would be proud. Look how white you are in that pit. True. True, Smokey. True. There's just too much to shatter, so she left safe. Handle Vlad will visit occasionally, made to make him not feel homesick. But that occasional visit will shatter the truth she desired to hide. So yeah, going through it again and realizing where you should put up and like back up things, right? And it's always you get into the emotion and the character instead of just the event. No, you need the event. Like for instance, I'm trying to do Stoner Girl Evolution opening, and it's like, okay, well, all the characters, like Stoner Girl gets isekai'd, then, you know, or I guess technically Zombie gets isekai'd, then Stoner Girl gets isekai'd, then the rival happens, then the zombie no. Stoner Girl is isekai'd, Crossroads happen, Tavern burns down, leave for the forest. That's how the fucking start of the book goes. Upbeat, level of trolling Smokey, changing of the username's color. Yup. 3, 2, 1, toke. But Smokey has always been originally red. It's just not the same, Smokey. I'm glad you tried, though. Mikhail Pravdin, finding resilience in his father's journalism, thought to continue on his footsteps, becoming one himself, follow protocols and guidelines of his news company. But then, in one of the news endeavors, he was told to focus on what's happening in front of the curtains, not behind it. Dealings in gold and jewelry for black market slavery. Ethics ruled the man, and he went all in on the expose piece, destroying the aspect, a part of the black market slavery. He was on every news following the expose, and that was before his final endeavor placed him in jail until his death. Questionable. That is one hell. How about orange like Moy? That is one hell of a way to level up, Smokey. Questionable. Level fucking 49. That's fucking crazy, bro. Congratulations. Tanya and Mikhail were high school sweethearts, their relationship blossoming and snowballing into Vlad being born. His exposés, scores earned him a slogan, tell the truth the Pravdin way, and the reward of his capture was reaching the pot's ending. What did he level up on? Sex appeal? Oh, definitely. Definitely sex. I mean, what other appeal does Smokey have, right? He's just a piece of meat. Right? I'm sorry, Smokey, that I think of you that way, but you're my meat man. I hope you just think of me as a piece of meat, too. I don't want there to be feelings between us. That would be weird. We just think of each other like pieces of meat, right? His final mission before his capture, exposing all the elites. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Pause! It just keeps sending me those tissues. You can still figure out which ones are tears from anime and which ones are not. Oh, fuck, man. Sorry, Oxy. Sorry. I can't help myself, okay? You did yourself there. Losing my appetite for sleep. Okay, hold on. Okay. Final mission before his capture, exposing. Oh, we already did that. And all the elites. Where did he die? Wait. Where did he die? Wait, what? I'm so confused. Tell the truth. It's opening. Oh, his final mission before his capture, exposing all the elites and the demons they follow in the occult and all their symbols they display openly to the news, TV shows, sports, etc. as a show of power. All will be exposed, but before he could do that, a birdie tweeted his year of the worldwide child sex trafficking ring tentacles. It's present in the motherland, and following the tentacle will lead him to the monster, exposing it. The horror, Ozzy. Danya Nukes. His exposés were a tightening noose, and before his final mission, he grabbed his arm before he could step aside. How long did this take? So many words, man. True, man. That's what it is. He probably took him as much time as it took him, Smokey. That's what I would assume, right? It took you as much time as it took you? And when you weren't working on it, you weren't working on it, and when you were working on it, you were working on it, and that's the amount of time that it took? Not bad. I can't do time limits because I just, like, ADHD myself. I have to do, like, a word count. But I don't like word counts, so I just don't do anything. Right? So I just don't hold expectations. It is what it is. 0 or 1,000, doesn't matter. 40 days and nights. I mean, you can try, Smokey. But the last I heard, everyone who did it cheated. Sorry, everyone who survived it cheated. Kind of news exposes. We're tightening the noose before his final mission. She grabbed his arm before he could step outside. No truth tellers are on the ground like me, he declared. No one's in the deep end of all this, as they sit comfortably in their homes. Their stay means they are afraid of the people they speak out against. They speak out with vigor, but no footwork. I understand their fear of dying and not seeing the truth through. They want to see the truth shine without taking risks. So I'll take the risk for them. The world can go so far, turning a blind eye to blatant evil. Hearing that, she let him go. Hitler too! I mean, what? Credit where credit is due, though. Or more if I have a brainwave. I'm sure you know that, though. He did return back, so he did return back to the field. After a week of that, on his son's birthday, he was raided by the SOBR unit, taken away with all the electronic devices they could find. But they didn't know he had a hiding spot for all the crucial evidence. Faraday bagged, lead boxed, and behind lead-painted walls, behind his heavy bed, which Vlad would find at the final case of his career. Dun dun dun! Bloodshie Zablovich. Bloodshie Zablovich is the Zablovich family, is the one and only heir to the family. Son of Sovratiel. He was hammered by his father that Mikhail Pavdid is a good guy, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong. His father even showed him evidence reinforcing his point. Layla Zablovich is the victim of circumstance. Closed the lid of a bubbling pot. Hiding her husband's secret was nothing than torture every day. But when it was time to reveal, she was targeted by the copycat at the behest of their manor being bugged, leaving the giant prosecutor Sovratel to mold his son into a lie he enveloped with. Year after Layla's death, I don't know how to say that. Layla, right? But with an I, like, or is it Lila? Because it's like I, but it's like Y. I hate English. I hate other. Fuck this. I don't know. Sovratel himself met his maker from cardiovascular disease. Lila. Okay. Because, like, L-A-I is La-E, right? Which is lie. But with a Y, it's lay. Right? But some people say lay with the I. But yeah, so I was thinking it was lie. That would make sense. Lie. One room was zero tracking, but everyone knew of that from... True, Smokey, what are you going to do today? But everyone knew of that room, and taking his son was a risk, so he smoked every day, leaving behind his perfect soldier. Zablovich and Volkinsky family. Two noble families that survived the Stalin nobility purge. Zablovich paid off the Rayleighs. How do you say that? Raleigh? And, like, Rayleigh? Handlers and the other. By pulling all the stops and connections. Ralease. Savrititol's father sacrificed his character and backbone for the family to survive. Sons of prosecutors and daughters of defense attorneys. During the Cold War, the inside of the KGB was split, one on the right side of history and the other vice versa. The good ones all went out of the corrupt individuals, whilst the others did the vice versa. In that, the corrupted sons and daughters were caught in the crossfire, all except for Sovratel. 1 year and 8 months. That's insane, Smokey. I cannot believe it. I can't believe you fucking made it so far. Maybe it's because of this, but I don't know. I mean, it is what it is. I was like, wait, did we get the same? I win. Damn, that's gay, Ozzy. I guess I'm not, you know, I guess I'm the top tonight, Smokey. Sorry. That's kind of gay. Sovratel. Savratel Zablovich. Innocent display his villain to the readers. Highly skilled and reverb prosecutor that climbed the ladder from nothing to being chosen as the ICC prosecutor. His climb allowing him to deal with all sorts of criminals, and those criminals have underhanded dealings with him. Freeing them were easy as blinking. The low ones, however, did not have that kind of influence on him because of his father's dealing. That sword hung over his head for years, dealing with release. In expose, the sword release advertised his slave status to the criminal underworld, and they used him as they pleased. Alright, go kill this guy. He's interrupting and fucking us up. At the time of prosecution, Mikhail, pregnant Lila, was taken from her home, forcing her to prosecute on illegal grounds. He wasn't out of the woods yet. He was also forced to brainwash his son to hide their dealings and the truth. Even at home, he wasn't safe. Servants were bought out, and the entire manor was bugged. Even on his deathbed, he was under the all-seeing eye's gaze. Saif ul Haq, Saif ibn Haq. Saif is a former elite 100 men and women with a decade of field service and skills. What's up? Oh yeah, Smokey, don't worry. We're gonna get to the drama. Smokey, we're gonna get to the fucking drama. Don't worry about it. We'll get there. Oh yeah, it's big, bro. For some reason, I went hard on his backstory. Okay. So, like, super detailed? 3, 2, 1, toke. What, Smokey? $100 men and women with a decade of field experience and skills, along with psychological and observational prowess. I bought a new bong main. You fuckhead. Drop it in DMs. I need to see it, Smokey. And if people haven't seen it before, just... Jesus, almost knocked that over. This is my favorite one. The Betty Boop bong. My woman right there. Next story is safe and his time in the Resistance. Nipples on stream equals reported. I mean, Smokey, we've seen Donnie's dick. I don't know what else to say. We've seen Donnie's dick. What else is there? I don't know. Wolf of Wall Street, Jonah Hill's character, when Margot Robbie walks in and he starts masturbating in like the middle of the party. Yeah. Well, obviously it was a fake dick. It wasn't Jonah Hill's actual dick. It's just because he was so fucked up on drugs and she was so hot that it was just like, you know, let me keep my mind clean. You're not going to be able to do that around here, Ozzy. Sorry, man. In Commando, 50-odd young men and women with the Resistance Guerrilla Group, Lion Group, and Alcads. Him and the boys back home, as they'd call them, are fighting for decades, including his forefathers and former commanders and leaders. Settler, colonial, state in the Middle East. Release. Let the Virgin Mary be a virgin. I want to corrupt him, sorry. Well, Smokey, if I can't corrupt him, you can't corrupt him. You think you're better at corrupting than me? Smokey, don't underestimate me, bro. I know I play a long game. Yeah, he was on about himself. At an early age, he lost his father from a sniper. No, he was just... I think it was a joke. Because you're a 40-year-old virgin on the internet. I don't think he was referring to himself. I think he was referring to you. But me and Smokey fuck all the time, so he's not a virgin. And he's been penetrated by a man. And so have I. So it's like good thing to be a virgin, because virgin means you weren't penetrated by a man. Well, that's good, Ozzy. That means you haven't been penetrated by a man. You know, that could be a good or a bad thing. Even sex. Well, yeah, that's matter of record, right? Only thing I have been penetrated by is butthole pill. Oh, so you lost your virginity to a suppository? Damn, Ozzy, what does God think about that? No, I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you, bro. I'm sorry, I took that too far. I took that too far. I apologize. Please retract my statement. Sometimes, guys, it's just like you have to break the fourth wall and be like, I'm sorry, that was just, I had to, I couldn't. No, it isn't. I apologize, it's my fault. Even when I poop, it feels kind of gay. I know, don't worry, Scott. It's all good. It's just for, like, my own personal, like, you know, for my own guilt of saying it, right? It's recompense. Because I do, and I say it because I feel guilty when I said it, and I was like, oh, yeah, maybe not. Why would you say that? I don't know, because I think we're adults, and I think Ozzy knows I'm not being malicious, and sometimes you can go too far with a joke, and it's okay, because it's a joke, right? You know, it's like, to some people, the saying, I fucked your mom joke, like, I think Ozzy would be one of these people, right? Like, I think he said it in the past. That's like a, you know, like, that's not something to make, like, fun of, right? But to us, it's like, oh, I don't care. I don't give a shit. I mean, as far as I know, my parents are swingers. Fuck, man. because they were like, but they're just too ignorant because they were in a bowling alley that was a swingers league, and they just wanted to bowl. Guys, that's literally my life. It's like you go to an area that's like an orgy, and you're like, why are you all having sex, guys? Why aren't we playing darts? Who wants to play billiards? It's like, bro, we all came here to have an orgy. It's like, yeah, but like there's like other things that we can do. And it's weird, right? Because I am kind of a, like, fucked up sexual person, but it's in a certain state. Right? So it's like, I have to be in, like, the mindset. So it's like, not being in that mindset, where is the analogy going? Oh, the analogy, Ozzy, is the fact that, like, when we get to a certain point, right? It's like, at what point is the cutoff? Right? And for some people, it's like a your mom joke, and for other people, it's there
What
isn't
came first,
one.
the egg or the chicken?
It was the egg, because the egg was born from a different species than a chicken. That's how genetics works. That's why monkeys born humans. I mean, what? No, that's actually not true. There were like 8 different humanoid species, and monkeys and gorillas and chimpanzees are an entirely separate line that would basically be like considering giraffes and horses, or elephants and hippos as like the same species, which just is just not scientifically correct. Or the fuck did you say, man? Don't ever say that again. When the person goes, whoa, 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 hold on there. No, that's what chalkboard is for. And something that's gonna, I'm only human, I'm gonna make mistakes, right? I'm gonna try my best, and I'm not gonna be malicious. TLGBG, yo, what's up, bro? What you doing? What you got, my man? How's your day going today, good sir? Good to see you. How's your work coming along? We are currently reading Ozzy's work. At an early age, he lost his father from a sniper along with other adults. After winning a local soccer game, target practice, he'd later learn, reaching his first grade, narrowly escaped the carpet bombing as his cousin yanked him on the pickup truck's bed. Similarly with other children, adults of the village standing in a line with the burning village behind them, knowing their time has come, all die with the final line of carpet bombs. Hello, not much. I have retooled my timeline and now I have been rewriting my story. Fuck yeah. I spent the last 2 days rewriting the entire backstory. It's not a nuclear civil war that blows up the world. It's a failure of understanding how technology works and how technology integrates with the biological world, i.e. there is some technology that gives off radiation and there's a fungus that eats that radiation, but that fungus is removed and now all the world is fucked. Ta-da! Now we have a 90% covered radioactive world, poisoned by the current running unused technology of ancient humans, instead of some stupid fucking war that's always cliche. In his tenure in the Lion Group, he had married twice, once as a soldier, and the other when he was an elite, both killed in action a year after his marriage. Every detail etched in memory. His third time's the charm was ruined by many missions and many tortures for information or just general capture, ruining his face. Slash wounds and stitch marks littered across his face. Splotches of burn wounds were on his neck and scalp, leaving those parts of his hair and beard bald. His upper lip was gone, displaying his upper teeth permanently. Hey, isn't that exactly like what happened to in Prohl's story, the guy who got his fucking mouth, like his lips fucking torn off? Allahu Akbar! True, God is worthy. True, Smokey. So instead of the first era being 2100 BCE, it's Mesopotamia. It is 6776 BC, Mesolithic era Germany. God is great indeed. Only I'm like, for instance, my belief of God is the consciousness of existence that is the universe. But you know, it is one of those things where I'm a scientific person, right? So whatever is the actual reality is what I'm gonna go with. But if it's something that you can't prove, then, well, right? So, where's the proof? How are you painting the picture? Do you have history books for the time? Ozzy, I believe TLBG has some, like, experience in, like, mythology and, like, ancient literature and, something like that. Because they are very well versed in these stories. Yeah. If you want, I mean, TLBG's story is somewhere in the Discord. I'm sure if you went through and you added TLBG, I wonder if I can find it. I don't know what his Discord name is, though. Finding new books recently from viewers. Unfortunately, no, Smokey. No one has had any books to present to me. Intrigued. Another one added to the will read list. Yeah, it's really good. It's accurate, historically accurate. It has, like, its own IP established with it. He's got his own story behind it. He's just using the world and the mythology as the backbone of the world building of the time, and then creating, like, an in-between of his own story across it. With, like, the intermediary of interacting with, like, different myths across different times. At least that's what I believe the idea was. In his tenure, the Lion Group... Oh, we already read that. Splotch is alright. Everyone knew his worsening mental condition and psychological toll from the leaders... Yes. From the leaders of the orphans, or willing children, studying to become future fighters who took family away from them. One day, he was called before the leaders. They advised to leave the resistance, but leave for a purpose that assists the future free country. He already had a decision, a lawyer. The decision stemmed from a courtyard drama video game he played on a Game Boy. He also chose... I love that, like, inside reference Easter egg. Without, like, actually mentioning, why am I so retarded? I feel like I've done this, like, 8 times. Hell yeah. It is about a main character who goes through different time periods, interacts with both historical and, literary figures. He also chose Russia because he knew they're the only Christian who'd accept him for who he was, even allowing his traditional clothing to be worn without scrutiny. With accumulated money from their group's finances and enough for an office, his courses and semesters, and an anthropomorphic companion, a snake plant named Cobra, Christian country. What did I say? The only Christian who'd accept it. Oh, Christian country who'd accept him for who he was, even allowing his traditional clothing to be worn without scrutiny. With accumulated money from their group's finances. See, this is the one thing I will say, Ozzy, is, like, what I hate about immigrants is a posture of, like, demand. I don't know what the fucking word is for it. Like, they feel entitled. Right? You come to America, you're free to do whatever you want. Stop telling other people what to do, though. Like, I hear all this shit about, like, all these people complaining about... And it's probably propaganda in some way, shape, or form, right? But it is kind of stupid. If you come to a country, like, if you go to Japan, and you're Muslim, and you just expect there to be halal food. You're fucking retarded. Get out of the country. Oh, I believe 100% so, Aussie, too. I think all social media stuff like that is all propaganda just to spread hate. And if you look at how the communities actually interact, it's just simply not true. Well, the demanding is like skits, right? Like, the only thing I believe is fucking cop slop police cams, right? But like social media, like posturing bullshit, especially when it's like you can get monetized and make money with these claims. That to me is the most outrageous part, because it incentivizes people to go above and beyond. We were talking about this at the beginning of the stream, to like make more and more crazy statements, and no one holds them accountable until no one believes anyone about anything, and everyone's just in confusion. And now, who's going to be able to do anything because no one believes anyone? This is literally, in my opinion, guys. I think I've maybe said this once. Maybe twice. In my opinion, the way that this is going, this is the idea of the Tower of Babel. The splitting of language. Where no one believes and no one trusts and no one listens to anyone else. Because everyone knows it's all fucking fake. And it's fucking scary to think about it. It's not a world I want to live in, Aussie. I don't want a world like, I doubt I'll get married and have children. You never know. I'll always be on the lookout. But you know how it is, right? I'm 35. My white buffalo got away. Technically, both of my white buffaloes got away. Right? If I find the one, I find them. But I'm not actively searching in any way. Right? Also, Mesolithic era Europe has the land bridge Doggerland, which connected the UK and Holland. Doggerland in 1868-76 BCE is in its prime. Ah, you know what's funny about that? I think we were mentioning that in Joe Scott video? Or there was something I was watching within the last week that was like talking about the different continents and sunken continents and something about Doggerland. That's kind of funny. Because that's the like 8th continent that sunk to the bottom of the sea. Or maybe even the 9th, that there's another name and another way for it, right? Like Mao or Moa or whatever it was. Like the Asian side one, but there was also like an American side one. I don't know. Some of it I think is speculation. I don't know how much of it is actual fact. I know one of them is fact, of like, because it's its own tectonic plate at the bottom of the ocean. And due to the movements of those times, it's suspected of where it would be. Right? But I don't know that much about geology, so I can't get into it. Everyone knew his worsening condition and psychological toll from the leaders and the orphans, willing children studying to become future fighters who took family away from them. One day he was called before the leaders. They advised to leave the resistance, but leave for a purpose that assists the future of free country. Oh wait, we were all country down. We accumulated money in their group's finances enough for an office. His courses and semesters, an anthropomorphic companion, snake plant named Cobra. For the Grim Reaper doesn't take lesser beings. Russia becomes his home until his title of Attorney General is handed to him. Doggerland was sunk to the bottom of the ocean later on due to sea levels rising. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. 100%. Leaving Russia left him a stain and obstacle within his heart. Pity. He despised pity. Dismays pity. He is pitiful, and he dislikes being it. So much so, he runs away from the person who'd ask about his past, hammering, in his own mind that his past and history is for his own people and not for others. The Asian equivalent is Sutherland. I thought it was called like Tao, Mao, Mowland or something like that. Maybe Sunderland is another one? Maybe that one's the fictional one? It's like the fictional continent off of the east side of China? Like the east coast of China? And it would be presumed in some way that, like, the baseline of Japan would be that as well. Because, like, you raise Japan, let's say, 800 feet, and all the area and 800 miles around it, that used to be, like, an entire civilization. That's why there's so many underwater ruins around Japan. Because the island's been sinking for, like, 4,000 years. Or at least the water level's been rising for, like, 4,000 years. Right? It's like Japan wasn't an island it used to connect to the mainland, and where Japan was high mountains. Like 6,000 years ago, right? That guy in Discord thought I was a bot and scammer. Oh, Theo? Theo? Yeah, that's funny. You did a good job, Smokey. You did a good job. Passing the bar exams and waiting and acquiring his first client after 6 months of waiting, he meets his opponent, Maxim Pain of and Vlad. Subsequent cases, Katerina Alexandrovich Volkinsky. Sunderland was land bridge in Southeast Asia. Okay. It might just be a different name for it, TLBG, because I think they called it a different name than we called it. Because, like, Sunderland is not, like, an origin Asian name, right? But I know there was another name that they had for it in their history. Like, Chinese and, like, Mongolian and, like, other ones. Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. And those wouldn't have been islands, those would have been mountain peaks. But, like, I'm talking about the fictional one. The one that people, like, saw on maps, but they're not, like, 100% sure about. Yes, but Ozzy, think about a world where the water level was, like, 2 kilometers lower. No. Atlantis is, like, another one from another side. We're talking an entire continent. Atlantis was a city. And as far as, like, Plato is concerned, Egypt was an outpost of Atlantis. And Egypt was the only thing that basically remained after Atlantis' destruction. But it's also been said that it's like Plato has also said it was an allegory. So why would he say something that you could easily verify by going to Egypt and saying, hey, do you guys, like, have a thing called Atlantis? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Let's look at this guy named Plato. No, he just made it up. Right? Like, it's like, so that's kind of one of the arguments. It's like, why would he just say these things about things that were easily verifiable at the time and no one ever disputed it? But he treated it as more of a political experiment on the corruption of absolute power. So I don't know if it was a reality that he turned into a parable. Right? Because, I mean, that's what things were, is parables of events that happened to make people stop them from happening. Only fictional content I know is the island of... That's what I'm talking about! Mu! The island of Mu! That's what I'm talking about! See how I'm not good with words and communication, but as soon as I see it, I'm like, that's the one. Yes, the island of Mu. Sounds like a continent from Journey to the West. And I think it actually might be, Ozzy. I'm not 100% sure about that, but there was huge inspirations from that in ancient Japanese folklore. Right? Can you take a toke before we get on with this, right? But I hope everyone's, you know, we're all doing good. Everyone's staying strong, because we do have 3 major serious topics to talk about as soon as we are done with Ozzy's story. So, believed to be an island on the Pacific Ocean. that was part of a larger continent that had sunk under the ocean. 3, 2, 1, toke. Katerina Alexandrovich Volkonsky. One day I'll figure it out. This little girl. She'd heard about crime all the time from her father. 2 more characters and you're done. Nice. High prosecutor. Crime all day, every day. Stabbed to the innocent. Drug trafficker caught. Children's school blown. Perpetrator caught or didn't. From child to her 20s, from the dining table, the news of her father's meeting chambers, brought to see procedures, for she will become the future prosecutor in subsequent higher positions. She'd hear them all, and all of them bubbled the boiling pot. Growing up, she grew distant from her friends, girls playing with dolls, pubescents gossiping about noble boys, and teens whispering about their future lovers. All gone. Silly goose. Tricks are for kids. All gone, leaving a shallow hag with a mission. Eradicating all criminals off of the motherland. In that, her style had also changed from a noble woman to a lifeless, dark makeup girl. Goth! In a simple black suit and matching pants. Oh man, she's hot as fuck. On the same day, she passed her bar exam and gotten a fresh job. Hot blue as she asked her parents to join the FSB's assassination team. In the best of the best, she was done sitting around in this huge prison she calls her home. Her parents gave sharp refusal for joining the best of the best and needed a person to be broken down and modeled to ensure for complicity to the motherland, and without fail. So they turned them into Manchurian candidates. Argument broke out, but it was settled by her father. She doesn't find the prosecutorial field satisfactory. He'll personally send her to the academy, but under one condition. She'll leave as Volkansky with the beauty God gifted her. Agreed, she left in a traditional noble garment for her work. Her work brought her toe-to-toe with Scythe the Count courtroom. Second case in his career. Boisterous, she called him a greenhorn. He countered back with the same. Both fought valiantly, an objection chain longer than what was in the history books. However, at the beginning of the trial, her anger hadn't stilled, shown only to Safe, for he could see the minorly trembling, clenched jaw in crunched bundled papers. Well, he saw that. She also saw his unmoving left arm, a mannequin replacement, placed casually on his desk, lost in his final mission ever. I use World History, ResearchGate, Britannica, and Wikipedia. See, my thing is, I just use AI because I don't care if it's accurate or not, because I'm not trying to be accurate. I'm just trying to get a rough estimate. Well, I think kind of the idea is if they're in there, then they're already verified, right? Like if something's in the World Encyclopedia Britannica, right? Like, do they still print those? Do they still print like I don't know if they're 5 or 8 years apart, but like, I mean, I understand Wikipedia, but I mean something like ResearchGate or like in the Britannica, right? Because I think that's the worst part about research is whether it's true or not. And everyone can make mistakes. Yeah, but I would only trust like a physical copy. Not gonna lie. Like, if I did, like, actual historical research, I'd just want to go to the library. Honestly. I wouldn't want to use, like, internet shit. And I'm like, the only reason why is because, like, if anyone asks, all my research was just done in a library. No computers. Here's all the reference books. Right? Like, I feel like that's the appropriate way to go about it. But I mean, I think it's extreme. And it's not practical. And of course, I'd never actually do that. Because I just use AI like a retard. But, like, you'd want to think that, right? Because that would be like the staking your reputation on it, in a way. But, like, you guys know me, I don't have a reputation. So that's kind of something that's just, like, that just goes right over my head. Dmitry Alexandrovich Kolvinsky. That's the brother, right? He used to be determined? Or is that someone else? Because there's the girl's cat. Because I was like, wait, we read them before, but that was just a summary. This is the in-depth backstory. This is different. Detective Callum Mackenzie. World history is also good since it gives you a timeline of the events. Yeah. And I hate the idea of, like, for instance, with, like, research and stuff, that it's like, if you get something wrong, for instance, that it's attributed to malice. I think that's so ridiculous. It's like if it's like if it's done maliciously, you can tell. Right? Like, you clearly used AI for this. None of the continuity is there. Everything contradicts itself. That's just retarded. Right? Like, you're literally having, like, you have the same date on, like, different places. And it's like, what? Right? It's like, that's the problem. Ads! So it depends on how you're trying to look at it for either direction, right? I would say in my case, it's more the creative side. But to other people, it's more something else, right? So everyone judges and has their own weight to whatever they are, right? Callum was a Scots kid, born and raised in a village in the Alps. His father, a factory worker, was transferred to the factory in London, making the family move to it. School was torturous. Just a bully's target. The whole class is jester, even though he didn't make them laugh. That was me, the butt of the joke of everything, and that kind of spawned, like, it's like a hazing thing that like, males do. Like, kids do, and I failed at every point of it. So, like, when you're, like, a kid that's just someone who can't get along or, like, gets frustrated by stuff, or it's like you can't take the butt of a joke, it's like, it's understandable, because that was me. Now, if you're an adult that can't handle it, like, Petro, you can fuck off. Or Callie. Callie's a little bit different, because he's kind of crazy, but it is what it is. Or school was torturous, just a bully. Teachers, of course, being ignorant of bullying, or dealing with it as a headache they don't want to pile on, all because he had English they couldn't understand in those times. The moment of comfort, his spirit animal, was the Sherlock Holmes novel, the entire series. He loved it so much he wore Sherlock Holmes' costume each Halloween until he was of age. He loved it so much and obsessive about it, learned Old English to copy his hero, who solved cases with a pipe in his mouth. During another of his bully sessions, scores of hundreds, he busted out his Sherlock act, and the class loved it so much so he did it every day with the perfect accent and act. 1-to-1. You could say he was reincarnate of the author's work. But while they asked him to say a few of many elementary Watson, and a game is afoot, didn't like the second of it. He hated they like Mr. Holmes, but not him and his character. I'm not gonna lie, dude. You should have made your own independent character based off of Sherlock. And use, like, attributes of the way that he talks, the pipe, but not copied him 100%. The fact that you copied him 100% is like, well, you can't blame people for not caring about you and caring only about Sherlock Holmes. I'm sorry, I don't feel sorry for you. You kind of did that to yourself, right? I feel. He should have had, like, made his own kind of offshoot of, like, the detective and made his own personality out of it instead of just copying him. Then I'd give him more respect. Honestly. After graduating the police academy, he moved to Russia to live and become its homicide detective. Interests stemming from one chapter related to Russian nobility throughout his work and theatrics. He was assigned to Lady Katerina. Following that, he was so good at his work, she personally assigned him as her right hand. They left being one of the two bailiffs standing guard before the courtroom doors. Finally, Callum and Save get acquainted in case 2 in his career, both having a long conversation. Conversation became so long that Callum ran out of the Victorian English vocabulary, making him default to his native Scottish English and dialect, where Scythe and Vlad learned about the mask. Forsyth left to his next step, he advised to let the mask loose or it will eat him away on the inside. Video-wise, I use Mini Minuteman, History with Calais, Extra History, The Archaeologist's Notebook. Yeah, man. Because again, no one can be perfect. No one's going to get their research perfect. No one expects you to spend 70 hours making sure that your research was researched in the right place. Spend 4 hours, 5 hours finding out the sources and the reliability of those sources, right? And then it's like anytime you have a question about anything of being like, I'm not so sure about that, right? Like, find other sources that collaborate it, right? Or refute it. Well, Ozzy, in my opinion, it's like, that's why you don't need to go so deep, right? It's like, you don't need to make the details. Like, don't put the exact numbers. Say a couple, say a few. Say, you know, never say 1, never say 3, because they'll be like, well, you did the math wrong, right? Do you fear that? So I think, but I think, TLBG does it out of fun more than anything, Ozzy. The same way, like, I, like, research science, I think TLBG researches history. Where it's just, like, something fun that he loves to, like, do, and he loves that time period, and, like, the aspect around, like, the people in that time period. Whereas I'm just, like, that was science, and, like, the different time periods of science, the evolution of science, how science formed, right? What we think of science now versus then, how it's transformed the world and stuff. So it's like, I think it's more of a that than anything else, in my opinion. I could be wrong, TLBG. Because I don't think it's an actual, like, he's worried that if he does it wrong... Like, he wants to, of course, do it right, but I don't think it's, like, the number one worry is if I get one thing wrong and they call me out on my myth not knowing, I'm gonna, you know, explode. It's more like there is a reasonable amount that you can do in order to understand it, right? And there's the loss of interpretation over time as well, and language barriers and stuff like that, right? Misinterpretations, translations that are lost along the time, so... No one expects anything to be perfect, they just expect you to put in the effort, and the effort will show in how well you know about that stuff, right? Nosan Golovna. Nosan Golnova. Golovna. I cannot say that name. It's the sister of the F1 driver, Vinch Golovna. Her rise to popularity was all her brother. She rode that popularity in the age where popularity was a part of her in school. Every boy and girl wanted to be her, for she had a duplex, a nice car that drops her every day, and the dreamy blonde brother. On the second case of the noble, she is arrested for murder and rented funfair. targeted for strong statement against release and sparking cities-wide protests throughout Russia. The victim, an FSB agent who went undercover in Release for 6 months, recorded evidence. After the second case, nobody saw her the same. Despite getting acquitted, the students didn't see her freedom as her... No! There's a mosquito in here and I didn't get him for like the millionth fucking time. Funny enough, I use website for the Sumerian lexicon and lexilogos for other dead languages. I love that idea. LTBG. Hell yeah, man. Let's fucking go. I also speak Latin. Although, like, again, as far as I know, Latin's a dead language. We don't actually know how people spoke in Latin. No one has heard Latin spoken aloud. Kinda sick. Is there, like, a Discord where you speak dead languages? Dude, that would be badass, Aussie. Dude, if there has to be a it's like Rule 34. If it exists, there's porn of it. If it exists, there's a Discord of it. Like, 100%, bro. Despite getting acquitted, the students didn't see her freedom as her reformation. They see her freedom as the lawyer lying his way through the court system, giving her undeserving freedom. Her gossips she heard are no longer for her. It's for the girl next door. She realized here that she had been a coattail rider of her brother and never stood on her own 2 feet. While the others were indifferent. The only person who saw her differently was Vlad, who was the same as her. An innocent put into jail because of the same people, for the same reason, trying to hit 2 birds with 1 stone. Realization stemming from Vlad accessing the pain, assessing. I'm retarded. The pain he felt during interrogation and being real with her when he sympathized, and the realization snowballed the relationship. No, that's totally solid for like the background of the characters. Yeah, I like it. I don't have anything to say about it because I don't know if it really added too much extra information that I could pick out there, right? Maybe a couple points here and there, but I don't even really know what to say about that because I don't know how that affects the story. But these are solid backstories for characters that, like, make you feel like the character is an individual. 100%. That and Lexilogos has keyboards for dead languages like Linear B, Egyptian hieroglyphs, Ancient Greek, etc. That's badass. Start the Egyptian hieroglyphs. I use one of the Lexi websites for practicing Russian. That makes sense, because Russian has those weird letters in it, right? I saw a statement, I don't know if it was Russian or German, but it was like, you can't just change these to, like, the U with the dot over it to, like, just the U. You have to do, like, UE because of the change, and it's like, the sentence was, like, something like, you're a great... what was it? It's like, you're a great hunter or something like that. And then the other one was like, you're a gay hunter. It turned like a great into gay. I'm like, that's fucking awesome. The problems you don't have when you speak things out loud, but the problems you have with like written languages, right? It's kind of crazy. Yeah, so, yeah, I don't know what else to say, Ozzy. I mean, getting a little bit more into the characters' heads and stuff and why they're doing what they're doing. I don't feel an emotional connection to the characters. I just feel like I can understand where they're going. See, that's where the arcs come in and the arc changes. And that's where it's going to be like, that's what's going to make me like really feel for the characters, because those are going to be the pivotal moments of their lives during the story, right? I use a standalone Akkadian keyboard website to type Sumerian and cuneiform. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, TLBG. Let's go. Live what you love. right? Live what you love. That's why I love living in the worlds that I create inside of my head. Which is why it's like I don't have this like massive, you know, ultimate push of being like, oh my god, I have to spread it. I'm like, I'm experiencing it. That's good enough for me. I don't care about other people. Tomorrow will be the end of case 1. Alright, sounds good. No worries, Ozzy. Not at all, man. Yeah, you want to head out? Feel free. Otherwise, we have 3 main topics that we need to discuss before ending the stream. Alright, take care, bro. Thanks for sharing. Have a great night. We'll see you in the next one, buddy. Back again tomorrow, as always. So the first one, Smokey, is the possibility. Boy. Also, by the way, yeah, what's up? 3, 2, fuck you, Ozzy. Have a good night. 3, 2, 1, toke. In a world of unauthentic creators, where authentic creators are falling apart, right? I think I'm a diamond in the rough. I can't judge myself, I'm just saying. So, there is this idea of getting eyes on yourself, right? Also, one of the periods I added in my timeline was First Dynastic Egypt, because in 3100 BCE, they invented air conditioning via the wind catchers. When did they invent indoor heating? Did they invent that before indoor heating, or was like indoor heating like 3,000 years before, where they build like the domes underneath the floor, and they like kilns in like the floor, and then it uses like airflow to push the hot air up into the floor, and then it creates like a vacuum. I've seen like multiple things about this. I don't know how they did it with air conditioning. I know how they did it for heating. And I'm guessing it'd be similarly the same, but using wind direction from outside and airflow to create like a... Because like what happens, for instance, is if I open my door and the bathroom door is open and my window is open and the bathroom window is open, because of generally how the wind goes, because it's like trapped between areas, because it's kind of an alleyway, it'll go past that side of the house and it'll come into my room. Then it'll go through the door and it will just keep cycling and funneling, and every patch will get stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. And it's basically an infinite amount of wind because there's always wind moving through the alleyways. It's just like an airflow dynamic, right? So, but yeah, that shit's intense. And Europe can't have air conditioning. But yeah, so we all love Oompaville. People love his candy. I've always wanted to try it, right? So I saw this in his newest video, and I was like, what do you guys think about this?
Ambassador program where you will be able to make content, and if your content sells candy, you will get paid instead of us paying Meta or TikTok or whatever. So if you're a short filmmaker, you do animations, you make cool art, you do stop motion and stuff, if you want to waste your talent on us, maybe
Fuck
for
yeah,
a
I do.
buck or two or more,
I don't need the money.
Then
I
this
just want
is your
to
place. We'll also give
it's a
you
reputation
free
thing.
candy.
Again,
so what's there to lose?
So
You get
like
a box of free.
I'd get a box of free candy, right? And I do it as like a giveaway. So you guys would get like, we'd do like a giveaway for like a box of candy or something like that. Maybe multiple giveaways. I don't know. I think it'd be fun.
Awesome candy, and you make some content, and you join the Squires program. Once again, for that, go to squires.gg. When you first go,
I mean, I don't think I'm gonna get into
one
it,
to get the
but
subscription
wouldn't
box,
that be
and
cool?
one to make content. The content one will take you to an application. You sign up for the application, you give us your information, and we will review
And it
the
says
applicants.
small
and if
creators,
you've
right?
got what it takes.
So like it's kind of for, and it's meant to be for small creators, the diamonds in the rough. And I think, again, I think I'm one. I can't present that statement because I'm the one saying it. It's my content. Of course I'm going to say that about my own content. But I think all of the statistics add up to, you know, a non-egotistical thing of being like, my content provides a value, and, you know, for me, that's like something I need people to put eyes on. And if that can get me someone who has eyes on it, that's important to me. Basically, there are 3 slots. The wind would enter those slots and would enter the rooms to cool the individual. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. You know, when you got nothing to do all day, you just maths all day, right? So this was like kind of the first one where it was like, you know, what would you guys think about that? Because like I've never had any kind of affiliate thing or connection with anyone, right? Like, what are your thoughts on Oopaville? I think he's honestly a great creator. He's authentic. I love conspiracies. He just works well with the channel. Like, writing is a big thing. I think he's interested in storytelling, right? I think it's just like one of those moments that fits, right? So that's like the, like,
1, 2, 3,
cool.
Wait there.
So, like, that's the cool, serious information, because I'm like, could you guys imagine? Because I've always thought about, like, you know, what if I tried to apply for something like Streamer University or something like that and just get eyes on me for, like, the content, right? Because it's like we do such niche, interesting content, in my opinion. And this is where it's going with it, right? The ability to notice that visual mediums are falling away and audio mediums are approaching because people need to spend 16 hours in doing DoorDash. They don't have time to like watch anything. They can only listen to podcasts, and they've listened to every Joe Rogan podcast. So now they need to listen to books. And that's why Audible is becoming such a like huge thing, and like audiobooks and stuff like that is being like pushed so hard because it's part of the next like push. So it's like being at the forefront of story creating in a platform like this on the writing community, right? I would say, right? I don't know what anyone else would say. I'd say is like for the up and coming seeing of the future of this kind of content, right? For like, this is something you could definitely, like, if you statistically just look at it, it's something that is a worthy investment. And again, I'm the one saying it because it's my content, so, you know, it's kind of biased. If you like conspiracies and history, Meanie Minuteman is one I recommend. I'll have to check them out, TLVG. But again, like, I like looking at conspiracies and stuff as more of a storytelling aspect than a reality aspect. For, like, my own sanity reasons. Does that make sense? Like, there's, like, a mentality that's towards it, and a presentation. So, like, does that kind of fit it? I don't like kind of having a serious attitude towards conspiracies. Especially not, like, a serious, like, debunking attitude, if you know what I mean. Like, I like it to just be what it is. So I'll have to check them out and see what they're like. But I will say that for the conspiracies, there are too many things that are just, like, over the top and go, like, yeah, it's a rabbit hole, but it's like you can clearly tell in the videos, like, they're being facetious. They're not actually listening to what the things are. And it's like, if you had any intelligence, you could immediately tell that that's not what that thing meant. And you're using that as a premise for this, right? So it's like, I've done it through so many channels that do that kind of shit. So that's why to me, it's a little bit off-putting. But the fact that you're recommending it, I'm absolutely going to be willing to check it out. Because I find too many people sensationalize it for YouTube purposes, right? And there's like a different style of sensationalization that I think Oompa has, right? Where it's like, it's just pointing out things and the ridiculousness of it. And ridiculousness is like, should be my fucking middle name, instead of SJ moron, it should be SR moron. No, the R doesn't stand for retard, it stands for ridiculous. He has covered the Baghdad Battery, Dendera Light, but has also covered the Lost Colony of Roanoke. And again, it's not necessarily what they're covering, it's how they're covering it. Are they coming at it with a realistic, pragmatic skepticism? That's like, I want to believe in aliens, but I'm not just going to believe. Right? Like, it's not that I believe in flat Earth, but it's like, if it was proven to be true, I wouldn't be surprised. Right? Because I'm sure it would unravel a lot of other things that would just add up to more things that would make it just make sense. So it's like, I'm not scared of the truth. I'm just like, you can't ignore the truth because of your, like, claims, like, you know, right? And it's like, I love looking at evidence and storytelling, so that's the most important part to me, is like the storytelling of what could have been, right? And if you're coming at it with a debunker where it's like, well, no, it's not this. These people will tell you that it's this, but that's actually totally wrong, right? I think coming at it in a neutral, like, comedic, kind of lighthearted way is the best way to do it, because it's like, these are generally controversial things, right? Like, the whole idea of the Baghdad Battery being the reason for electroplating being, like, a thing, right? So it's like, well, if they knew how to electroplate, what else did they know how to do? And they were using grape juice to create electricity and electric charge. Well, what the fuck else were they doing, right? He does use historical sources to either debunk or entertain theories. See, and I like that idea, but, like, if you haven't realized by now, TLBG, I'm talking about probably two specific people. Graham Hancock and fuck, what's the black guy's name? The actor. The fucking retard dude. Terrence Howard. Right? It's like, if you look at the things that they say about certain things, right? It's like, okay, I can tell you're just being disingenuous and you're kind of doing weird things, right? But I will give you one example of, like, the Graham Hancock thing, right? This is, like, what's crazy to me is the fact that it's like, everything's so twisted that it's like, it just to me feels like it's just a psyop. So you go to the person who is the world person to go to about water erosion and, like, erosion on, like, riverbanks and dried up airway, or streams and lakes and stuff like that, right? So he's the #1 guy in the world to, like, analyze the formations created by erosion and, like, rain and, like, silt stuff, right? So you go up to him with a picture. And you put the picture down in front of him. And you say, is this water erosion? And he looks at it and he goes, yeah, that's definitely water erosion. And he's like, you're like, do you think there's anything else that it could be? Like, if it wasn't water erosion, what would it be? And he's like, so there's, like, this, and then that does that. That shows this. This is a weathering pattern there. This is a layer there. This would pull up this at this. This could show you the level of the water movement over time. This is weather markings here for, like, tornadoes and monsoons. It's like, no, this is water erosion. And you go, okay. Now check this out. And you, like, fold the paper over, and it's the enclosure of the Sphinx. It's like, oh, well, it can't be water erosion, because I put it at 12,000 BC, and, like, that's 14,000 years, and we know exactly when the climate in that area was that, so, like, could it be, like, man-made? Did they do, like, a man-made erosion thing? But then you see the weather, how do you explain the weather patterns? And it's like, it destroys the entire, like, everything. That's my favorite thing, right? I'm not the biggest fan of Graham Hancock and the way that he handles things, but it's like, I think there are some legitimate things that need to be investigated. And especially when you look at, like, how the way that specifically Egyptian archaeology, like Egyptology, as its own specific, like in my opinion, like Egyptology is like the Jew-ish, right? Like the Jewish, the of like history. If you know what I mean, right? I mean, I don't want to be racist, but I think we all know what I mean, right? They're the out of place, we're not so sure about these guys. How could this much stuff fucking happen to these innocent people? I wonder. Yup. Okay. Right? So, I'm all on board for asking questions and shit. Okay, and then we'll go into the next serious topic. If you guys ever watched Heroes, this chick died yesterday. Technically 2 days ago. She played Claire Bennett in Heroes. I have to like this because that's Gur. Apparently they were thinking about coming back with new Invader Zim series. Yeah, her, like, playing the, like, kind of like the, you know, the cheerleader, of course, right? In, Heroes. But she's, ever since, like, her debut and everything, right? She's always had these stories about, like, Epstein stuff, her mom trafficking her, the music industry, the way that she was abused and used. And she just died yesterday. And this is a 3-month-old interview about her saying how clean she is, how she got over it, trying to expose everything, how she's just trying to live her life and go back to doing everything, and then she's just dead. Another one to add to the graph, guys. Just another one to add to the graph. And then there's the other one. True. Woman strangles kids. Shoot. Is this shoe on head one? Yeah, here we go. So, this woman admits to strangling her 3 children, and she's gained $728,000 from women being donated because they don't believe that she did it. So you can just, like, kill your kids and get a GoFundMe for like $1 million. And this is like a point on the graph for a reason, right? Carmelo Anthony stabs Austin Metcalf, just gets $700,000 in GoFundMe. Shiloh, and then it's like the opposite of right, Chud the Builder and Shiloh Hendricks, right? One says that they say the N-word and they get like time in jail and like $1 million bond. So it's not a gender thing. It's not a race thing. It's a control thing. Because in all these situations, right, you can say the one that we're missing is a white man, right? Because you've got the white female, you've got the black male. I'm like, wait, do you have a black female? Am I retarded? I just lost my train of thought because I was like, wait, what am I even trying to say? Oh, no, it was just a white woman being racist, a white man being racist, a black man being racist, and, like, a mother just murdering her child. So, you know, points on a graph for, like, how the world is. This is the world we're living in, guys. This is the world we're living in. And in my opinion, if she is convicted, GoFundMe should refund all of this money to everyone, and she should not get a single cent of it. That's total bullshit. I feel like this is like the new type of like money laundering is like GoFundMe. And it's just, again, it's another point on the graph. It's so fucking everything. It's never, oh, it's just this. No, this is another point on the graph that already has 7 other points on the graph. How many points on how many graphs do we fucking need? I don't know the answer to it, but I hope it's not infinite. Because I don't want to live in that world. So this shit just irks the fuck out of me. That, like, if this isn't just bullshit propaganda, you never believe anything, right? So, you know. But I mean, apparently Carmelo's family did buy a house on the GoFundMe. I don't know if, like, I don't know. Right? I can't say anything on that shit. I don't keep up with it. It's not really important to me. It's a simple fact of the public's reaction towards it and the support towards those kinds of people. And the way that, like, you press support towards, like, illegal immigrants, right? And it's, like, the way everyone's, like, treating Poland like it's Nazi Germany because they're not letting in immigrants. Even though Poland was literally the first country fucking invaded by Hitler. So they've seen this shit before and they're not falling for it. Like, I don't know. What a world we live in, guys. What a world we live in. But other than that, I basically leveled up in my ability to do background. So now we have the entire background story, like, basically set up and done. So there's no longer a nuclear war. It's just a means of the explanation through technology and radiation. Because they don't understand their own technology, so they can't upkeep it, and, like, the fungus and everything. So it's like, yeah, don't really need to explain it. I'm actually really fucking tired, guys. So, you know, you may not have cared about those topics, but I thought they were serious enough to talk about, at least to bring up again. That's what the big news was, the idea of, you know, more points on a graph, more points on a graph, more points on a graph. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm a realist and pragmatist, and I follow information and patterns, and you can't tell me that this is not either some planned bullshit or simply the way that the world is now. Where it's like, and it's the women choosing the bear. You have to be, like, you have to be so fundamentally not understanding of reality to choose a bear over a man in the forest. Like, you have to be so fundamentally mind broken to not understand reality to pick a bear over a man. Because, like, the chance the bear's gonna attack you is, like, maybe 75, maybe 70. The chance the man is gonna attack you is, like, 0.2. Like, that's, like, the actual statistics. It's probably even 0.02. Because I don't know what the statistics in a lone place versus a, like, street or an alley, right? And it's usually, like, 0.1. So you'd extrapolate that within, like, its own area for, like, a 2000%, right? So you, like, half then, you know, so instead of, like, 0.01, it's 0.02. So I think, like, statistically, it's a 0.02% chance that a dude attacks you. It's like a 70% chance that the bear attacks you. But they'll choose the 70% because they're like, well, I'd rather be mauled to death by a bear, because at least that's by nature, rather than some dude. And it's like, that is just, to me, a fundamental, like, you do not understand, like, what actual reality is, which is a scary thing. Right? And, like, I live in fucking Canada. I used to live in BC, right? We would carry bear horns with us, like, on the golf course and shit. Like, we had, like, these beautiful apple trees that they would wreck all the branches off because they would climb to the ends of the trees to grab the apples. So we would literally have a thing where we would pull the apples off of the trees that were, like, anywhere from, like, 5 feet past the branch. so that the bears wouldn't climb onto the branches and break the branches off the trees. This was like literally like a part of like the maintenance of the golf course, making sure like the apple trees had the appropriate apple level, because we wanted the bears there for the nature, right? But we just didn't want them breaking the trees and fucking everything up. You know, you'd be golfing, you'd see a bear. I'm sure a bunch of those bears probably hit by golf balls. I don't know what it's like out here in Alberta. I haven't seen a bear out here. But I've seen like fucking 30 or 40 bears in my life. I've seen tons of cute cougars, tons of fucking other kinds of stuff, right? I've seen a wolf once. But yeah, you get a lot of those wild animals up here. So it's like you have to understand the reality of it, right? But anyways, egg salad day today, guys. A great comeback after our couple of days off. But you know, thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. We had a great time, as always. Thanks for sharing your stories. Thanks for, you know, I'm gonna say thanks for believing in me, because I believe in you. Never stop sharing your ideas. Never stop creating. Never stop imagining. Never stop being you. Because if you ever stop being you, you just won't be you, and then you might be me, and you don't want to be me. I don't want to be me. I have to be me, but I can't be me. So it's like, you know, it is a thing. But anyways, you know what they say. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Right. Who we rating? Oh, I know who we're rating. We're rating Rowan. That's like an immediate. It's been a while, but I know it's been faster than a while, but we're still doing it. Rowan of deep, water deep. I was thinking deep water, but it's water deep. Doop. Get your views ready. We'll see you on the other side.
Which I'm pretty sure would be derived from an Aboriginal name of some sort. I'm not sure which. So, Scotty! Raiders, welcome in. Hello! How are you all doing? How's your stream? Why are my stream clips still not going? That sucks.
Alright, guys.
Nice,
We'll see you in the next one. Fuck you, Smokey. Peace.